What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to the NACE Starleague Overwatch playoffs. We are still here running it down right now in the lower bracket. This time we're going to bring to the table, it's Brian and Stratton College against a more familiar face, a more known team. If you've been watching this season so far, it's UTD. It's going to be an exciting one to see who's going to make their way throughout the rest of this postseason or who's going to walk away and go home today. I'm Los, joined by LaFon. And LaFon, how are you feeling about this upcoming matchup?
Well, I mean, stakes are quite high, right? This is an elimination match in its entirety, so obviously the gameplay is going to be quite high as a result. I'm extremely excited for the game as it's upcoming. I mean, we expect some good things from University of Texas Dallas, right? This is a squad we've hyped up through the entirety of the regular season. In fact, they've hyped themselves up and said they are one of the better teams, in the conversation all the way throughout. So for them, they are definitely wanting to win this one and keep on moving forward.
Yeah, of course. And on the flip side, Brian and Stratton College BSC, we saw them last night on the stream on broadcast. They faced off against NYU, the Ultraviolets, and they did have their way. But it was a bit of an interesting path. While they did show a good amount of dominance, they were pretty inflexible throughout. So we should take a look at the rosters, and I can just break that down a little bit more. So on the side of BSC, you see OBL and Set Injustice, Isolator, Narwhal, and Miro. So actually, that's a substitution with Isolator. We didn't see them yesterday, as that normally it would be a different player. I think if I'm looking at the rosters that we had from yesterday. Oh, wait, no, it is Slater. They just add Thigh to the beginning of it. But regardless, there was just a inflexibility coming out of Brian and Stratton. You saw Narwhal as Torbjorn every single map, every single round. They did not switch it up. And if they have this inflexibility, they want to stick with their specific composition. They don't want to change the heroes. I think they're going to have a great difficulty because UT Dallas, everyone on that team has a deep hero pool.
Yeah, University of Texas Dallas, they're kind of I guess, method of playing is to have that level of high level gameplay where they have that flexibility to run all sorts of different compositions, right? We expect them to be able to come out on, the high mobility wrecking ball dive, to be able to play the rush compositions as well, and flex double shield, et cetera, et cetera. UTD is a squad that is, I think in the conversation for top 5, top 10 in collegiate, right? This is one of the better teams in general over the last year or so. So to see how they perform tonight, expectations are definitely on their side. We do have a couple of, not new faces, but untested in the playoff scenario from even if considering last season here at the NACE Starleague. So definitely a lot of expectations for UTD, and I'm excited to see if they live up to them.
Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, we have always been talking them up, and rightfully so. They've just done so well so far. But, I mean, they are in the lower bracket. But also, if we looked back at that, you would see that they were the first place seed. They were the first place seed going up against the 12th. But regardless, they're still in the lower bracket. And if we look back to that fall split, UTD also finished in that top 4 position. Now, they do have quite a ways to go just to try and match their previous finishing. So this is still going to be a big journey, a difficult one nonetheless. And I'm excited to see if BSC can stand to the challenge. Now, originally, if we were looking back at those conferences, NYU wasn't exactly a major threat, but they were still able to knock off a map over on to BSC, and that was back on Hollywood. So I think if this does somehow go to Hollywood, but I mean, that would result in UTD losing and then picking Hollywood, which is that's a big ask in the beginning. But if that is going to be the case, that's just one that they have such a difficulty to crack. I think hybrid will be a bit difficult for them to start things off. But we also got to talk about control, because that is where everything is going to begin. That's where all the expectations can be reviewed.
And I mean, just to kind of bring that through line of expectations back here, I mean, in the essence of it, Brian Stratton, you mentioned, the relative inflexibility of this roster, or rather the showcasing of inflexibility in their last match on broadcast. That's definitely going to come into the play, right? Control, especially where we trend towards in the NACE Starleague, it being Lijiang Tower, oftentimes in that first map. We'll see what our first map's going to be tonight. But in the event that we do go to, Lijiang Tower or a control map adjacent to it, think Nepal, think Busan, those sub maps that are wildly different in their approach, University of Texas Dallas has the upper hand, right? They have showcased in this season the ability to go from, as I said, the wrecking ball dive to be able to showcase a rush composition if necessary, the Reinhardt and stepping in that regard, showcase the different variations of it in, the Diva, the Zarya, etc. And if necessary, double shield as well. So in terms of that, the mark of the inflexibility from Brian Stratton, coupled or sort of mirrored against the experience and flexibility as a result of University of Texas Dallas, there's definitely an element of understanding that UTD should be the favorite coming in here.
Yeah, and I think that a key for success, if UTD wants to have an easy win, is to just shut down OBO once they want to get into the back line. That's the wrecking ball player that we'll see from BSC. They love to get into the back line and just mix up the high ground or whatever position that's being taken by their opponents. If they could shut down OBO, it'll be no problem, because that was exactly what happened to stop them from finding success on Hollywood. Once that ability to prevent the wrecking ball from having that agency to move around and shake up your positioning is denied, then everything fell apart for them. The one time that they did have an adjustment was when OBO went on to Orisa. That's the only time we've seen them off of the wrecking ball. It was on Junkertown yesterday, so it really took them a lot of pressure from NYU. They were dragging their feet in terms of having the decision making to make that change. So I think if they are going to adjust to their composition, they have to do it, and it's going to be forced out by UTD. Otherwise, it will be a steamroll-a-thon.
I guess we have to talk about the mental game, though, as well, because that's going to come into feature in these games as a ton. It's the playoffs, right? It is elimination match. Your backs are against the wall, especially here in the lower bracket. There is no more safety net. There is no more, if your heel goes back any further, you're off the scaffolding and falling into the abyss. So I think that's also an element of it. University of Texas Dallas, sure, we've hyped them up a ton, but coming into this, they should have been still in the upper bracket, right? The fact that they're in the lower bracket has to be plaguing them somewhat mentally, I think. And so is that going to come into the play? Are we going to see UTD step in and show that mental fortitude? Or does BSC get a fight where, they show, they take an advantage and does UTD start to beat themselves over a couple of, these misplays and so forth? These are all things I'm kind of keeping an eye out for in the match itself. But when we get underway, we'll have our first real answers to how University of Texas Dallas responds to being in such a high pressure environment, such as the lower bracket here.
I mean, yeah, we're talking about how they're in the lower bracket, and we could discuss a bit of how they got there. So they came in, as we said, it was the #1 seed within this postseason, but they faced off against UC Irvine, and I believe the second round, or maybe the third round, and they came down here to the lower bracket. It was actually a 3-0 loss against the UC Irvine, but that was a difficult one to take. That's a difficult one indeed, because you're going against the conference that you're in, the same conference over and over, week in, week out, and you are getting that success. But now when you're being faced up against other squads that have been dominating their respective conferences, it may feel like a culture shock. Now, sure, there are scrims in between those matches, because you always want to be at the top of your game, but to lose that in the competitive setting, outside of the scrims where there isn't as much pressure, when the pressure's on and you can't come through, you can't come correct and win it out, it definitely adds to that mental game that you were talking about.
Yeah, I mean, no shade to UC Irvine. They're a much improved roster this season, and their staff there have really helped that squad level up in a big way. But I mean, University of Texas Dallas, they've been looking for that next step, for the last season and a half, last 2 seasons or so, to be that team that breaks into that top 3, becomes sort of the marker of collegiate Overwatch, of being one of those better teams. And I think they have to kind of make that statement here, make that run through in the lower bracket, complete these wins, and I think do them relatively painlessly too, because if you're going to struggle in the early part of the lower bracket, once you trend back to those matches against teams that of the echelon that sent you down here, then all of a sudden, does that top 3 come into existence? It's because it looks a lot less likely moving forward. So a lot riding on the shoulders here of University of Texas Dallas, especially here in map #1.
Hey, but that's what it's all about, working as a team to just continuously improve your performance, improve how you can work as a squad, and then find potentially success beyond the collegiate scene. I mean, we do have some players in the server, specifically Petal, who have that extracurricular activity over in Contenders, so we know that these players are capable of that Tier 2 T2 experience, so yeah. This is the perfect setup for them to find that success, find that groove, find the potential to beat out other squads in these high stakes environment. And this is where real champions, or at least the foundations of real champions, can come through. And that's the beauty of the NACE Starleague. But now we do have that map confirmed. We are going to go to Ilios for the first map of Control. This is going to be exciting, LaFawn. We haven't seen this one too many times throughout the season. I'm glad we're getting a bit of a shine in the postseason.
Yeah, I actually can't think of the last time I saw this map full stop. So never mind. We haven't seen it a ton. I don't think we've seen it on broadcast this season at all, which is a nice change of pace for sure. It's an unexpected pick nonetheless. I mean, it's not particularly what I would consider to be there's not really a lot of established experience on this map as of late. A lot of teams, tend to go to Busan, Lijiang, Nepal, etc. Ilios tends to fall by the wayside in terms of actual game day play. So excited to see this. Obviously, there's a lot of map hazards on this one. Even for control maps, we talk about different stages. Well known the fact that it's got that giant pit in the center. But even if you look at ruins and lighthouse as well, the edge of the map plays a huge part in sort of the conversation. But coming in now, we kind of have to reassess what compositions come into play. We talk about ruins. Obviously, Rush is still really good on there, but Widow can step up in a big way. You can have the dive composition work out really well, and flexibility not going to be nearly as tested on Ilios as it may otherwise be on other control maps. So this may play into the hands of Brian Stratton just a little bit.
Might be possible, but I cannot wait to see what they're going to bring to the server. But we're going to throw it to a quick break before we jump into the server. So we'll be back with Ilios and the first map of the series right after this. Welcome back to the NACE Starleague Overwatch. We're still waiting to jump in, and actually we're about to jump into the first map between the University of Texas Dallas and Bryant and Stratton College. It's going to be Ilios to kick things off on our map of control. In case you forgot, I'm Los, joined by LaFon, and we were just talking about the compositions that were potentially going to show their face in this matchup. So what are you thinking of what we see so far, LaFon?
It's dive based on the, on the well composition. Bryant Stratton, obviously Narwhal still on the Torbjorn here, but other than that, not really a surprise. Some tech issues, so we're just getting the game restarted in a moment, and we'll be back into the action nonetheless. Hey, I mean, it's a lovely day to look at Los and I, and peruse the stuff we have in our background. Some lovely artwork here and there. I particularly like I just a quick aside, I particularly like the autographed picture in the background there, Los. I gotta get me one of those one of these days.
That's me, autographed by me, and I also have my cat Alf over here, just to surround yourself with people you care about, right?
There you go. You'd love to see it. So.
Yeah, I've never actually looked at your art. What do you got rocking in the background?
So wrong way, but this one here directly behind me, the big one, that's the poster from the grand finals of the Titans versus Shock. My ticket that I had that I got to the game is also in that frame, and then just 2 pieces of artwork for like D&D and stuff. So just some fun things back there. There's also a bookshelf over there, but you can't see any of the books that are on it, which is a shame. There's some good titles there, but. Hey,
I also see is that a Winston over there? And
there is, yeah. That's Winston, and that's Snowball from May's little drone thing. So there you go.
Nice. I like it. Yeah, I've got for any FNAF fans out there, we've got Foxy featured in Five Nights at Freddy's 4.
Well, there you go. There you go. To our audience, we're gonna get into the game in just a moment, but here's some lore about the casters. You didn't ask for it, but you got it anyway. So here we are.
Hey, it's always good to know a little bit more about those voices that you hear week in and week out, right? It adds to it. But from what we saw in about the 3 seconds that we did get gameplay footage, that was the exact composition we saw BSC bring every single map yesterday. They have not changed. I'm wondering to see if that'll work out or it will be smashed to pieces the second this starts.
I mean, it's not a bad composition. It makes sense. It's a form of the the Wrecking Ball dive we've come to see, very frequently. Obviously, instead of that second mobility character in the DPS department, or a more anchor, target like an Ashe or a Cassidy, you're using the Torbjorn. So it's not a bad selection, and if you can make Torbjorn work, you can definitely make it cause some pain. It's certainly not the most optimal pick. It's not it's not like a throw pick or anything. You can definitely make it have success. The tart does a lot to sort of shut down that counter, or to put pressure on people diving into you. It's a very healthy target, hard to dive as well, so it's not like it's a bad composition. It definitely does have moments you can exploit though, so we'll see if that can find space. For UT Dallas though, they're playing a form of the dive composition that usually has Somber Reaper, but playing the Tracer Echo instead. So a lot of burst damage on play for UT Dallas, and that might just be the thing that Narwhal has to give an eye out for, specifically those sticky bombs and focusing beam from Kashir Khan.
Okay, yeah, now Miro adjusting. They've moved on to the Diva. We can see that UT Dallas, they're making some headway, and they're taking the fight right in the beginning. Narwhal lose the turret, and there goes Injustice. That'll be huge for their sustain as this fight goes on. Shirkan find a little bit of pressure, but everyone is scattered on the part of Brian and Stratton. That's both supports out of the fight.
It's going to slow things down a little bit here for BSC, even as Narwhal gets eliminated. It is actually UT Dallas losing the majority of the members. Slater doing a ton of work. Slater, a player that has a big Tracer in the back pocket, and in this case, in the front line as well, as they take out another 2 players. And with OBL stabilizing Minefield at the ready, UT Dallas lose control of the objective first, and this one has gone from bad to worse for UT Dallas, despite them opening up for the first 2 eliminations.
Yeah, what a great comeback from that initial fight. We were talking about, or I was speaking about them being split up in the beginning of the fight. Okay, here's the minefield. Let's talk about it later. Louis stuck in the thick of it. They have to jump out. They escape, but Kashir Khan is lost in the sauce. They get taken down. Slater still in the back line. Asset denial. They take that health kit, so they will be able to recall away to safety, but still harass UT Dallas squad.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big thing. Slater has been consistently ahead in that elimination in the Tracer head-to-head, and on top of that, being putting so much pressure on the back line as well. So keep an eye out now as UT Dallas walks in. Pulse Bomb at the ready for Petal.
Okay, going through. There's the Pulse Bomb, but everyone moves away. Might have gotten a good amount of damage on OBL, but here is the response. It's a self-destruct. No one's hit with it, but Petal is still being harassed all the way. Louis does manage to make their way on the objective, but now another D-Mech over from Miro. They will fall, and that's 2 dead here for BSC. Make it 3.
Still, the main heals are gone, and with the players being able to walk back in, Petal's going to deny anyone further space, and so the first percentage that UT Dallas will accrue turns over as Brian and Stratton have gotten up to the 68% mark. More than 2/3 of the way of the capture point here. Eyes on. Kashir Khan is actually set up on the EMP, or sorry, the Sombra, and been building up to that EMP, self-destructing Primal Rage in the back line here.
Okay, Slater trying to have a response out of that one. There is Primal Rage from Louis. It still allows them to escape, and that's just good for stalling. No one does go down, but maybe a one clip from Petal can change the tides. Here's the Pulse Bomb, potentially if they're ready. It gets onto the turret, but nothing else.
A lot of damage being dealt here by Petal on the back line, and EMP's at the ready now for Kashir Khan.
And there it goes, as huge onto everyone. Almost all the players on BSC are hit with it, but now they will be able to run back, maybe get some help from their spawn, but it won't be the case. Kashir keeps the hacks coming, and they have no way to escape from their own side.
Rally here, though, for Brian and Stratton, and obviously one player down as Soba gets eliminated through the minefield. Brian and Stratton going to try and push this one forward with the health advantage.
BL being harassed all day long. Maybe Slater will send out the Pulse Bomb, but the stick isn't good enough for a kill. They will be able to just continue that push that is potentially the point conversion. But OBL has so much pressure, they can't provide their own shields, but they will have the kills. There goes Jukebox out of the mech, might be able to destroy the pilot, and they do, but they still can't flip over the point. Finally, it comes through.
Yeah, it's going to be the retreat sounded for UT Dallas as well, as Brian and Stratton have made one adaptation. Set goes over to the Moira, had been on the Zen earlier. A lot more healing available to Brian Stratton now, and I mean, the alt charge is going to be a big difference maker on this one. Brian Stratton with everything they need. Unfortunately, UT Dallas, if they give us the EMP online and land it, the cleanup needs to be there for the rest of the squad.
Coalescence there to sustain everyone. Jukebox flying around, hoping to have safety of their own. EMP again from Kashir Khan, and that'll stop them. That'll get Slater out of the way, and it'll allow Jukebox to ram right through their back line, and it all falls apart for BSC.
Post support's down, though, for UT Dallas. They're out of commission, and that means that Brian Stratton on the reset might just try and get back in for an early fight. We are in a last fight territory here. This will be the last fight of the round. UT Dallas do have the advantage by virtue of controlling the objective. Slater, though, has been massive with the pulse bombs, and this Tracer can really shut things down for BSC.
Okay, and that might be it. Self-destruct out from Jukebox slows them down. They have to take cover, but they do get the overtime tick. They have to just run on to the objective, and Miro will do enough to keep this timer going, but with everyone falling, support's down, Narwhal gone, the turret follows. This doesn't look good for them, and they'll just be cleaned up, especially with this coalescence to sustain them out.
UT Dallas clawed that one back, but Brian and Stratton have been remarkably aggressive in their early showcase of this map, of this series in Backlos. And I have to say, this has been, we haven't talked a lot about Slater. We didn't mention, we didn't mention them a ton at the top of the show, but Slater has, just an absolutely nasty Tracer in this one. We saw a couple of times Slater going in for a 1v2 on the support line and finding success. And that, I think, speaks volumes as to how Brian and Stratton are going to have to, adapt if they want to bring this one back. They're close, but close does not count enough for the victory here. And University of Texas Dallas, a good adaptation to bring the Sombra through and make OBL's life just so miserable.
Yeah, Kashir Khan has shown us many times before how deadly their Sombra can be, and especially with some great EMPs that have gotten mostly the entirety of the BSC roster. Now, Kashir already looking for a hack in the back line when it starts off with OBL dropping the pile driver, knocking players up, and they're taking the advantage. Nuntype goes down. They will be the first one to fall in this fight, and maybe Jukebox's mech will follow soon after. However, they've got some help. They will be able to save themselves with the defense matrix, but no, they have to run away, and 2 more fall for UT Dallas.
Yeah, with both supports down, though, it is so difficult to, find any real sustain in the middle of engagement. And actually, here's a mark of the change. Narwhal has gone over to the Reaper off the Torbjorn, so a little bit more pressure onto Louis here. Going to have a really tough task, playing this front line against this, bruiser character. And Brian Stratton really playing counter to UT Dallas.
This is what I'd like to see, is what I was hoping to see. It's flexibility from BSC. Narwhal will be an absolute nightmare for this tanks to walk in, if they can even get in. Sova already launched off the map thanks to a well-placed boop, and another one goes down as Jukebox. That's 3 gone.
And with that, Petal's forced to hit the retreat button. I don't know that Slater will allow them to escape. Kashir Khan's translocator also destroyed, and Set was good for 4 in this one. And the Lucio player coming up clutch. BSC, on top of all of that, have not really need to commit any of their resources, Los, and so now as they tend towards the halfway mark of this objective, they have everything they need to close this one out. Minefield for delay, obviously the punchy power of the pulse bomb, and if required, the sustain of the support ultimates.
Okay, Miru taking a hell of a lot of damage, but maybe this hack could be the death sentence. Narwhal and OBL, they don't have the abilities, but it doesn't matter. It's all gone so quickly. A double boop out of Sova is revenge from below, and there it goes. Petal doesn't even need to use that pulse bomb. They can hold on to it, as this will be an easy flip for them.
It's going to be into that 80% mark plus, though, so BSC, they're not going to get, they're not going to win this fight out, but put themselves in a position to return to this objective. Unfortunately, they were in a fairly strong position in the last round as well, and were not able to confirm or close it out. BSC also have the unenviable thing of, using a ton of resources in that last fight. In fact, of their 5 check marks, they used 4 of them. And UT Dallas, a pretty vanilla fight from the squad in blue, as now they're in the driver's seat in terms of commanding the resources. Early coalescence to open things up.
That'll be a great way to just get way more aggressive. Kashir Khan behind in the bubble. They have complete safety. And Louis getting back to safety of their own onto the objective, ensuring it won't be captured as they slowly creep their way up in percentage.
I mean, this is just a bit of a delayed fight. It's going to end with UT Dallas finding pseudo victory. No, now they're going to punch all the way through as they get the final eliminations on to this team fight. Slowing it down, though, is big for UT Dallas because it allows them to accrue percentage, and Brian and Stratton don't even get near to the objective as they lose that one. And this is going to be ticked at that halfway mark. So, UTD winning what is essentially 1 fight, but have put themselves 2 fights away, or in that 2-fight territory to kind of close this one out. Brian Stratton, though, need to get to the objective. They need to be able to dodge the EMP.
Okay, well, they got noticed immediately, but the EMP comes through from Kashir Khan, and they will continue this fight. 2 go down, 3 lost, and this is such an aggressive play. They're keeping them right outside of their spawn. There's no advancement possible for Brian and Stratton.
Yeah, BSC felt like they weren't expecting, this level of aggression from UT Dallas, and it feels like UT Dallas has gotten their feet under them.
Okay, Death Blossom coming out from Narwhal. It won't be enough to get any eliminations, but it does alleviate some of the pressure. Narwhal hoping to find that health pack. They do, and now the players move back over to the objective. They've left that forward aggression that was seen by UTD, but it doesn't even matter. Slater now with a great pulse bomb. They remove Jukebox from the mech, and they take the objective back.
And now we are in that 96% mark. Someone from UT Dallas needs to touch. Soundberry just to contest.
They get in. Louis here to try and save the day, and they use the Primal Rage. Maybe someone can be knocked off the map. They're all playing in their corners. They're moving away from the possibility of the environmental kill, and Louis has to get away. They don't have enough health. They don't have the sustain. Goodbye, Lucio, they say to Sova, but they might be able to wall ride their way back into victory. Coalescence now being activated by Nuntype. The sustain is here. The EMP is here, and it's activated. Narwhal goes down, and so do a plethora of other Brian and Strat players. There's only 1 left. OBL and Set. Maybe they can save the day.
That was extremely clutch from UT Dallas. A spectacular fight from the squad there as they make sure to get the contest in. Louis doing a ton of work just to get, primal range to juggle through the objectives, staying in to tag the overtime, and then Kashir Khan with a big EMP that was cleaned up by Petal. And now, in the overtime marker, BSC is not even close to the objective.
Okay, no, Narwhal will stay alive. I thought that move was gonna knock him off and take him out for good. Well, this is a double kill from the Pulse Bomb. You've got no help. You've got no chance. UTD is going to take Ilios.
There is the final cleanup kills. The tanks cannot even get near to the objective. Overtime will tick away, and it's a 200 or 100 to 99 both rounds. But UT Dallas walk away with the victory here in map number 1. And I must say, UT Dallas in that last fight was an entirely different squad than we'd seen in the previous fights through this map. So we'll have to see if that continues to make a presence forward. But UT Dallas felt like they really warmed up in that final engagement.
What a beautiful boop, but it was also similar boops coming out from UTD.
Yeah.
I think the last read that we saw from the Wrecking Ball player right onto Narwhal, potentially knocking them off, and they forced them to Wraith just to stay in the fight. They didn't have that ability. The cooldown was up as they continued into the fight, but in the end, what really sealed the deal in that final one was the double kill and the Pulse Bomb from Petal. This has been an all-out duel, an intense one at that, between Slater and Petal to see who could be more deadly on the Tracer. And I think it came pretty even until that final moment where it was just a deciding ultimate.
Yeah, and I think in the head-to-head specifically, it is Slater has the upper hand. I think in the straight duel, the straight mirror, when the Tracers are 1v1ing each other. Unfortunately, that's not how Overwatch is played the majority of the time. And Petal definitely, running with a squad a little bit, gets those Pulse Bomb eliminations that are a big part of this. The setup from the team, though, was spectacular. Kashir Khan coming in with the EMP. The Sombra did not miss a single one of, those utility hacks. So credit to the rest of the squad for setting up Petal for success there. And UT Dallas walk away with map number 1. Bruised, no doubt about it, but certainly a victory or a win on the map of Control as we move forward to the latter half of the series.
Yeah, this was a great start. I am beyond excited to see what Brian and Strine can do to try and respond to that and try and fix up their mistakes. And interestingly enough, for our hybrid map, we are going to head to Hollywood, and this is the one map that they lost in their previous series against NYU. So that all was determined by the fact that they weren't even able to break the first objective. They weren't able to get past that initial defense. So maybe this will be their time to maybe improve upon that. If this is going to be a similar case as yesterday, I would have no idea why they would pick into the one map that they felt defeat.
And the other thing, too, is that this is their pick, right? Like, they lost Ilios just now, so they picked the map. UT Dallas will head to the defense first. So, yeah, certainly an odd look, especially after the performance yesterday. We will see if there's an adaptation. Could be a map, they just had an off day on, and this is really a map they're really good at most of the time. So, a lot of questions that Brian and Striner are going to have to answer, and not just in this map, but just in the series in general, because even as it is 100 to 99 in those 2 rounds. They just could not close out a couple of impact fights where they had the lead, I might add, in the resource bank, right? In that utility setup, those glowing check marks, they need to be used to effect. And for BSC, the fact they weren't able to do so is going to plague them, I think, and haunt them a little bit as we move into map number 2.
Yeah, I think the biggest issue was how they used most of their ultimates to stall out an unnecessary fight. They just wanted to get a higher percentage to finish things off, and that definitely led to their detriment because they were bullied multiple times trying to leave the spawn room, and hopefully they won't have to deal with the same issue today. Now they're going to jump back into one of their more comfortable compositions as Narwhal's back on Torb.
Hollywood A is such a good point for Torbjorn. You can really hide the turret and kind of find space for yourself to work out. Unfortunately, you have to head to the attack first, so you don't get nearly as much value with it. See how well UT Dallas can respond as we see Petal on the Hanzo. Kashir Khan will open up onto the Tracer this time, so a bit of a switch around. But things starting off a little bit the worse for wear. Both teams just kind of isolating, the high ground that they want to approach and setting up for that first real engagement.
Oh, OBL taking so much damage on top of that Discord orb, and Petal is almost ready for the Dragon Strike. Maybe one more arrow will be good enough, and they find the Sonar Dart to remove OBL from the fight. They just gotta back off. It's already gone.
You'll notice that every single elimination that went towards BSC was assisted by the Zen. None type stepping up in a big way. Speaking of a big way, that's an early Dragon Strike for UT Dallas. Petal already up a quarter of the way to the next one, by the way. And, I mean, this has been UT Dallas just a strong start here on Hollywood defense. We're going to herald a switch from BSC as set. We'll go over to the Zen. So a mirrored backline for the two squads. And realistically, the only difference right now is the Torb versus the Hanzo.
That'll be a crucial issue, and I'm thinking Petal is about to lap one of these players with their ultimate, but Bashir Khan gets that pulse bomb in the back line. There goes a bit of their support and the front line, as well as Brig doesn't have that shield bash, no whip shot. They're just going hunting at this point.
Yeah, OBL will make it back to the confines of the spawn room, so will survive, but barely. And I think the big thing about UT Dallas is their adaptation, for, you know, in the mid fight when the aggression, the passiveness to let Brian and Stratton walk at the choke point, then they immediately throw it into reverse and run it back at their opponent. Now, BSC just has not been ready for that level of aggression in these, you know, extended engagements.
Yeah, having the ability to just leave your spawn is going to be a crucial one. There goes another Dragon Strike. Petal, I don't think they find the damage with that one, but it's enough to zone them in this green room. They gotta get out of there. There's nothing for them to do. Soba cleaning things up as the Brig. This is just a slaughter for Brian and Stratton.
And I mean, for BSC, they're another switch coming in. It's gonna be OBL over to the Roadhog. So trying to find just anything doing, trying to just slow down Louis specifically, who has been a real thorn in the side. A very aggressive setup now from UT Dallas. Gonna be punished a little bit. Bashir Khan, just getting hooked out of the sky. That Graphitic Flux actually gets canceled.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of pressure that was being put onto Jukebox right there by Slater. I mean, they will die somehow, probably to their own pulse bomb. And now it's one in return. Miro will be able to capture someone in this green one. And this is just a popular place for a brawl, but you got to watch out. If you want to get too grouped, you have Kashir Khan's pulse bomb to worry about.
Yeah, both the Sigma and the Brig were caught in a corner and can't escape, and that means players are just out. So a little too far forward this time. UT Dallas will, you know, end up losing this one by virtue of just not being anywhere near the fight. Switch to the Roadhog has worked for now. Brian and Stratton's time bank just not in their real favor as they're down to the last 35 seconds. They will get this first objective, but it is going to be shaky on this next half of the map.
Yeah, that was seemingly... It was seemingly to be a shutout, LaFon, if I'm going to be honest. They were struggling, but it was a bit of an overextension from UT Dallas that allowed Brian to win that one out. If they maintain their posture and just hold things to the back, this could be good for them. But no, a great shot onto Petal from Slater. And now they do have to deal with the minefield, but no one's even there yet.
This time it is going to be backed up, though, as Shere Khan takes a ton of damage. Will walk away with their life, barely. As Brian Stratton continue to take a little bit of space here.
Yeah, this is good. Little by little, and as well sticking as a squad is going to be important, but if you stick as a squad, you gotta worry about Petal, who's going to bring in that Dragon Strike in about 3, 2, oh no, they just didn't get the shots in. Couldn't conjunct that with the Gravitic Flux, but now we're going to see it. Now it will be a great deal of damage as they're dueling out against the rival Hanzo. It won't force out a ton of momentum, but it will stall out the fight.
Yeah, that being said, oh, hello, OBL comes in, and it was Kashir Khan just being a little too bold there, looking for an elimination on it to Slater. Petal will get the final blow as OBL hunts to the flank. And we're seeing UT Dallas make another change as they go over to the Orisa here.
Oh, that was a nice move by OBL, just bringing Jukebox down to their level, even though they couldn't contend to the top. All the while, this payload is starting to move down the line. Here's a rally from Injustice just for that longer sustain. Oh, set! Goodbye, Petal. The 5 orb out of the Zenyatta is going to be good, but you have to worry about Bashir Khan on the Echo. Maybe another shot will be good. This high ground is proving to be not the best place.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a last-second contest now as Louis gets the objective and already besieged at every angle. Multicore at the front, Dragon Strike at the back. Narisa's caught in a small room with a Brig, and the final eliminations will go through. Brian and Stratton make up a ton of time here in the second phase, and UT Dallas caught lacking as we now head into third.
Yeah, Yeah, this is a great resurgence from Brian and Stratton. This is a much more lively squad who can take the fight. OBL certainly finding a great deal of success with this swap over to the Roadhog, being able to isolate those skills, bring in people who try to just go in for pokes and punish them for it.
I mean, here's the thing. Oh, wow, the fight's already commenced. UT Dallas just steps in. That focus team is going to do a ton of work. This fight's already over.
I mean, you will have Slater jumping from up above. However, that won't sustain themselves for too long. And a couple players who are locked off from the rest of the team. That's 3 stuck in the side room. If they get hit with that Gravitic Flux, it's all over for them. Oh, the Transcendence, though, will be able to at least save set. And it might be allowing them to make an escape. But you have OBL who's there to body block. But they're going to be destroyed the second they show face.
Yeah, a couple things. One, the focusing fire before the Transcendence was out was immense. And even before they landed to the ground, a bunch of players died in that Gravitic Flux. On top of that, Jukebox with a really nice wall, using the Sigma barrier to cut off the healing. And so that the ability to eliminate Injustice, even as the Transcendence was running, was brought to the floor. So really well done by UT Dallas. They're going to keep going. Supercharger on the floor. Louis putting pressure, and they're going to take another 3 kills.
And that's what happens when you allow UT Dallas to get to your front line, get to your spawn. You get bullied. It was only when they could break past that initial line that was being brought out by UTD did Brian and Stratton find success. Now that they're back in your face, what can you do?
Well, we're gonna have to contend with this window. The Ant Matrix out front, and Louis gonna put their counterpart down as OBL gets eliminated yet again.
Okay, well, here comes the resurrection for OBL. They might be able to survive. They have the barrier back in place. Petal looking for a shot to take, but the barriers are stopping it. Here comes Slater and Miro with the great eliminations. They have to remove Petal, but it doesn't even matter. They're all alone. That's 5 dead.
That being said, this is going to be the last fight of the map. 20 seconds left, and the question is, can Brian and Stratton capture the objective in full to give themselves a chance at a second attack should UT Dallas complete the map? We are headed to the overtime marker as UT Dallas walk back in. Gravitic Flux at the ready, not much else. Brian Stratton about to meet them. Miro, 95% on the board.
Jumping from above, Slater does get a good deal of damage, but can they build upon it? Kashir Khan, you with the Doomfist, might be able to cheese out just 1 kill. They don't find it. They're looking for more, but they have to back off. They can't bring in the damage that they want. Louis gone. That might be a barrier out of commission, and they're just trying to shoot at anything they can. The fight is so extended, but they are finding success. Finally, Slayer gets turned into a pulp. Maybe they can build upon it, and yes, they do. 3 are gone, and Justice does have the Valkyrie. Slater's back in the fight. Well, what else do they got working for him, especially with that amplification matrix? The Immortality Field is about to be gone, and there's nothing left for Brian and Stratton to do.
That is going to be the overtime taken away, and it was Kashir Khan actually doing the majority of the work there as UT Dallas. All they had to do, their objective was survive as Kashir Khan comes in with the punch to get a couple of eliminations. The displacement of the Doomfist, a big difference maker there. And Los, it is going to be UT Dallas headed to the attack with the end of the map in sight, as all they have to do is roll through third to give themselves that 2-0 victory. Not to get too far ahead of ourselves, though. Point A awaits.
Yeah, I want to talk back to Kashir Khan, who I felt they had a great sense of patience in such a high-stress scenario. You saw them waiting for the perfect moment on the sideline, looking for the great moment to strike. Because they went in, they didn't find success, especially trying to hit Narwhal, so they backed off. We're looking for the angle, looking for the right sight line, and finally, when it opened up, that's when Kashir and the rest of UT Dallas just dominated against Brian and Stratton. Forced out ultimates, forced out the res, but it just wasn't enough for them to succeed.
Yeah, and I think for Brian Stratton, their success has come from fights where either they've forced UT Dallas off axis, meaning that UT Dallas has not ever gone on a true reset, right? We're seeing 3 players play from high ground, 2 playing from low ground, 1 walking back from spawn. You know, it's awkward, it's unwelcome. The other time they've won fights is when UT Dallas has pushed so far forward that Brian Stratton gets 1 pickoff and that kind of snowballs in. That's going to be a lot harder to do on defense. And so, yeah, Brian Stratton definitely have their work cut out for them, though. So far, as I said, the benefit of their composition is going to be showcased on this first point.
This should be Narwhal's time to shine. They're just sending out those pre-fire spams. The turret not placed in any sort of cheeky position. It'll be very straightforward. You want to deal with that, you got to break the barrier.
Well, no hit scan for Brian and Stratton, so Kashir Khan really going to have their, cake and eat it too. The Resurrect will be brought back. That's just another elimination opportunity for UT Dallas, though, as they're already on the objective.
Narwhal being used for the res. They have the turret back in place, and they're just looking for shots, not landing much, and they have to watch for their back line because here comes Louis, 1 HP. Finally, they will finish it off. 3 already gone there for Brian and Stratton. They got to clear out the rest of the cafe. It's closed. Slater might be good for another one before they go down, but that'll be it.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's just a case of Brian and Stratton trying to take that poke phase too aggressively, and the elimination comes in. All of it set up by the concussive blast by Kashir Khan. The displacement of the Pharah, a big part of that. As Slater goes over the Widow, Kashir Khan's gonna just walk back to spawn, switch to something a little bit more mobile, and say, yeah, okay, that's I won't take that fight. I just won't take that fight.
Sometimes it's not about the fights you take, it's the ones you don't. Maybe. Perhaps. Regardless, they're moving that payload on up, and there's a bit of a nuisance here, and it's called Petal with the Dragon Strike. You gotta move off of that positioning. They're not done yet. They keep looking for those shots, and although they don't find success initially, they've taken the high ground. They've taken so much space away from BSC.
I mean, they've taken the entire half of this phase away from Brian Stratton, right? And sometimes space is really all you need to keep the fight going. And with how scattered Brian and Stratton is, it's allowing Louis to set up for some very aggressive play. And this has forced Brian Stratton to take an unwelcome fight. They'll take Louis down, but Brian and Stratton still aren't really an advantage as the cart continues to roll forward.
Oh, they've been getting free real estate all day. Narwhal finally challenged out here by Slater. And, well, there goes Slater.
That was really nice from Kashir Khan, actually, the one clip onto the Tracer. And he's gonna get back in the backline as Petal gets, flushed out. Is Narwhal, and the eliminations come through.
Here's that Gravitic Flux compiled by the pile driver. It does force Set to use out that Transcendence, and it can save their life. They walk back into their own Gravitic Flux, coupled with their own Transcendence. Followed up, they have that Amplification Matrix to just give Soma that extra punch, and there's the Dragon Strike from Petal. Goodbye to the whole team of BSC.
And that is actually going to be another couple of eliminations. At this point, it's going to roll through over 5 minutes to get through this phase, and Brian and Stratton have their work cut out for them. They're not going to get an early hold either. With the players walking out of spawn, the elimination onto Injustice, you're not going to have a true 6v6. And, I mean, this has gone from bad to even worse for Brian and Stratton.
Oh my god, Petal, so far in their space, continuing to do some damage. This player is just everywhere. There goes Set, there goes the hit, and Miro's gonna fall as well. They have nothing to defend themselves. They've taken every bit of space that Brian and Stratton was hoping to utilize, and they've got no positioning and no setup.
OBL gets flushed out, but won't get eliminated. Will unfortunately be forced back. Slater trying their best, but as the recall gets forced, Slater gets hunted down by Kashir Khan. And even on the flank, this Pulse Bomb's gonna have to come up big, because running out of time, there's no more space left. And UT Dallas are approaching the finish line.
Oh yeah, we're rounding up on potentially a great Pulse Bomb if everyone gets stuck together. Oh, nice placement, but the Immortality Field there from Soba was enough to save the day. However, it's the counterattack. There's 3 already gone. They have to go for the reset, but Jukebox, they're gonna fight for their life. They're not done with this one, even though the odds are against the wall. Yeah, they gotta give up at the end.
Yeah, that one was never ending in favor of UT Dallas. That being said, I mean, the payload is, the nose of the objective is there at the golden box of victory. UT Dallas is going to play this one a little bit more slow and steady, switch over to the Orisa, set that front line, and walk up to it. Brian and Stratton have a really tough time. Slater has been a big difference maker. OBL has been a big difference maker, but there's so many stuns now, so many ways of being slowed down. And Brian and Stratton, I mean, those two mobility characters definitely have their work cut out for them, and they have to come up big if they want this hold to come through.
All depends. This duel will be critical. If they lose out on Slater in this moment, they will have no chance. Maybe a one clip coming in onto Nun type. Not the case. Pulse Bomb goes wide there for Kashir Khan, but they have more to work with. Gravitic Flux drops the Transcendence brought in return as well. Everyone's throwing on their ultimates. Narwhal and Slater, they're gone. Gravitic Flux from Miro might be able to save the day, might be able to help them out, but no one is challenging Petal at this moment. They've got free range. No one is stopping UT Dallas from riding on through.
There's Pulse Bomb. It goes wide, and Slater with the recall burn is going to be at the mercy of Nun Type. There's no players left to stand, and that will be the map. UT Dallas takes their second in a row, and they are at 2-0.
It was a tough effort for Brian and Stratton to get where they did, but they certainly earned it for the most part. Okay, gotta check out this highlight from Slater because they were having a great game on the offense. And this was a major counterattack where we saw everyone eliminated except for, I believe, Petal in the end as they were on the Widowmaker. That was their way to burst through that third leg of the objective, but after that, things just fell apart. Everyone got into the back line against Brian and Stratton. They set up shop right in front of their spawn, and it was just so difficult for them to break that line.
I mean, you could definitely see that UT Dallas considers Slater to be sort of the most threatening opponent, right, or player on Brian Stratton. A lot of their resources are there to deny, those one clips coming in. Nun Type specifically has been at the mercy of Slater a couple of moments, but with Soba there for the backup, obviously the Sigma just doing a ton of work, Jukebox playing defense more frequently than not. Once they've slowed down Slater enough, their front line's able to hold and put pressure, and that space being gained by OBL just simply isn't enough as UT Dallas sets themselves up for success, deny Slater the ability to get those eliminations, and then have Petal and Kashir Khan just step forward and find space and eliminations free to work with. So their game plan is deceptively simple, but it is working out spectacularly as they are, again, as we said, now up 2-0.
And now for the next map for that escort, we're heading over to Junkertown. This is well within the map pool of Brian and Stratton. This is what they picked after they lost back on Hollywood last night. And actually, I want to talk a bit about how they picked Hollywood. This was a much better performance by them. They weren't even able to get past that first objective, and to get almost all the way to completing 3, it's a great improvement, especially against UT Dallas, no less. But again, after they lost on Hollywood, they brought us to Junkertown. They're bringing us to Junkertown again, so maybe there's a bit more comfort because they don't have something to prove in this moment. I guess if you just want to continue to fight through this series, you do got something to prove, but this is a bit more of a comfort pick for them.
I will say, in terms of being a comfort pick, though, it kind of fits into UT Dallas's wheelhouse a little bit as well. Between the fact that, the Orisa Sigma the double shield looks perfectly fine for UT Dallas, they're more willing to go to it, more frequently. Obviously, Kashir Khan is a remarkably good player in the projectile realm. Petal has a nasty Hanzo, a nasty Widowmaker if required. And can flex over to, a lot of the core hit scans. This kind of plays into UT Dallas's hands just a little bit. So Brian Stratton, sure, this might be a map that they won out yesterday, but considering the personnel that UT Dallas has at hand, you have to feel that UT Dallas is feeling a little bit still pretty comfortable here on this third map.
Attackers incoming.
Petal rising a sniper role as well as Slater. This is what we see a lot. You have a duel of snipers in the beginning, just seeing if you can break that initial line. And OBL going back onto the Roadhog. They found a great deal of success isolating those fights and breaking apart the front line, as long as you could get around those shields.
I think the player I'm most concerned about for UT Dallas at this point now is Kashir Khan, because obviously Genji has to be a little bit more careful with the Roadhog, but there's no threat at all if you're fighting with 2 of your other teammates as Louis Nun Type and Kashir Khan combo for that elimination onto OBL. And they'll keep going for a couple more as Brian Stratton now in shambles and disarray here as the cart has kind of stabilized in this first choke point.
Oh my god, Kashir Khan with the easy triple there. They send him back to the spawn room. This is exactly what you don't want to happen if you're Brian and Stratton. Having UT Dallas right outside of your spawn room. Kashir just diving right into it. A bit of overzealous plays will lead to their death, and maybe this is what they need BSC to try and capitalize, form a counterattack, because they're moving in quick.
You just know Kashir Khan's a little frustrated. That wall climb is beginning to refuse to just attach to the wall, but that's not here nor there, and UT Dallas is going to keep this one going. A big supercharger.
Supercharger with the Ant Matrix. They have to back off, and no one really dies after that double ultimate commitment. They can just back off. Jukebox saves themselves with that Gravitic Flux and hiding right behind that tanker to avoid OBL's hooks. But all those ultimates committed, and they find no success with it.
Yeah, it's actually Brian and Stratton using just the rally that survived through. That was all that damage, and the rally counters it all. So UT Dallas, what a commitment from them. as they're going to head into the second phase, and Brian and Stratton have woken up a little bit here on map number 3, as they'll get this one back. A late contest as Louis has switched over to the Wrecking Ball. They want to make this one count to UT Dallas.
OBL goes down, but now they have that Molten Core maybe to save the day. Kashir Khan going so far in the backline, only managing to get one. They commit the Dragon Blade, but maybe they can get something else. This is going to be a major stagger in that one.
Yeah, that's not really much to be gained from that Dragon Blade. Slater gonna go over to the Genji as well now, so a lot of heroes being selected by, I mean, between Slater, Petal, and Kashir Khan, we've seen so many DPS kind of showcase now. Kashir Khan goes over to the Hanzo for a moment, recognizes Slater's on Genji, and says, all right, I can't switch now. And it goes back. And OBL on the flank, just continue to be annoying and cause problems.
Okay, well now they are in a bit of trouble themselves. A sleep dart coming through from Nuntime, that could be deadly. So they have to back up the rest of their squad. It may be Louis, though, who causes a bit of chaos in the backline, just trying to knock everyone around, but it's some hard denial. They aren't finding the success they're looking for. Maybe a pile driver could be good, because Miro, they don't have support anymore. I don't think they even know they're being shot in the backline, but all the while, they're riding this payload to the end.
Yeah, that's going to be unfortunate. Injustice comes up with another rally, and this is going to be the second phase actually gained in its entirety. There's no one left to contest the objective. The whole hog pushes them away. And Brian and Stratter have really made good time here on Junkertown.
Oh my god, Junkertown more like Hook City. OBL has not missed with those, always landing those shots. Love to see it. Brian and Stratton did not come here to play LaFon. They are riding right through Junkertown.
Yeah, they are really waking up. And UT Dallas has not found a response to any of the selections of Brian and Stratton. They've not gotten a clean dive through. Petal, despite having a lot of damage, has not gotten the eliminations they need to on this Widowmaker. And UT Dallas are in complete disarray after what was a fairly confident first fight.
Okay, Minefield to mess up the turbine, and they'll go right off that 3 dead, courtesy of Louis messing up the formation, and that is a full reset wipe. Maybe if Slater gets away, it'll be a team kill, but they'll live it out.
That's going to be just dashing back in. And another great, actually a big Bionade from Nuntype as well that gave a lot of that space back, as even as they were caught in the air, could not heal and were at the mercy of the mine. So good combo play. And I mean, UT Dallas, the fights they've won cleanly, but they've only won 2 of them. And that is a big part of why the map is already where it is.
Okay, Jukebox having a bit of trouble there, but once they hit him back with the accretion, Slater goes down. Another return of fire. Brian and Stratton going for another reset.
That is really nice from Jukebox, actually playing line of sight to perfection. On top of that, hitting those hyper spears, which can be a little awkward sometimes with their travel time, but the Sigma doing work. That being said, Brian and Stratton have the Gravitic Flux at the ready, can combo it with the Molten Core or the Dragon Blade if required.
Holding things down. Oh my god, Kashir Khan, they get lost in the sauce. They get hit with the Gravitic Flux. Jukebox will be able to save the day. Maybe they can last it out, though.
I mean, speaking of, it's going to be an absolute disaster of a fight here. It's going to be the last 2 players taken out. Louis will be hooked and said, come back here. As they'll eliminate the Wrecking Ball as well. UT Dallas, that's a chaotic fight that they do not win. Brian and Stratton, actually, good response to get those eliminations through. As they continue to move forward. Again, the Molten Core. The Roadhog is at the ready with the Whole Hog. And Louis is definitely going to have a real awkward time on the contest of the objective here.
Well, we've seen this positioning work out before, but not many people are on the rotator. They drop the minefield, but no one is there. It's just Injustice, and they can walk away regardless of the ultimate. Everyone is stuck in this side room, and this is not looking good here for Brian and Stratton. Slater might be able to get away with their life, but it will be punched to death.
And now down to less than 2 minutes, 1 minute 45 to be precise, and I mean, that's a good response to keep OBL in check. Don't get anyone caught in a corner. The Immortality Field keeps them alive, and the Focus Fire is there as well. So Brian and Stratton have been slowed down tremendously. Shirkan's going to make another switch over as they're back to the Echo Jukebox. A very aggressive Gravitic Flux, and they'll find 4.
Oh, that's massive. There goes Miro, and it's huge for the Sticky Bombs to land on their target. That is everyone will be executed there in the side of that Gravitic Flux in the end. So we'll be able to have that rally for the next fight, but it cost them 4 lives.
Yeah, That's a little unfortunate there. I mean, this time around, it's Injustice is on the Mercy, so no Zenyatta at the ready, and they cannot find any way to survive the Gravitic Flux this time around. Brian Stratton, I mean, this next fight is going to be the one they have to win. It's going to be the last 30 seconds when they get to this engagement. OBL gets eliminated, gets taken out. I will say, they do have the rally, they do have the Dragon Blade, and a lot of damage to combo with it. So Brian Stratton has to put a lot of pressure and a lot of their eggs are in one basket. And that is, of course, Slater here as we head into the final fight of Junkertown.
They can lock down Slater. That's going to be a crushing blow against Brian and Stratton. Lily starting to build up against those mines. They might be able to get it if they hit one more player. Here's Slater. They've got the Dragon Blade, and 2 are gone. Maybe even a 3rd if they can get it. There will be Sova going down regardless, but that's still 3 lost for Brian and Stratton. If they can win out this decimated team fight, they can win out the round.
Yeah, the minefield though, and everyone's caught in a corner. They can't just walk out, even as the multicore is on the objective. Petal still unaccosted here in the corner. Gets a headshot to the Sigma. We'll take out 1, but we are in the overtime.
We have to save the day, but they are being hit with so much CC, but the Transcendence is there. They've got the health. They've got the sustainability. OB on the back line. Can they get anyone? No, the Discord Orb and the damage is too much. The Focusing Beam will chip them down, but they are safe for now regardless. It's an attempt over here by Brian and Stratton. They're jumping around, and they are getting the eliminations they need, but Kashir Khan has too much agency with those sticky bombs. But in the end, Brian and Stratton, they complete the objective.
Poke damage there from Brian Stratton, just too much to live through. As the turret actually comes in with a couple eliminations. It was close, but I mean, the duel between the Transcendence and the Valkyrie, it is the Mercy that comes out on top. And I mean, UT Dallas, they claw back to the end, but it is, again, not enough. Brian and Stratton have made these scrappy fights work to their advantage, and UT Dallas, when they lose a player, just cannot seem to get a full reset going to bring themselves back into the engagement. And now, I mean, Junkertown is going to have to be, if UT Dallas wants to close it out here, they'll have to complete the map and then head to the attack a second time.
From what we've seen in UT Dallas's attack, that doesn't seem like that big of a task, but I'm loving that Brian and Stratton are able to bring in their own victory today, not being stalled out in the last few meters. They finish it up. They get their 3rd point. This might be a resurgence because we've had short bursts of Brian and Stratton being unstoppable in these fights. But, you know, UT Dallas, they bring it back, they recenter themselves, and they regain, as we saw on that hold with the final objective.
Yeah. A big part of UT Dallas is, I think, I don't want to say issues because they're ahead in the series, but in the way they kind of struggle in this map has really come down to those fights where Brian Stratton has gotten either an extension on the fight, make it last forever, or the first pickoff. So, see if UT Dallas can make a response. It's going to be the double shield versus each other. As UT Dallas walk out of spawn for the first time on the attacking half.
Quite a close hold here from Brian and Stratton, and they'll realize a little early that this isn't the fight they want to take. They all managed to make it away in that second room for the repositioning. However, Kashir Khan from up above, the Focusing Beam is almost enough to remove Narwhal from play, but it's actually Petal who gets a triple!
Oh baby, a triple indeed, as Brian and Stratton are forced to retreat there. Combination of the sticky bomb sets up, Petal for success in the halt. Everyone's kind of standing still, so Petal will get the eliminations, 50% in terms of ult charge there for the Hanzo. And now, just a great aggressive position here from UT Dallas. They're recognizing they don't want to let Brian Stratton out for free, as we're seeing another change, by the way. OBL back to the Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, they're setting up essentially a trap at this point. What they're looking for, they hit on to Petal. It won't be the case. Movie continues that aggression. They want to get right in the front line. The sticky bomb's over onto Miro. Huge for Slater. The opposing Hanzo is finding success as well. But this is all going the way of UTD. But maybe not. That's 3 gone for the aggressors. If Slater can just keep this up, that might be the save, but not the case.
Unfortunately, even as Slater tries their hardest, the Jukebox can just in their face the shield and say, yeah, you're not doing anything at all. And UT Dallas will get that first phase complete. So technically a faster showing from UT Dallas thus far. We'll see if they can replicate that onto the second objective. Duplicate available, Dragon Strike available. Brian and Stratton, not much here aside from Slater coming up to this Dragon Strike of their own. And this phase is going to be of massive importance here. Brian Stratton to slow things down.
Okay, the Dragon Strike out of Petal makes this room so deadly, and Kashir Khan with the duplication looks for Gravitic Flux. It doesn't really find the value because everyone's already dead. Good problem to have, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, in that case, you could just use that as a little wave hello there. We saw that from Kashir Khan. No one no one nearby, so just getting that greeting in. And a lot of pressure being put down yet again. UT Dallas, they control the high ground. Kashir Khan, make sure to hit those sticky bombs up. And look, not even allowed to contest. That's just going to be a second point gained. And UT Dallas have not really been, forced to take any true fights in that second phase as they continue to get the eliminations through here.
Oh, no way they're going to find some kills here thanks to that halt. It won't be kills, but they do get a serious amount of damage and force another regroup from Brian and Stratton. They haven't been able to get together, and that is what's making this so difficult to play as a team. You got Slater here with the Dragon Strike. Maybe they can shoot through, find the objective, find that kill, deny the Turbine as a viable place to stand.
Gravitic Flux, though, from Jukebox will catch the Dreg in the air. Cleanup isn't there, though, as there's just not enough focus fire of the Valkyrie doing so much healing to keep people in play.
There's the Dragon Strike. I don't think it finds anyone, but they're going to find themselves in the back line regardless. Jukebox from up above will do a little bit of damage. Wow, they dropped right onto that supercharger, but it's already gone from OBL in the back line, and this is so many ultimates committed on the side of UT Dallas, but can they make it through?
I mean, with Miro now forced to use the kinetic grass as the only one left in this hallway being chased down by 4, I think UT Dallas have made this one work. It's messy and it's messy, but hey, that's sometimes what you need to do. And it still has been the case that UT Dallas has not been slowed down on their offense whatsoever. 4:20 on the clock as they try and roll into the golden box of victory here.
Oh my god, the Dragon Strike right into the spawn. Who is going to get hit with that? They don't even have room to move into the back line. They don't have room to leave their spawn. And even as they try to do it, the minefield from OBL denies the objective. This could open up an opportunity. Kashir and Jukebox, they're already gone. The main damage dealers, they are out of play, and it's forcing a retreat for UT Dallas.
Later back on the Tracer has been a threat through when used. Petal will put paid to that, but ultimately it is enough. Slater's done their job, and Brian Stratton lived to breathe another moment. As it's been now down to the last 3:30 here for UT Dallas. And we'll see how well they can recover from it. I mean, Brian and Stratton need to, for the first time this series, win a very complete team fight without losing players. Miro and Set, the linchpins of this particular engagement. Obviously, the Gravitic Flux for damage and the Rally for sustain. We'll see how well they can recover as they unleash the Gravitic Flux.
And there's the Gravitic Flux and forces out that Transcendence, and that won't be able to be used later on in this fight, but it won't be massive. Kashir Khan has that Gravitic Flux of their own with the duplication onto the Sigma. 3 are gone, and they're continuing the onslaught. Petal and crew have got the job done, but can they finish it once and for all?
It is going to be it. No one can get to the objective. That will tick over. And Brian and Stratton now has 1 minute to try and make as much progress as they can. UT Dallas, 3:47. Time bank differential is going to be critical here. And Brian Stratton, I mean, this is match point. Another thing to highlight here as their season is on the line. 1 fight away, perhaps, here from Brian Stratton from being sent home.
This is going to be a doozy, LaFon. This is a very, very wild round that we're about to see, and I'm just thinking about what is going to be the plan starting off. Will we see a close hold? Will we see Brian and Stratton just have to battle their way out of this? Will UT Dallas just play it safe? Because they've got plenty of time to work with when the time comes for their attack.
Composition-wise, it is going to be a close hold. There's the May, there's the Cassidy. It's going to be an all-out brawl, I think, here from the team in blue. And why not, right? You've kind of caught them in the spawn several times. Here's the crouch walk. They're going to hide in this house here to the side of the spawn. And hey, we haven't seen Rush yet tonight, so it's a good thing we get a look at it here. What might be the final map of the series.
Exciting stuff. Oh yeah, and the May has not been present, really, throughout the entire series, so they might just wall him up. Oh no, Narwhal gets caught. That's gonna stop you already. A sixth of the way there. Things are starting off very difficult there for Brian and Stratton.
Just any damage to be found here from Brian and Stratton. They need a pick off. And, oh, this is really bad. Miro gets caught out. The hook whiffs.
No, what do they have to follow up with it? Both the tanks are up, but I mean, Zova goes down. Maybe they can push it up. OBL taking so much damage, and they will lose 2 players on the side of UT, but that's also a similar story on the side of Brandon Stratton. But in the end, maybe this freeze could be enough. All they're doing is whittling down the clock. Close holds doesn't find the success.
That's 1 fight lost here for BSC, or for UG Dallas, actually, as BSC continue. That being said, it is now final fight. 10 seconds left. Means UT Dallas will all respawn with the superior timers. After this, we will have an overtime fight. And giving up the advantage here. No more Cassidy, no more mid-range damage. But UT Dallas otherwise going to stick with this composition that they opened up with.
Big dynamite damage over from Slater, and they'll have Bob ready for this next one. Petal, if they can get multiple snipes from this one, this may be it. They can stop the fight before it begins, but the Bob is already doing so much damage from Kashir Khan. Petal finds another shot. This will slowly whittle him down, but the fight's happening right here. Jukebox so close to the self-destruct, they might just send it in and break up the fight.
Self-destruct at the back line. It needs to be the Mercy to touch. Injustice will be eliminated, and the time runs out. Brian and Stratton just do not have the personnel required, and it all starts with a big pickup from Petal. Has really been on a different level here tonight. And, I mean, this is going to be 3 minutes, 47 seconds to get to this point, which UT Dallas had no issue with in their first attack run. Brian and Stratton, their season is in their hands now. 3:47 just to keep things going as UT Dallas looks to put them out.
So you have to wonder, is this going to be another close hold? Because the last time that Brian and Stratton brought that out, they lost it pretty quickly, and they had to back off. The second they did, they were punished immensely, and UT Dallas almost brought it all the way to that first checkpoint.
They may not have a choice, though, Los. They may not have a choice. You can see that golden box of victory.
Not that far away.
Not that far away. About halfway through this first phase. And so the choice has been made for BSC indeed. You can see them slowly inch their way forward. Crouch walking to the spawn doors. As UT Dallas look to try and close the series out here and now.
5, 4,
Louis on the hog. It'll really only take one hook to seal the deal. If they could isolate maybe one of the supports at the beginning, that should be it. And they're going to start off to the side. Oh, wait, a little bit of a collision there against the 2 opposing Doomfist. There goes Slater. Narwhal might be able to remove Nuntype from the play, but Kashir Khan from so far away getting the shots on the Pharah. They have no instinct to deal with this. Maybe the turret would be enough, but there's no aggro on that part. This is a wipe. It's looking to be so.
Might just be the end of the line here for Brian and Stratton. The last stragglers get picked off. The cart will roll through as Kashir Khan will switch off of the Pharah and just play to the strengths of the brawl they'll find themselves in a moment. Brian and Stratton need a miracle here at Lowe's to keep their season alive. 3 minutes on the clock. The cart rolls forward. Victory is at hand here for UT Dallas.
Oh. A bit of a bait from Kashir Khan. They get the Wraith form just to get away and bring the rest of the squad over to the payload, but this is falling apart. Nuntype and Louis already gone, and they aren't dealing that much damage. This is very scattered. Even Petal loses their life.
Well, it starts here. That's 1 fight down. 2.5 minutes left. You see UT Dallas regrouping, trying to just return for the aggression as they make some switches up. Louis over to the Wrecking Ball. They try and isolate these members. There's one down. Slater out. A big anti-nade.
Oh, the Earth Shatter doesn't find the value on the bridge, but it doesn't even matter because the rest of the crew has all fallen apart. They got aggressive on that bridge, and it will lead them to their demise, as maybe OBL can stall it out for a bit more, but it doesn't have the efficacy. They can just ride it on through if they don't decide to switch.
There's the last second contest there from the Diva. There is no more players left standing, and Brian and Stratton We'll say goodbye to you as UT Dallas take the victory here tonight. A 3-0 scoreline. They keep their season alive as they move forward through the lower bracket here. Los Kashir Khan will get our highlight of the game. And ultimately, what a performance here from UT Dallas. They started off slow in Ilios, but ever since that round, they brought it and were all in control. The match certainly was all UT Dallas here in the 3-0 victory tonight in our lower bracket.
Well, I mean, at least we did have a rising action coming in from Bryan and Stratton College. They did give a good fight, and they didn't find as many objectives as they hoped, but they certainly made it competitive. They gave UT Dallas certainly a run for their money, and I think if we're going to talk about one specific player who was making that threat a reality, it had to be Slater running through the back line. They just ran the show in terms of Tracer, but you know, you have to worry about Kashir Khan and Petal because they are on another level.
And I mean, the talent doesn't stop there for UT Dallas either, right? You look at Louis, who was able to flex across a variety of main tanks, playing, I believe, 4 of them to great effect. We saw the Winston, the Wrecking Ball. We saw the Roadhog a little bit, some Reinhardt and Orisa. So showing the flexibility there in spades for sure, bolstered by the support line as for UT Dallas. And this is a roster that I think has high expectations for themselves, have high expectations for, you know, their circumstance moving forward, looking to try and find that victory, and have certainly put themselves well on the road with a victory tonight.
Yeah, it's exciting to see that they'll continue this run because they want it. They want it bad to see that first seed down in the lower bracket. They'll have to make their way through. They've got plenty of games ahead of them, though. I believe this is only the round of 4 that we're dealing with here today, so it will be difficult. They've got another nice road ahead of them, and I think, interestingly enough, if we check out who they'll be facing off against next, it'll be Northwood University, LaFon. That's going to be an exciting matchup because that's actually the team that sent them to the lower bracket last season.
And I mean, Northwood is also in the hunt, trying to, you know, reclaim glory from previous season, right? From last season. Northwood, the champions from last season. So a lot certainly, you know, coming through as UT Dallas looking forward to kind of stepping forward and making a name for themselves here.
Of course. Well, I'm excited to hear more from them as well. But first, we got to talk about LLS, as LLS is making an impact in the cancer community, which includes leukemia survivor Brenda. In 2015, Brenda was battling what she thought was a cold, but she wasn't getting better. After being taken to the hospital, she was in disbelief to learn she had acute myeloid leukemia, AML. Brenda's treatment started immediately, but it wasn't an easy road mentally. During this time, she lost friends and was even bullied for having cancer. She spent a lot of time indoors and jumped into gaming. After some time, she started streaming on Twitch, creating a place where everyone would be included and treated fairly, as well as a place where she could help others. Since Brenda started doing charity streams, she has raised over $4,000 for LLS while playing games like League of Legends, Dead by Daylight, and Halo.
Alongside Hero Brenda, we recognize the LLS Hero of the Game as the player that made the biggest impact in the match played. Whether it was a clutch play, a sacrifice, or provided strong leadership when it mattered most. Today's LLS Hero of the Game is Jukebox.
Oh shit, starting. Hello,
Jukebox,
hello.
Welcome, and congratulations on that big win. Your playoffs run is still alive and well. How are you feeling after the match?
We're feeling pretty good. It was a really fun game, so we're all pretty excited now. We got to keep our run going, so always feels nice.
Hey, I mean, you know, talking about the run, right? You guys come into the playoffs, you know, seated quite high, fall to the lower bracket. What does it mean to keep going through into this, and how far do you expect to make it?
I mean, we want to go as far as we can. I think we lost to UCI, and we lost to them in another tournament as well. So we hope to get there, play them again, and we're gonna beat them this time because we've, you know, we get close every time. So that's our goal.
Awesome, yeah. So I want to talk about this matchup a little bit. What were your expectations coming in against Bryan and Stratton College? What did you think of them before stepping in the server?
To be honest, we hadn't heard too much about them, but then we were kind of looking at the brackets. We saw that they took a map off of Harrisburg, so we knew that we were gonna have to take this match seriously. We were gonna need to put our all into it, and once we kind of got a feel for them, then we were able to handle it pretty well.
Yeah, actually, talking about that, right? Map number 1 was really close. 2-0, yes, but it was 100-99 on the scoreline throughout. Through the remaining part of the series, though, despite some big pop-off moments for a couple of their players, it felt like you guys were in control for the majority of it. Was there an adaptation you guys made specifically to kind of deal with them, or was it more a case of just getting used to their play style and speed of play?
Yeah, I think it was getting just kind of used to the comp that they're playing, because they play a lot of stuns. They had the Tor blocked the whole time. I mean, no one else really plays that. So once we get that figured out, it's not that bad to deal with.
Yeah, not bad at all, and you guys overcame it for sure, and ended up winning out 3-0 to continue that playoffs run. Now, before we send you on your way, is there anyone you want to give a special shout out to?
Oh man, I'm gonna have to shout out our manager, Mini Pone, because she wasn't actually here at the match today, and that's why we had trouble at the beginning, we had to reset on the first fight because we had some settings wrong. So managers are not useless.
Shout out to the managers indeed. Congratulations again to you guys there at UT Dallas. That is going to be the scoreline here, 3-0 for University of Texas Dallas over Bryant and Stratton College. UTD will continue their run through the playoffs lows. But hey, we're done for the night here at Overwatch. We're not done with the stream though. More action comes up after this. Rocket League will be next.
Oh, hello. Hello, everybody. Not
I was
only
gonna
just
do
you,
the
Squid,
delayed
but
intro.
also me. And hello, everybody in chat, and everyone ready to get started with NACE Starleague playoff action here for Rocket League. We got another week down, and we're down into really the nitty-gritty, Squid. These are some of the final teams that we're going to be seeing competing for those last chance qualifier spots, and more importantly, that prize, that huge, big kahuna of a championship we got coming up.
Oh, yes, sir. We got winners round 5 coming up first off, right off the bat, which I am very much looking forward to, as we will take a look at the schedule here in just a second. But losers round 4 in the following 2 best of 7s tacos. So these are going to be some serious bits of competition. And as I'm looking at the matches, we do have a couple of good ones coming up. Right off the bat, it's UNT and Stockton. This is a huge East-West matchup that we're looking at here. UNT not quite making the playoffs, Taco. They didn't satisfy our expectations over there in the CRL League play. But Stockton, on the other hand, they had an outstanding performance.
Yeah, Stockton has been one of the most consistent teams in the CRL, and of course in the playoffs they showed that as well for Collegiate Rocket League, and of course here in NACE getting to this point. So UNT and Stockton, not typically something you see, that East and West as you mentioned, but game number 2, Wisconsin Stout, another team that's been looking better on the improvement path. They're going to have to prove it up against Rochester Institute of Technology there. That was also a CRL quality team, and then as if we didn't get enough of that, it's going to be Missouri S&T going up against Northeastern. Again, CRL quality team versus a team that just fell short. So it's all on the field today. These are going to be, I would hope, very close games, but, you know, it's going to be tough to start things off with Stockton, one of the best teams in the entire nation. UNT is a team that I think has slightly fallen from grace, would you say, compared to their past performances?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think we're all in the same boat with that one, but of course there has been constant and steady improvement from UNT over time. Of course, the loss of Too Fast was pretty heavy, but now Kyle over there working as the coach for the University of North Texas, and we have seen a very good improvement out of their newer players on the roster since then. Particularly Corrosive came in for just a little bit, but then following a hand injury, Tritone was kind of, pressed into service, which was a huge change, a deviation from the norm for that player. I've heard about their story a little bit from a couple of different sources. Josue actually was telling me all about it. And Tritone, he's been putting in a lot of grind, and it has been, as I said, steady and constant improvement for UNT. But coming up here against Stockton, who is one of the best teams in the East, Drapino coming in as the new third for them after Dark had to leave because he, graduated. So I guess congratulations, but also, see, that's the thing. It's like bittersweet when players graduate because it's like, yes, you finished your degree, but also, God, I loved watching them. Oh my goodness. But yeah, Drip coming in as a wonderful addition to Stockton. I honestly, you never really think you're going to say this about UNT. Looking back historically, well, this is going to be an uphill battle for him.
It is, and that's crazy because really UNT used to be, for those who look back at the chronicles of Rocket League, especially in the Western conferences of all these different leagues out there in Texas, starting off the Midwest into the more West Coast. That was the team in which pretty much you were the metric. If you can compete with UNT, you are probably going to be in the playoffs of all these different leagues. You could definitely contest with the best of the best. But the issue is that when rosters change, the dynamic changes. And I think they are in this weird transitionary period where we saw them lose a critical player down the stretch with Corrosive, then Tritone comes in, and I was really impressed with them in qualifiers. They got into CRL, and then I've seen them in other leagues, and they're looking clean. It's just the issue is that we're trying to fill the shoes as large as Too Fast. It's going to be a struggle. So, of course, we always, have gotten DMs. At least I have, about saying, well, why are you focusing so much on that? Well, it's because D-Bank and Lucia, they've been around the block. I mean, they are seasoned players for UNT, so you'd expect them to produce what you were so accustomed to, whereas Stockton, I mean, they swapped out Dark and with Trevino, and they're still right back at the top. So clearly the change was not as, let's say, dynamic or dramatic for them. So I think it's really just a case of who's going to be able to show up. Can they both bring their A game, or is there going to be kind of a squeaky wheel on the cart?
Well, of course, Taco, one of the biggest stories that we've been talking about with Stockton over the last year or two has been the fact that Top Cheese coming in as a relatively new addition to the roster, of course, has been just phenomenal for Stockton as strikers go. I mean, the first appearance that we really saw Top Cheese on, I seem to explicitly recall that something I almost never advise teams to do, right? Something that goes against every fiber of my being, but I gave advice to the other team, was stop Top Cheese. I don't like focusing down single players when it comes to trying to define your game plan, but Top Cheese was such a deadly striker that it feels merited. I mean, Busty with his crazy rotations, you will get cutoffs in the weirdest spots possible, but somehow Drip and Top Cheese were both able to read it. Of course, Dark, when he was still on his tenure at Stockton. But of course, Drapino has been fitting in perfectly for Stockton. I think there was a slight transition period where we saw a couple of losses early on in Serial League play, but outside of that, Stockton has been looking phenomenal. And of course, with Tritone coming into this one, that is going to be the big focus for us. And I think the storyline that I want to go with, of course, is the fact that Tritone, like I said earlier, was kind of forced into the role when Corrosive suffered that injury. So it was a massive, just being thrust into the fiery crucible to a reasonable extent. I feel like that's where UNT kind of saw a little bit of a falter. But of course, as you mentioned, they were on the build back up. Tritone has been putting in so much effort. I'm looking forward to seeing what the improvement can be, because we saw the exact same thing happen for Lucia for the longest time. Came in as a bit of a green player first season in CRL. There were some slight shaky moments, but after time, they become a hardened veteran, and it looks like we have the game ready to go here, Taco. I don't want to give a prediction on this one because I want my boys on UNT to do well, but I don't want to be wrong.
Well, of course, no one wants to be wrong, but of course, as casters, even if we are 100% confident on a pick, I have to feel I am fairly confident about Stockton's chances. Anything can happen. Stockton comes in here, actually, despite being one of the better teams out there, as actually the lower seed compared to North Texas. So clearly, maybe it might be due to division. Maybe it's just down to how they perform in NACE Starleague. But got a best of 7 to be able to tear these two teams apart. And it's going to start off with a nice Lucia dunk that Trip's going to have to chase down and then settle to D-Bank. Nice infield to Lucia off the post and out. No early opener for UNT.
That certainly would have been a strong one for them to start out with. Nice cut off here by Tritone as well. It's UNT got to watch out for both D-Bank and Lucia. And of course, as we mentioned, if Tritone can hold down that backline while allowing both those two players to pop off, that could be a whole different story. Although they are going to suffer a demolition here. It's Drapino versus 1, and they'll make the play Top Cheese looking a little bit downfield on this. I think, Taco, the real question is going to be about where the possession lies. Nice demolition there by Lucia. Still vulnerable, though, and Drip will find the angle. Upper 90 for number 1.
Strange gap here. I like the demo coming through. The problem is that the second player is so far back that as Tritone exits out of the rotation, that's where Lucia needs to come in. Instead, they go to the corner, realize their mistake far too late, so Drip will be able to snipe that top shelf in the wide open net. And so that's a tough one from UNT. They had the first real chance of the game. It clatters off the post, and then the first real chance for Stockton instead is the one that goes through.
Had a early challenge from Lucia. Lots of confidence there. I think confidence is going to be very important here for UNT. Tritone forcing a little bit out of Drip there. Maybe not exactly what they're looking for. Top Cheese even off the back wall here. And like I said, possession I think is going to be a huge name in the game, although Stockton with that goal moving downfield. The demolition here. Top Cheese can't find the angle of the ceiling shot. But again, there is that crazy rotation from Bussy coming off the opposing back wall and getting a little bit of a ground pinch to try to send it back towards their line. That is the kind of creativity I love from Bussy here now with the low play. Tritone is able to make a clearance here, followed up by Lucy on the dunk. They're still in danger on the UNT side. It's just going to be a suffocating pressure here from Stockton unless they can figure out some way to get this away. This might just be it.
And they will inevitably be able to get that clear, though. Can they actually complete it now on Stockton's side? They don't have to. Top Cheese doesn't get it. Drip does. Now Lucia trying to get it right back on through, but instead they're going to settle for a switch of field and a demo. Tritone trying to get it over to Lucia, but Drip has done a very good job of intercepting a lot of these touches in the midfield. If he wants to build up these patient plays, that's something, but they got to choose it better, kind of like Top Cheese. Trying to pick their shot behind a defender, not going to go through. How about Bussy's open shot, but Lucia back in time, another save.
I'm seeing some good communications here out of the UNT side. Although there are some vulnerabilities on the defense, they end up having the coverage in the end, which isn't necessarily my favorite style of defense, but it's functionable. So we'll see if they continue to work with that. Bussy did just pick up that boost in the corner, so it's going to get a little bit tight here in the economy for the team on the orange. UNT, though, nice fake there from Tritone. Bussy well back in defense, though. We'll be able to field this one with relative ease. And ever since that first shot from UNT, we have seen them put up 0 additional shots on the scoreboard. They really haven't had too much zone time either. It's been the Stockton show. And Tritone, oh, no contact on that one, and Drip will be earning number 2.
Sometimes you got to save up the boost, but other times you do not have nearly enough. It looked like the read was good enough. So good, in fact, that D-Bank was just letting it fly through. So I would say a bit of an accidental goal, if there ever was one, for Stockton going through, but they'll take it. They all count the same, and now they got a nice security to protect. Maybe not for too long, though, because Tritone, they're trying to march right through. That pass, not going to be what they want, and so you can only throw it into Top Cheese.
Nice little low play there. D-Bank didn't have any backup, and now they might lose even more than that. Lucia unable to make this save. Tritone being chased down on that physical threat. And this is how Stockton breaks you down. They get the fake around 1, and then you can see the first man value here, Taco. It's something I talk about relatively frequently, but Top Cheese not only beating out the first player, but forcing Tritone into an awkward spot, and then it's essentially a 1v1 from there.
Yeah, we had Dark on Stockton in previous semesters, a rank 8 player. So much mechanical skill on display, and really all of them were weapons. But then, of course, with them leaving, Drip comes in, and you have an equally mechanical player coming in. So I think the real danger with Stockton is that if you're able to shut down these passing plays, then you still have to make sure that you're not giving space to any of these players, because they can do exactly what Bussy just did right there. Get a quality flick past the defender and punish you for, I would say, the sheer hubris of thinking that you'd be fine just allowing them to shoot on your net. And might get even worse here. Here comes Drip just trying to test Lucia. They have just enough boost, and D-Bank will just send another clear down, but no possession. You're going to have to try and do better than that. These longer clears are not going to help them be able to equalize this game.
This play here, Stockton. Pretty set piece. I mean, that's certainly not the first time that we've seen them take to the sky to clear their end. Nor is it the first time we've seen them take to the sky to put something out on the offensive side. It's Drip this time, forced straight down Bussy with the slow play, and that'll trickle on in. That's number 4, Taco. And speaking of 4s, it feels like we might be on a path for a quick 4-0 if UNT can't get their act together on this one.
It's a game 1. I mean, at the end of the day, these guys are typically from different conferences, so it's very hard for them to play against each other unless you're specifically scrimming against them. And I think this is also just the Stockton effect of they are so incredibly fast on these touches. They know exactly when to slow it down. They know when to take these 50s, and really when they get into those situations, they can execute on all of them. So it's really on UNT to make sure that they adjust that quickly. And Honestly, I don't really mind dropping a game. I don't think anyone goes into these matches thinking they're going to sweep. You're going to have to take some blows and drop some games. But, of course, Elwood wants to be this dramatic of a scoreline, very nearly number 5. A surprisingly quiet performance from Top Cheese. Typically the highlight kind of standout player for Stockton, but I think right now they're comfortable just sitting in that Gucci backpack that all their teammates are providing.
Yeah, well, I don't think anybody would really have a problem with that. Top Cheese almost getting bumped into that one, if I'm seeing that correctly, and still almost making the play. Taka, you mentioned how it's not necessarily a dominating victory here, and of course the scoreline doesn't really show that, but again, for me, it's the possession game for UNT. They almost found a cheesy one there. Tritone with a dish off the back wall. Of course, it would have been a moot point this late in the game. That will generate 2 additional shots for them, but still only coming up with an aggregate 3 shots in total for UNT. They pick up 6 saves here, and then they will also block this attempt out from Bussy only momentarily. The Top Cheese trying to keep it up, and you can see the control here from Stockton. Not only in the possession game, but in that solo mechanical arena, which we have been talking about for so long. And as I've been giving credit to Bussy so many times, those awkward rotations are just the icing on the cake. They'll pick up the MVP on this one, but of course you gotta call out Top Cheese. 3 assists on this one, Bussy with 2 goals, 0 assists, Drip 2 and 1 respectively. It was a huge team effort here, and as you mentioned, Top Cheese, not exactly a standout striker that we were expecting, but they don't need to be.
No, not at all, and that's the main thing that I really want to emphasize with Stockton, is that we say these awkward rotations, and part of it is that they're forcing a lot of what UNT does out, but what Stockton does also very well is they are not afraid to rotate in, grab some boost, and say, I can go back in, and just immediately keep you pressuring. So all these teams that like to slow the play down and build up a calm, kind of patient foundation on possession, they're going to get smacked in the face repeatedly because Stockton's not going to allow you to have that. They're more than capable of adjusting to you, and so you really have to put them in weird positions, which is why I think those infield passes, when they do come in from D-Bank into Lucia, it went off the post, but the great opportunity about that is that it's the few moments that Stockton allows you to create, and that's where you have to execute just like they have been whenever they're given space.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the key here for UNT, and I think zone time is definitely going to be a huge goal for them as they move forward now into Game 2. As I was talking about, the scoreline may not have been necessarily completely, well, it was fairly one-sided, but it wasn't a complete blowout. We've seen bigger deficits be overcome before, but it was the possession game that really weighed heavily on my mind. So as we move into Game 2, now Stockton, a clear advantage in this one, but UNT not out of it by any means. Of course, forfeiting a goal number 1 here would certainly not be helpful, though. Drip unable to get that one towards the midfield.
D-Bank is still going to be on the back foot, and now trying to get right on the front. Here's is off the ceiling. I still have boost. He does have the flip, but no contact. Chop Cheese, immediate challenge. Into the ceiling it goes. Lucia trying to slow it down. That's a flip reset. Again, no contact. I do like how UNT taking these deeper rotations, grabbing boosts when they can, knowing Stockton is slowly crumbling on these touches and losing out on the boost, so seems like a matter of time. However, they have to keep these rotations clean, as Stockton is certainly doing more than enough to be able to keep it out of danger temporarily. Bit of a double commit. D-Bank still has it, though. Double commit forced out of Stockton. You can tell they're feeling the heat.
That much is true, and this is where UNT needs to be. They need to force a touch and then be able to punish on it immediately. Bussy, I think, just barely avoiding a little bit of contact there with Tritone. Well, at least saw the play out for UNT's defense. Lucy actually bumped into that one, still playable on this ball. Trying to make something cheesy, have it all by themselves, but Top Cheese is there just in time to make the play defensively. Stockton under the first bit of pressure that we've seen in quite some time here, talking about UNT. This is the adaptation that we need to see. They will be able to cut this one off. Lucio looking for the backboard read. Drippino is there first. Now Tritone, maybe towards the mid, gonna opt for the shot themselves. I have to appreciate is keeping from using multiple resources on that play, maintaining that control. I do respect that in a variety of ways.
This is the adjustments I wanted to see. Look at UNT with the repeated possession. Stockton has not even recorded a shot. We're nearly 2 minutes into this one, so as long as UNT can make sure all of the gaps in the midfield are closed, and going to be very difficult for Stockton to bust out. Here's really the only chance they've had, and will result in a nice backboard read. It's straight down on the near post. A bit of a double commit, but no harm, no foul. It will be inevitably able to be kicked out, and now here comes the counter. Tritone trying to get free, but Top Cheese is going to send him right to the Shadow Realm, and supposed to solve to Lucia now.
Ooh, they've got an option in the mid. I like the idea for the fake there. Dripino would have had to respect that pass, so they opted for the quick play instead. Now D-Bank in a little bit of trouble. We'll be able to safely guide this one out to the corner, but this might represent the first offensive possession we've seen for Stockton on this game. Bussy with a cutoff. Only as far as the midfield, though. They're really struggling to get something worked out here. Tritone, a nice little secondary contact on that one. I'm noticing that the... ooh, hang on a second, Bussy. All right, I like this cheesy play. And speaking of cheese, oh no, Top Cheese is denied by D-Make on the line. The ice in the veins for the team leader will keep this one even. They're even looking at a transition here, but Top Cheese with the clearance away.
And some plays like that, you don't need to give Stockton a lot of looks. That's their very first shot of the game, and it was nearly in by about 75% of the ball. Great save by D-Bank, but I think that's another warning that, yes, you are playing better this game, but it doesn't mean that you've completely locked Stockton out of contention, especially on these counterattacks. Bussy thought they were going to be looking for an infield pass, but no one was there. They give it away, and then Tritone trying to send it to the mid again. No contact. Drip down into Bussy. That's a miss, or maybe a purposeful leave. Top Cheese will not be up for that one, so D-Bank just going to send it right back into mid as we're now under 2 minutes to play.
Very simplistic seeming touch on that last clearance there by D-Bank, but still insane value. And even on that note, I've been noticing that UNT's economy of action, like their action economy has just been so much better this game. More often than not, their touches are forcing out more and more of Stockton's defense. I think that has been one of the leading factors in their ability to maintain this possession, although this is looking like a bit of an aggressive rotation. They're able to play this one safely onto the defensive end with the demolition. Maybe a little bit more against Bussy. D-Bank, unfortunately, with no boost. Still with an option, though. Throws it towards the mid. Will be cleared away. Still, UNC with all that respect to the deep rotations you were calling for earlier. Lucia and Tritone both respectfully in the backfield as we now pass below 70 seconds. Top Cheese, the flip reset towards the net denied.
And it was too slow, and that's ultimately what Stockton's trying to do. They're trying to use those mechanics. The issue is that if University of North Texas is just going to be able to sit back, then they don't really need to immediately get to your touch as long as it isn't deceptive enough to actually make them hesitate. I like the conviction through which UNT is going for these touches on defense and on offense. D-Bank trying to bump Bussy off the backboard, not going to help, but Lucia will stay relevant. Tritone in the middle, nice read out by Drip, so it's going to keep that Stockton end clear, and now Lucia's going to have to dig it out from the corner. To be honest, it's going to be pretty heartbreaking. CUNT, they're not able to pull this one out. However, they're certainly on a better foot starting off, but it's about how you end nearly. Top Cheese getting a goal to end it right there.
And Tritone unable to force that one away from Top Cheese, and it looked dicey for a moment. Fortunately, they had the backup. I would care to say that that was the first relative inaccuracy that we've seen out of the UNT defense so far. A nice touch up here from Lucia, but it's still in a difficult spot. The physical play attempt will at least be enough to see this one away. Bussy under control, but not for long. Lucia shut down. No double tap here, though. Looks like a relatively inert ball, and we will drop into OT. 0-0 in game 2.
And look at the shot differential. I mean, it has mounted to more and more from Stockton. They're sitting at 4, but it's the 7 from UNT that I'm very proud of. It's more than doubled what they were really getting last game, and no longer sitting on their half waiting. They're the ones actually making sure that they're controlling the conversation. The issue is that you can keep a team down, but only for so long. Tritone, clever little touch, only going to beat one, though. Top G is more than capable in the midfield for another clear.
Should be easy for Lucia. Trying to connect with D-Bank successfully, so almost a secondary contact there. That surely would have been enough to screw up the defense there on the back end. UNT starting to try to close the gap on the offensive side. The 50-50 is made on this one, but they don't have anybody immediately available for the backup. They're going to have to play this one a slightly more passive play style than I think they wanted out of that play. Still, though, the respect for UNT is the most important part of this. You cannot afford to drive upfield and sacrifice your defense. And now Tritone with something to work with. Bussy's going to be there immediately. Lucia for the follow-up. Maybe looking for a dunk here against Top Cheese. You can see how they're forcing the play more and more often here. Stockton are unable to take control of the ball as effectively as they want, and even when they do, usually there's a backup. Of course, this is a bit of a notable exception. The pinch will be made, and that one's cleared out. Just past a minute of overtime being played here. UNT not exactly looking like they're on top per se, but I'm liking how they look.
That's a nice touch by Lucia, not only saving it, but then getting the pinch out, or so I thought. That's going to go right into Bussy. Tritone and D-Bank, I think they're both looking at it. Drip chipping it up for Top Cheese. They're just going to try and slap that forward, allow the defense to reset, but ultimately it's just giving space to Lucia. I like the contact, but not the height on it. Not going to beat out 2 defenders from Stockton. On and on we go, and honestly, you can also see, you zoom all the way out, that all these teams are starting to really zoom out on their looks at the field. They know that at this point, they've played so long, it might just come down to mistake, and to be honest, it's almost like cautious play is starting to creep into the meta.
Ooh. I like that angle from Drip as well. But I couldn't agree more with your analysis, Taco. Although, D-Bank, it's a difficult read, but it will be made. Again, the experience shining through there for the team leader. Tritone somehow getting that angle around Bussy. Drapino looking for top cheese, but it will be easily denied. Even to that point, though, Stockton are starting to gain a little bit more control in the zone. D-Bank, nice little fake there underneath the top cheese. Still playable on this ball and will force it out to the mid. Tritone is there with a bump to aid. They cannot quite make it happen. D-Bank with a dunk here against Bussy. Loads of boost in the tank. It will be safely seen out to the midfield line and more. Again, we'll return to a bit of a neutral game. Both players, one on either side, going to be up in the air for that one. Drip! Oh, the double tap, not quite there. Bussy for the fall, and that will snake through. That's 2 games now down for Stockton.
And it comes down to just one aerial being missed. Both UNT players are equidistant, so I think Lucia just tried to say, I'll get there first, but it's going to be too late. Double doesn't get hit, but an open shot in front of net will not often find its way through. That's going to be Stockton taking yet another game, though. That is what we were trying to build up to. One of the historical titans of the West taking on an East giant, and it's neck and neck all throughout. We had to go quite the distance into OT to end that one.
And of course, I think that ended up being, what, around 7.5 or a little bit more than that total game time. 7.5 minutes, of course, that is to say. But UNT, as we talked about, Taco, it was a massive improvement from them. I think Stockton did have the right idea, though. It's not uncommon that you see teams like, I think Northwood is a good example, right? You know, they'll take game 1, you know, maybe like 4-0, or maybe they'll even start off a little bit slower, but then after that, they don't really respect their opponents. They just kind of start playing the game, you know, maybe going on autopilot. Stockton did not do that. They knew that UNT was reasonably powerful, and they were there to play the defense, totaling 7 saves in this game against, well, the 7 shots, or excuse me, the 8 shots from UNT. So they had all due respect. They're able to play it out of their backfield effectively. I feel like UNT, they definitely had a couple of spots where the execution might have been a little bit better, but that's a small margin.
Yeah, and I think the one thing that spoke to me about UNT is that they were more than willing to just ego challenge basically a ball in the Stockton corner, even at the risk of a counterattack, just because they knew Stockton was taking the slow play. But then, even knowing that, they tried to pre-flip in front of so many backboard clears, Stockton wouldn't clear it, and then try to possess the ball out of their half. And if you're UNT, I'm going for demos. If Stockton wants to sit in the goal line or sit in the backboard, that's fine, but knock him out of there. Try to cause a little discomfort because you're around the goal a lot, but you're still not able to find that target. That is now 2 games now where we're still waiting for that UNT goal to creep through.
We may yet see it, though. I mean, of course, we talk about the difference between Game 1 and Game 2. It was a 4-0 in regulation up to a 1-0 in just about 2.5 minutes of overtime. So if you want to talk about tangible improvement, there you go. That's a wonderful example. Unfortunately, it does see them down 2 games in a best-of-7, so certainly not the best spot to be in. I wonder if the demolitions are going to become a little bit more prominent. We have been seeing them utilized in the neutral for both teams so far, but neither one has really defined the nature of a goal. This might be number 1 here. There's going to be a demolition, but the follow-up there for D-Bank. Loads of space and time to work with on that one. A pretty textbook play from Stockton. A nice response from UNT.
And a bit of miscommunication from Top Cheese and Bussy, actually going to end that in a completely misread ball from Drip. Might open up a shot here. Maybe 3rd time is the charm. D-Bank coming through. Not nearly enough height. Lucia can only hang it in place as D-Bank and Tritone now trying to mount the 2nd attempt. Nice little bump from Top Cheese. Not going to allow that shot through. A lot of pinball in the half between Tritone, Drip, and Bussy, but ultimately it will be going down the way of Stockton, and will be able to mount their attack of their own. But again, it seems like both sides still hanging on to that defense from Game 2.
Still some good fury, though, on UNT in that effort to keep that one in the offensive zone. Of course, they lost it out in the end, but it still ended with a safe transition as they forced some resources out of Stockton early on. Nice little clearance here from D-Bank. Does go out to the mid, but they should have this dunk. At least play with a neutral 50-50. Drip in the air for this. D-Bank still waiting on the sidewall, maybe even looking for the pass, but still denied on that one. This will go back to Lucia, the deep 3rd player. Yet again, that pass maybe a little bit lackluster, and Top Cheese going to be able to take possession. This looks fairly dangerous. Tritone with 0 boost. They need reinforcement. The demolition against Lucia, though. We'll actually see that contact going back the other way. Maybe a potential power play there for Stockton, but they didn't have the control necessary. They're still looking for something. Over top of 1, Lucia still in the zone. Nicely cleared out to the corner, and this should hopefully get a little bit back under control. Bussy with 0 boost, and that one will pitch downfield.
And a smart play there for Bussy. If there's no boost and you're waiting for your teammates to get back up and support you in a close proximity to the ball, then that's the way you do it. Top Cheese, take a page out of that book. At least like the flick, but not going to have the accuracy. Drip. Now into D-Bank. Now into Bussy. Can they get it past? It was a deflection. Might have been on target, but we will never know. Tritone will just settle it into the corner, and we're hitting halftime. we're really settling into potentially what is the pattern of this series. Both teams trying to speed it up, but a lot of longer intermissions between those pace changes of kind of slower, methodical play, kind of like this from D-Bank. They took all the time in the world and maybe a bit too much. Stockton able to react in the end.
Even so, I think D-Bank, the big restricting factor there was the 10 boosts that he had. I think even with 10 more, you can call that a goal 4, but unfortunately UNT still searching for their first of the series. And Bussy, nice shot here, will be denied by D-Bank. Again, a relatively textbook play on either end. We've seen now what amounts to almost a 15-minute drought for UNT as far as goal scoring goes. They have been unable to strike since the beginning of this series. Although they have been looking a heck of a lot better, much more theories being applied here for them when it comes to forcing options out of Stockton. I think a bit of a challenge on this one. Top Cheese trying to take over. Double tap is denied here by Tritone. D-Bank again for the challenge in the mid. Goes out to Lucia. Looks promising. Way up high now. Bussy has to make a good read, and they will. Lucia is still trying to run some interference, and it's completely open here for D-Bank, but they cannot get it past Top Cheese. Loads to shoot at, but the placement was just off. Now Tritone off the ceiling for this one. It's still in the zone. D-Bank another shot at this, and they'll be denied again by Bussy. What a save!
You don't get to the top of the collegiate scene by just having good offense. You got to have some solid backing in the backfield. That is showing it from Stockton. A lot of shots coming through, nothing actually creeping past that goal line. Now D-Bang and Lucia, I mean, they just keep trying to create, but what's it gonna take? You had mentioned demos at a certain point. If you can't past them, you might just have to go through them.
Still, though, that was a relentless assault there for UNT. And D-Bank, I mean, again, a very similar shot twice in succession. They chose one side other time. This looks like it could be open, but Tritone with no shot on target. That at the very least would have provided a lot of pressure, but now it's two demolitions the other way, and a player in control. Top Cheese will be denied by Tritone. Ice there, Bussy now with a mistouch. This one towards the backboard. I'm uncertain about that play call. I think I would have loved to see a bit of an individual possession on that one, and now headed back towards the midfield line, sub 30 seconds. If Stockton takes this, I think it's almost over here for UNT. A reverse sweep in a situation like this seems nigh impossible, Taco.
I mean, I would say it's not impossible, but it's 0-0. These games have been close in 2 and 3, but just about actually getting the goals to go. And guys, I'm just more disappointed in UNT's finishing. Typically, when D-Bank is setting up for those shots, they're going to be drained. And right now, they're just having one more attempt. And now potentially that's opened things up for Bussy. That's an early flick drip. Can they get on top of that one? They do. A heartbreaker for UNT. You had rung the bell. The dark omen lurking, and it's going to have to be a reality. The reverse sweep. Now the only thing on the table for UNT.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Their defense was so strong for the longest time. Every single time that Stockton was moving downfield, they had every resource that they needed to make the play. And that was the one notable exception. D-Bank taken out with a physical play. Lucia and Tritone having to try to play from behind. And of course, it's going to be a goal against. It's unfortunate to see at 0 seconds. UNT with a reset there. And you mentioned how D-Bank with, oh my god, just the perfect opportunities to score. And Taco, as you mentioned, you know, maybe it's a little bit disappointed in UNT's finishing, but still, when you get those high balls near the top of the box, and you get D-Bank shooting it, that is a high percentage play more often than not, but still, Top Cheese and Bussy made the appropriate reads. I mean, Top Cheese the first time around, you expect D-Bank to take the high shot, all right? Yep, that seems about normal, but Top Cheese was down low. They made the play. And then the next time, D-Bank was like, all right, I'm going to mix it up. I'm going to place it top corner. Bussy is right there to meet it. What are you going to do? At that point, if I'm D-Bank, I'm just saying, like, I tried. You know what? I'm done. I tried, all right? It's your guys' job now.
And that's the value of having really good communication. Also, your ability to be positioned in the situation where you're not double committing, you're not throwing everyone around, just saying, okay, you know, I got this, just leave it. I got it. It's fine. And it seemed to work out. So I was disappointed in the first shot by D-Bank, not in the second. That's just spectacular saves all around. But at the end of the day, it just shows how good that Stockton is being able to play to shut down most things. In that, really, we're remembering those two shots because they're the only real clear opportunities, I would say, that UNT had. And I will say, even though that reverse sweep is so incredibly difficult, they still have been in it, very much so, throughout these last 2 games. And it's just come down to some heartbreaking endings, obviously, with that overtime goal, and then at the 0 second, somewhat of an overcommit to lead the path down for the counterattack. But either way, anything can happen. You take game, or series rather, 1 game at a time, and see what UNT's strategy is for that. Apparently, it's to send 2 at that, and Bussy is just going to collect on that one. Flick to the far post for our opener.
Well, Stockton, I mean, they sent 2 on this one as well. If they had somebody to back that up, then maybe. But still, Busty's so close to that. You cannot commit as the last defender. And then in the 1v1, everybody on the Stockton side is so deadly, and they'll find that one. Taco, again, you mentioned how these games have been so close. I feel for UNT, again, the reason I say a reverse sweep is not impossible is not because I have black faith in UNT. It's because they've had a 17.5-minute drought in total now, where they've been unable to score a goal. I love the rotation, but it's just not working, and the physical play here finally shining through for Stockton on another textbook play for number 2.
They're doing a good job knowing that the air dribble isn't really necessary. They just need to throw it into a position where Top Cheese can hop on it. As I mentioned earlier in the series, they've been having a fairly quiet series, but it's because everyone else has been stepping up. And at this point, UNT, the tilt has to be setting in, maybe the little bit of a depresso mode, simply just because they have kept it close, but now it feels very much like game number 1. We're not even a minute in, and they already got to crawl their way to score their first goal, and then also a second. That's just to bring it to OT.
I think the hard part here, of course, is keeping your wits about you and trying to remember what game 2 and 3 looked like, where they had a very real and tangible chance more often than not. Right, looking at this one, at least in the solo effort. D-Bank there for the backup. It looks good, and they cannot quite put it away. Lucia there for the fall, but Top Cheese even still almost made the save. But there's number 1 for UNT, Taco. Is this the beginning of something amazing?
And that's what I was saying. And you and I thought the exact same thing. Even on the shot that goes in, it still hit Top Cheese. Imagine if that gets saved, Squid. I just hesitate to even think about that, what my reaction would be. Thankfully, you don't have to see me cry live on camera, so you're going to be able to see if that comeback is going to be able to be spurred by that confidence-built booster of a goal, but they now need some more pace on these touches. They're not able to get past Stockton on the first attempt. How about the second one? Tritone, it was just too close to them. They couldn't get it, but D-Bank, it's a loose ball. What are you doing, Stockton? It's on your own backboard. Tritone rushes it, but not quick enough, and Stockton looking nervy.
Oh, and they'll find the angle too! D-Bank with a pinch pass out to Lucia. Talk about looking nervy. Maybe they're letting themselves get a little bit lackadaisical here, Taco. Nobody is available to get out to that passing play. And Lucia with the snipe on the right-hand corner. It didn't look high percentage, but it certainly works here.
It's one of my favorite times to pass on the infield, when all the players on the defense have been harassed so often that they're just a little bit nervy. They're completely stationary, and they are completely helpless to stop this 50, but Drip does enough. Now Top Cheese, having seen their team get equalized, they're trying to step into action. A nice pass around, but it's like Bussy was interacted with, let's say, from a UNT defender, and not able to get that touch to go. But the complete turnout by UNT is electric. I'm motivated. I can't imagine what they're like in the comms.
I'm ready. Reverse sweep incoming. Everybody be ready. Get your popcorn. Set up your camp chairs. It's happening. Top Cheese, though. Oh, this is looking like a good possession. Top Cheese almost doubled by themselves, but D-Bank does make a bit of a play there off the back wall. On the clearance here for UNT, and I have to say, despite the fact that UNT has managed to put up 2, that only ties the game. So can't really make any conclusions about how this one's going to go. This pitch is right to Drippino. They're there for the shot, but it's a little bit simple for Lucia's tastes. That one will get at least out back to the top of the box. Drip again to the backboard here. Lucia well prepared for that clearance, though. Even then, UNC under a significant amount of pressure here from Stockton. Nice little doink there from D-Bank, but again, it's only good for a reset. Stockton are clearly not happy with the game state here.
No, and you can also see them almost just clearing the ball deep. It's gone, I would say, at least compared to how they were playing, are the slower plays. I think right now they're just trying to keep that pressure, go to the side walls, and work from there. The issue is UNT has mostly been dealing with those. As I say that, though, Tritone looked like they were beat, but it's a heck of a clear from Lucia to be able to reset everything. And now we're on to UNT's attempt on goal. D-Bank, no double tap. Tritone will be able to get this one again in the corner. And even if it's a 50, that's advantageous. D-Bank with the half rotation. It's off of the side. Bussy should have the clear and does. Top Cheese just going to throw that one deeper down for Tritone to deal with. No touch, though. Lucy has to quickly turn, and they will get that away. Then try a counter of their own, but nothing much doing. My goodness, it's just that close, the margin of error.
I wonder if that was by design, though. I mean, there could easily have been a call to Top Cheese without any more boost. Certainly didn't have another play on that ball, and you can see how Lucia and D-Bank were both available in the midfield to play that coverage. And we'll lose out on the— oh, no! Oh, no! 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 Why does it have to be this way? I think there was a misplay in the pass here. D-Bank, you don't necessarily see that often from UNT, nor the rotation being missed like that. It's 3-2.
That's a tough one because I understand the thought the entire time. The moment Lucia slowed down, I thought that might be a pass. I don't know if they're going to clear it forward with that little momentum. And Stockton might have felt the same way. D-Bank agonizingly too far away, and unfortunately that also clicks right in line with Tritone only being at the midfield. So wide open clearance and wide open counterattack. However, doesn't mean that UNT is out of this one. Lucia with a flip reset, and they slow it down. Who knows what could have happened with a harder shot, but it's going to be another missed opportunity, and it's not going to hurt even more than this. They finally found their footing with some goals, but you need just one more to extend this out.
No boost control there from Tritone, and now Top Cheese is able to clear it out. Still playable, though. D-Bank over to Tritone with Lucia's potential lead blocker on this one. They'll chase Bussy away, and that's the tying goal again for UNT. And Taco, we talked about needing to keep your wits about them. They are clearly still in this one.
Okay, Tritone, I love that touch. Just make sure that Tritone is not going to be bumped. They hop right over a drip, and that's exactly what I want to see from a team. Be opportunistic in that situation. If Bussy's the only person there, harass them. You don't need a bump, you just need it to make their job as difficult as possible, and that's exactly what they did. So I asked for a third goal. They got delivered. How about a fourth from Stockton? Bussy, they have been a danger, a thorn in the side of the UNT defense all game and series long. So he's continuing to lurk around. Certainly something UNT is going to have to keep in mind. But for right now, they just got to focus on the task ahead, making sure they close out this game, go into overtime, potentially grab a winner.
I love that play from D-Bank on that previous clearance. I might love this play a little bit more. Oh, a miss there from Trip. D-Bank and Bussy were both on the fake. Oh, God, Lucia's denied here. And the last second takes away. We'll have overtime, Taco. I don't think you could really ask for a closer call than what we just saw there, this kickoff. Oh, boy. Hopefully it doesn't end up in a goal. D-Bank, though, a touchback field. This should be controlled here for Tritone. Oh, my goodness, almost a dunk there immediately on target by Trapino. Bussy's still going to keep this one playable. Top Cheese lurking in the mid. And that should at least re-neutralize our ball. And we'll continue. UNT on their last legs. I will remind the chat, this is an upper bracket semifinal. There still is another life here for North Texas if they do drop this one. I would love to see at least a little bit more fight out of him. Top Cheese. Ooh, that looked dangerous.
But D-Bank faked it, and I completely understood it. The power of his Top Cheese is unfakeable. They did not react at all. That could have been a heartbreaker, reminiscent of a certain major, I believe, that we had watched fairly recently in an important game. But that wasn't a Game 7. This is just to be able to get there, and they will not, despite all that resistance, despite constant improvements. You can't hike over the mountain that is Stockton. They set the standard, and they set the tone for our stream. A 4-0 victory here.
Oh my goodness. And Taco, the East-West debate. Oh boy. I think it continues to be a relatively one-sided affair, but I love this fight from UNT, despite the fact that this was a clean 4-0 sweep, despite the fact that UNT got shut out in 3 of 4 games. There was still loads of fight. I mean, games 2, 3, and 4 were wonderful examples of what you can expect to see out of the West. And again, this is a team that didn't even quite make it to the playoffs. They'll be in the last chance qualifier, and I very much look forward to seeing what we see out of them there. And of course, there were some minor inconsistencies with a couple of misses here or there. But overall, I am loving the way that this team is shaping up. Lucia, a couple of times I've seen them mess around on the field, but not today. It was an amazing performance. I think D-Bank even, we could expect D-Bank to pop off some days. Some days, it's a little bit more middle of the road. I think, honestly, this was one of those days. We see D-Bank popping off. That could have been crazy. I mean, we even saw just like a little taste of that in Game 3 with those crazy aerials, but it just wasn't meant to be.
And sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles. And I always say that the main thing that people look for when they think of dominant teams is just crushing their opponents. But oftentimes, it doesn't look like that. The teams like Stockton, the reason why they get there is because, yes, they will have plenty of games like 2, 3, and 4 where the games are close, it comes down to the wire. But oftentimes, they have the quality to finish off on the winning side. So it's not about absolutely decimating your opponents. It's about taking what is given to you and then learning how to counteract that in a way that will benefit you the most. And honestly, that's what Stockton is probably one of the best at doing, getting exactly the job done that they need to, adapting to every opponent. And they're going to have to do it even further because they're going to be moving on in our upper bracket. And so congrats to them. But unfortunately, UNT, they're going to have to take their chances in lowers.
That much is true, but again, dropping down in the winner's semifinal, it still places them relatively far along in that side of the bracket, and, again, if their performance continues to improve as we've expected it, Taco, I mean, against Stockton, one of the best teams in the East, I think it's fair to say, at least top 4, it's certainly a fantastic performance. I feel like UNT are going to walk away with this one, perhaps not with heads held high, but let's just say that Too Fast is going to have a lot to look at and praise them for in this last series. But of course, Before we go, we do want to give a little shout out to one of our sponsors. Metafy, of course, is going to be on the dock this time, which is an online platform that allows players to learn from and play with some of the best players in the world. Taco, I know you've been doing a little bit of coaching recently. Tell me a little bit about that.
Well, Metafy is an online coaching platform. It is one-on-one with some of the best players in the game. Of course, it's also pretty much every game. And when I say that, I'm genuinely not exaggerating. Of course, there's Overwatch and Rocket League stuff you've seen today on broadcast, but there's also CSGO. There's all pretty much, I would say, I would start naming it, but pretty much if you go to the website, you'll see it is absolutely everything. You can have a powerful replay analysis tool. You can upload recording of your gameplay, and the coach can annotate in real time. Or if you want a live session, you can be able to accommodate that as well. You can book your first session in less than 3 minutes. The scheduling tool is so incredibly powerful. Coaches set their availabilities. You select when you're good. They communicate through DMs, and then you just hook up from there. So it's a great session booker for me, at least, because I do some coaching through Metafy for Rocket League, and honestly, super efficient, super clean, and honestly, I have nothing but good things to say about it. So if you want to be able to look for individual improvement, there is that. But of course, Squid, you can also get that if you are a collegiate program looking to up your individual players to that next level as well.
Of course, and I mentioned now Too Fast has been doing a lot of work for UNT, but that does not necessarily mean that if you don't have somebody fantastic behind the scenes, that does not mean that you can't get anybody. Metafy also supports that, and I have to say, you know, for collegiate players, there is always room for improvement, even at the top level of play. You know, we love to see that coaching staff and the esports staff getting behind that as well. So Metafy can also help you with that. Reach out to learn how they can help you with one-on-one coaching, team coaching, and competitive analysis. Taco, that's going to do it for Series 1. I think we've already talked our point about that. The viewers perhaps getting their ears talked a little bit off on that one, but we do have more matches coming up here. University of Wisconsin Stout versus the Rochester Institute of Technology next. I gotta say, I'm fairly excited for that one.
I certainly am too, but of course we have to calm down and make sure that our heart rate's lowered and get some water. As to you, we'll be right back after a short break with more NACE Collegiate Starleague for Rocket League playoffs.
Welcome back, everyone, to NACE Starleague. Once again, it is me, Squid, and Danger Taco. We're here. Match number 2 on the night for Rocket League. Taco, we're moving down onto the lower bracket. It's round 4. These teams have quite the gauntlet to face if they want to make it over into the winners final. And again, we talked limitedly about this. The chance for the LCQ towards CRL Worlds is on the line in this bracket.
Yeah, and when we say this is the lower bracket and they got a gauntlet, we're not just talking about tough teams, we're talking about multiple series. This alone is just round 4, and it's to the numbers specifically because we were both saying, wait, what should we call this matchup? We have to get through 1 round, 2 rounds, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 just to be able to potentially go back up. So it's a lot of games to go, and this is only going to be one of them. And if we're either one of these teams, probably wish for a bit of an easier matchup, but that's not how the NACE playoff works. These are the first and second teams in each of these many divisions, and it's going to be a battle. It is UW Stout, and it is going to be Rochester Institute of Technology, the latter being one of those teams that actually did qualify into league play for CRL.
Oh, yeah, and they are looking hot lately. Let me tell you that, I mean, this is a team that we've seen go in and out of that top level of collegiate play for a while now. So for them to make an appearance here in NACE Starleague from a little bit further down the line on the bracket is not surprising at all. And frankly, Taco, I wouldn't be surprised if they got put down here by somebody like Northwood, of course, sitting there at that 18th seed. It doesn't look like it's a terribly strong placement, of course, considering that we are now in the semifinal round. We just saw a winner's semifinal round on the last match between Stockton and UNT, but, you know, sitting at the 18th seed, they could easily have been knocked down early on by a team like Northwood, for instance, which is incredibly strong, of course, and they could be here trying to make the lower bracket run, trying to emulate what we saw out of Team Queso at the winter major there. Of course, we're not going to stop making reference to that because it was awesome. But we do have the players ready. UW Stout, I mean, we've seen them on stream before. There are certainly no pushovers. Even at the 33rd seed, you still cannot take them out of the competition just yet.
Yeah, and certainly when I'm looking at Axel Brave and LRK on the side of Wisconsin Stout, you might not have seen them in too many high-level tournaments, but they have making some deep runs, and certainly from seeing them in ranked, they haunt my nightmares. So we're going to be able to see if they can do a similar effect onto RIT. And again, another best of 7 here. This time in the lower bracket, the loser is completely out of contention.
Well, frankly, Taco, I feel like anybody that you meet in ranked haunts your nightmares at least a little bit. But,
right,
you know,
well,
I think...
See, I set you up for that, and I trusted that that wouldn't be said, but apparently everyone can stab you in the back there.
Oh, well. In any case, we'll move forward. I think I'm just gonna ignore that for now and hope that our friendship is still intact. But either way, Wisconsin gonna be the victims of the first shot on target there. They will, of course, easily save it away. They're looking for a nice shot here, too. Jakob was able to just get enough of a force away on that one. LRK towards the mid will be denied all the way downfield now. And Brave is off to the races against Jakob. Will not be able to make the 50-50 way. It was so close, but no cigar.
So incredibly close on that one, and Jakob always opportunistic, always likes to be able to take advantage of the situation, but look at the intelligence, knowing that if they try to shoot that, it's probably going to be an easier save, but how you make awkward by forcing it into a 50 instead. Brave tried their best, but sometimes it's just not enough, and that's a nice goal by RIT, seeing the opening on the counter and taking it to the exact precision required.
We'll see if they've got more in them, though. Of course, Stout most likely not going to go down without a fight. I would be rather surprised if we saw any team go down without a fight, frankly. Nice little touch here from Sunblaze looking for Jakob, of course, just a little bit too far afield, and now this is going to go quite far afield. That doink there, though. Should see them with some space and time. Given our requited touch on that one just allows Axel to take a bit of control. I like that demolition there for LRK. Should allow them some space and time, but it's a relatively slow game here out of the gate, of course, despite that first goal. Seems like both teams playing relatively cautiously. A double commit there, neither player making contact. Sunblaze now down the other way. Where have we seen this one before? It's still denied. And Brave for the follow-up. But Taco, that is not the first time we've seen Wisconsin in a bit of an odd spot defensively.
Oh, no, not at all. But at the end of the day, the recovery is still there. So it shows that they are able to patch that hole if it does appear. And Jakob and Sunblaze nearly didn't on that one. Ball shot just behind most of them on the near post, though save will come through. Axel trying to tap, but another slight giveaway. Brave, we've seen his defensive exploits. How about the offensive? Apparently not enough pace, but I can't see the same about that clear. Nearly tucking in under the crossbar, but RT not going to get that lucky. They'll be right back onto defense as LRK chucks it deep.
Yeah, there are a lot of long balls so far in this game. Booming clears here and there. We're approaching halftime. Of course, RIT holding on to that 1-goal lead, but it doesn't really feel like the 1-goal lead is going to be particularly safe in this one so far. Touch from LRK back towards the mid. Axel will be the first onto that one, but again, it seems like there are a lot of plays that are being made for the sake of keeping it away from the opponent, not necessarily because they have the pass planned out a couple of steps in advance. This might be those Sebward with a redirect. I don't think there was anything Axel could have done about that one.
Sunblaze, they're huge. LRK just trying to hit this ball down, but perfect 50, and then there's still so much to do, so that's why Sebward, they're doing so delicately at that, because they know that even though it's over the shoulder, you have to get the redirect. If it's anywhere on target, most likely it's finding its way all the way through. As you mentioned, we're approaching half time. We are now past that, and UW Stout has really been waiting for, I would say, an opportunity to equalize. They've had 3 shots, but I can't really say any of them were too quality. As I say that, I feel like I cursed it. That was an open double, but I don't even think even Wisconsin Stout expected that miss to come through.
I don't think so either. Next, the backflip there, I think that may have been an attempt, sort of a mix-up play. I can't say that was a bad idea, but of course, we'll see them remaining on the defensive half as RIT was able to get a bit around it. LRK with no contact in that one. I think Axel was looking for the passing play. They will be at least able to grab some boost control in the midfield. They won't be able to break out of their half just yet, and again, a little bit desperate for some control. Sebward, I don't think that's the touch they were looking for, and this could yet swing in the favor of Stout, but again, the dunk there for Sunblaze. You mentioned how they're so massive on the last play. They'll maintain this possession yet again into the corner.
Brave, though, starting possession of their own, and even more than that, look at that air dribble. It's perfectly into LRK, and it had to be on the shot as well. Jakob was there, but much like his opponent on the far side, Brave, it's not going to be enough on their attempt. That's one back, and now the comeback has truly begun for Wisconsin.
And well placed there off the backboard as well, forcing Sebward into a bit of an awkward spot with that one, trying to get some sort of contact. And of course, then it makes it a little bit easier to tuck that one into the bottom left. So well played. I think that's really the first good team play that we've seen out of Wisconsin so far. There have been a lot of attempts at something, but nothing that's really come together proper. This looks like it might be a little bit of a breakaway. Jakob into the air for this one. That's on target, but with almost no mustard. Sunblaze for the follow-up here. This might be dangerous. And the bump from Jakob is enough to clear the back line. A 2-goal lead is restored.
Almost felt like Jakob was just trying to get out of here, but instead they found themselves in the perfect position. If that's purposeful, then very well done, because the only person that could get that was LRK. And it doesn't have to be pretty, to be honest, Squid, and that's almost the gameplay I like the most, where teams just know that they have an opportunity. We're just going to get in the way. We're going to run a pick play and see if that one is going to be able to float on in.
I love the confidence from Jakob as well after making that bump, just sitting on the goal line knowing that they've already done their job. It's just wonderful, and they will be able to take over on this one too. It's a good-looking double tap, not underneath the crossbar though. And the line will be cleared here by Brave. Axel maybe had an opportunity at a bit of a bump, but of course with no boost from the leading player, it's going to make it a little bit difficult to actually get that one on target. They still got some time here, but they need to get some zone time if they really want to have an impact on this game one.
What a dunk there. That could be wide open. They're choosing who wants to shoot it. Someone's got to go, and apparently it's going to be Axel getting that one through. So still some hope. Sunblaze maybe thinking they had more of a piece of that, but proven wrong very quickly.
Looked like a bit of a sidewalk shuffle there, but they realized what the time that they had, they realized that they needed to rush as well. And finally did make that contact. As you mentioned, maybe a little bit of an awkward situation there on the back line. 30 seconds now remain. Sunblaze almost with a 50-50. Akin to what we saw only moments ago there from University of Wisconsin. They only need one goal to get back into it. Axel maybe a little bit over-eager on that one. Brave will at least be able to field this one back towards the mid. Secondary contact is not there. But again, Sebward, easy takeaway, grabs the boost back towards the mid. Brave, a doink here over top of Jakob. This is still playable. Even a man down, even with no boost, they still have an odd shot at this. Brave spawning in the back. Be able to get an initial touch on that one. The doink's not good enough, and that'll just drop out of their control. A close game one, and RIT will take it.
That's exactly what I wanted out of this game. However, I will say RIT looked like they were the one in control. They had the occasional hiccup on defense, and I think that's a good job on UW Stout, not only being able to force those out, but being able to put them away in the end, though. That really is a rough thing for them, is that the amount of times that I have seen the third man just go all in on an RIT possession just to get beat around to the side or up the sideline, that's going to be a bit troubling. And I think it's good to be aggressive, but aggression is a double-edged sword. You can certainly slice apart the opposition with that, but you can also just completely open up your back end for easy goals for on the counter.
Absolutely. I think that for Stout as well, you know, there were a lot of simple errors, right? You know, there were a lot of times when they were on the offense and they hit the ball. and they didn't really achieve anything with it. Or times, like you mentioned, on defense, where they kind of just, go way upfield, and then suddenly it's like, wow, there's a breakaway downfield, and we have, like, one guy who maybe can make a play on the ball. Yeah, I feel like it's these little simple mistakes they clean up on, then they have a much, much better time. Of course, that's not to say that RIT are playing a perfect game right now. I feel like if UW Stout does start to pick up a little bit more, their passes become more and more connected, not only will they improve, but RIT will improve to counter that, because they will need to. This is a team that can play up to teams that are much, much better than they are as well. Teams like Northwood, for instance, who I said may have dropped them down. That doesn't mean they don't compete. So I feel that if we do see those improvements from UW Stout, we're going to have a much better series overall, and I expect them to at least take a game or two.
Yeah, I really do expect that, and ultimately, every single series is going to be a matter of how much you can actually look deep into your crystal ball and figure out really what is going to be the strategy going forward. Do you force teams to adjust to you, or are you just going to constantly be trying to find that missing piece of the puzzle, breaking down the defense? I think for right now, both teams have had a vague idea of what they want to accomplish, but it's up to game 2 to actually be actionable on that plan. LRK trying to get the extension. I like the cute touch from Axel. Won't keep possession, but will slow down RIT temporarily.
I was talking about making achievement-based touches, and Brave, speaking of which, this looks beautiful off the back wall. They don't have them be immediately available for it. A little bit of miscontact. Jakob in a lot of danger here on the back line, but Sunblaze will bail him out. And now, a bit of a breakaway down the other side. No initial touch, though, means that it will slow down here for RIT. They're still lurking on this one. Jakob, nice high contact. A triple commit on the back end here for UW Stout. The drop down from Sedward. There's Sunblaze. Beautiful placement, and that's number 1.
Something I've seen from Sunblaze every single time I see them play is their quality of contact is so expert, but of course it's easy when you get in passes like that. Beautiful drop down from Sebward, and a top shelf, top corner really finish coming through from the follow. So despite our little nervy exchange in the first minute, still going to be RIT hopping out in front.
They're going to be feeling a little bit good about that one, although certainly it wasn't a completely unpredictable play there for UW. You can see the player on the backboard almost able to get that one away from Sunblaze, despite the nominal placement. I like this one, though, running some interference to the back line. Brave is still able to get out in front of it. Sebward now back towards Jakob. Sunblaze will have to take over this one up high, though. Nobody available to defend the backboard. The double tap angle is not there. Jakob also closed out into the corner by Axel. It's still looking like a reasonable amount of possession for RIT, but execution is not quite there. Players on the blue side, of course, are policing that corner to great effect presently, and they will find a clearance here. A very valuable one at that. Good way to shut down the RIT offense despite a couple of quality chances.
Yeah, but these lack of touches from Wisconsin, they're just not able to do anything with it afterwards. It's 2 touches that I wish they probably had back, and Jakob going to try to look upfield for Sunblaze, but have to go through a lot of traffic to even get there. Another clear through for IT. Sebward chasing, losing out to LRK, though no backboard read for that. Now we're merging into this midfield battle, but as I say that, it is a wide open net because Jakob bailed out. LRK did not.
Demolition on top of Jakob being unable to make this touch, and there is no chance for Sebward to recover. I mean, if you're Jakob in that situation, you just have to hope that they hit it in, what, the 10-degree cone of coverage that you have looking straight forward out of the end. Of course, they're not going to screw that one up. A nice tying goal there. Again, the physical play ringing out true for UW Stout, but they instantaneously find themselves on the defense here off the face-off. Of course, there's no instantaneous backup for Jakob off the backboard here. This is looking like a quality chance. Nobody's available for it, though. And Sunblaze the first out to that ball, despite what looks like a difficult defensive situation. They're even on the attack here. LRK nicely saved away.
They're going to have a Brave just send it down on. They were lucky to have that save. Now they're not going to test it any further, but that's a dangerous one from RIT. Nearly setting up for a nice power shot. LRK trying to work their own magic. Not going to find it. Brave, the solo play, completely uncontested. They use the flip reset. It's just going to be a temporary drop-off. Axel with the flick, with the lead blocker, and UW getting closer and closer to that game, W. The lead now in game number 2.
You mentioned no contest there for Brave, and that clearly was the game changer. I mean, being able to use that flip reset, somebody had to get out to challenge that. They knew it, but it was the wrong timing. I mean, Jakob just burning themselves as a resource, and then Brave being able to get back down, and off the face-off, UW Stout will pick up their 3rd goal of the game and grab some insurance just over 2 minutes to go.
LK just find themselves in the right place at the right time. Got that first goal. Now they got their second here, tucking it in their fourth shot, 50% from the field. But overall, I think this is very much a team effort. And I can almost say that on the other side as well. RIT has been struggle bussing here on the defense, trying to make sure these clears go through. And I think right now, UW is just throwing them enough curveballs that it's tough to make solid contact.
We'll see if that holds strong. RIT on the attack here, although it may well be a short-lived one, Axel. Decent 50-50 on that one. It's just enough for LRK to get a hold of it. Now Sedward in the air, looking for a double tap all on their own. A double commit there. The communication has to be present for RIT. Last place you want to find yourself is a little bit of panic here in the closing moments. Axel off the backboard. Sunblaze is forced out, and Brave for the final shot. Sunblaze, what a save here. We'll get back to the goal line just in time. That doesn't mean that their woes are over just yet. They still need something. Sedward upfield denied by Brave. The bump on Jakub as well. It's going to clear that backline. Brave towards the target, and a complete reset here for UW Stout. Final 75 seconds now underway.
So, of course, painful memories abound, but RIT is certainly a team that has been really one of the many. We've seen an incredible amount of reverse sweeps in Collegiate Rocket League, and unfortunately RIT, despite getting that higher echelon, their season more or less ended as they tried to play spoiler against Oakland University and was reverse swept. So as we see, you can dominate some games, then other times things are just flowing so incredibly dominantly the other direction. Brave just beating everyone on that half rotation.
I think we can relatively safely start putting this one tentatively in the books. 4-1. 52 seconds left to go. I think that's UW probably have this one relatively bagged. And I think, interestingly, Taco, we didn't necessarily see them improve upon the passing department, although this one does look relatively good. I think that was the one thing I was focusing on, was that they made a lot of completely unrequited passes, or sometimes they would make a passing play where they would get a 1-2 connection, but then kind of just throw the ball away. They were expending a lot of resources for very little, and instead of trying to get more value out of their passing plays, which I suspected would be the case, they opted to instead commit fewer resources, so they didn't necessarily change their efficiency with the plays by, you know, making more quality plays. They just made a decent, like, forcing touch with one player, and then allowed the opposition to react before then going in. They didn't use two players on the ball. They had a lot more first-man value, which is something, again, I have talked about frequently, and will continue to do so. Someplace, I don't know what they're going for on this one. Bit of a solo play, but that will see game 2 over. And I like the changes from Stout. I think it was a huge improvement for them, all things considered. And of course, the scoreline agrees with me.
Yeah, I think so, and certainly this is something that is always refreshing to see. It's always nervy when you see a game number 1 kick underway, team loses, and, you know, they were in it. They did well enough, and you're thinking, well, you know, there's some things to fix. Let's see how they do. And not only do they fix it, they create even problems for the other team to deal with. RIT at a certain point, maybe this is just the desperation, pushing up too anxiously, but they were just not able to react to what UW was bringing to them. And those are the type of adjustments that I love to see, because not only are you patching up the holes in the hull, but you're able to then add a new motor onto that boat, and you're just zooming right through into those clear seas. So it is a huge amount of danger that UW is bringing, and I'm all here for it. RIT is really going to have to put that thinking cap on and figure out what they got to do here headed into game number 3.
Yeah, well, like I was saying, you know, for UW Stout, I think RIT may have been expecting the same thing that I was expecting, was like, oh, wow, they're making a lot of passing plays that aren't really getting anything done. So we got to watch out for the passing plays. They're probably going to try to improve upon them. Instead, they were just like, hey, guys, they just sat down and they thought to themselves, and they were like, you know, why are we just giving away the ball on these 1-2 passing plays instead of, like, doing something with it? And they're like, let's just stop doing that. let's just stop passing. Let's just give them the ball and then let them throw it to us. And they're like, all right, let's do that. And that's exactly what happened. So it was literally just basically a 180 flip. They were like, let's stop giving away the ball. And then RIT kept giving away the ball because they expected more committal plays out of UW Stout. So game 3 now, we're all tied up. I expect to see a change out of RIT now. They're like, wait. You guys can't do that. That's what we were doing. And that might be a bit of an interesting dynamic.
You can't do that. That's illegal. But we have checked the rule books, and in fact, it isn't. So there's more than available to copy another team's play style. And apparently, defense is seemingly illegal right there. Some plays was just sitting there in no man's land. And unsurprisingly, Axel got a strike 15 seconds in for Stout.
I think Sunblaze was trying to bait out the shot there from LRK, but then, of course, as the contact was made, they realized, like, oh, I've made a great mistake. There's no way Sunblaze is getting back up to that ball. That's going to be goal number 1 there for UW Stout. Of course, that was a difficult situation. Jakub tried to support with a little bit of a demolition, but Was never meant to be. LRK now all the way off to the backboard. That one almost a bit of a waterfall. Brave almost had the read as well. This one bouncing towards the RIT's end, and Axel will be able to make a save there against that shot out of the corner. A quick attack there for Rochester. We'll find no pay dirt here, although they do continue into the attacking zone. Some plays around 2 now. Brave will be able to send this one out to the corner though.
I like that from Axel. Instead of just trying to get a weak clear to the sideline, they know that RT has to come to them instead, so opt for the slow play. But now it's RT trying the quicker play that's going to be off the backboard. Zebward not even close to this one. Brave was able to tuck actually underneath the read and right back out into midfield. So, of course, we have that early goal, and that's a slap in the face RT needs. Seems like things have stabilized, and we've seen a lot of back and forth action in the midfield, but much else from that. Sunblaze, rather, able to almost get right around that. Too many names in my head right now, Squid, because the action is very back and forth, this ping-pong possession.
We got 2 places. Oh, God. Oh, jeez. All right. I need to wash my hands. That was a bit dirty there from Brave. I mean, of course, when you're challenged this, you got to be careful, but Zebwood doesn't really have too much to work with on that one. They know that Brave's going to find the inside of that post, so they don't challenge, and you're between a rock and a hard place at that point.
I really do like that adjustment for Brave, though. They get the air dribble, and then you can almost see the exact moment they realize that, okay, they read my air dribble, they're going to tap to the side, so I'm just going to completely abandon the original plan and just go for the block, and I don't think you can get a more beefy block than that one, Squid. That's going right into the back of the net. RT got to shake their head. Felt like it was all clear, they had everything covered, but got to think again.
Pretty sure that's my word, by the way, beefy. I don't think you're allowed to use that.
You don't have a trademark on beefy.
You can't
you
steal that.
That is a great soundboard.
That
That is a great soundboard of Squid just yelling, "That's beefy," on a cast. Still one of my favorite moments, and honestly, it could be topped by something RIT is trying to get back into the game with, but so far we're going to have to keep on waiting. Interesting redirect, but not going to find the target.
Some good ideas from RIT. Zebward almost that angle out of the corner, as you mentioned. Jakub looking for a pass in the mid, still denied. Sunblaze also being redirected away back into the corner. And it seems like UW Stat can really do no wrong here when it comes to the defense. They have all of the reads, so to speak, and they might even get a bit of a breakaway here. Jakub almost under threat of demolition. Can't find the inside of the post here, but Axel will put it just inside for number 3. This is a solid performance from UW all around.
Look at how UW's attack go through. These aren't clever. These aren't necessarily anything that are going to be bending the mind of the Rocket League meta. It's really just speed to the ball. Brave goes with 100% confidence that they're going to get that ball. Not a shot, not a pass, just beating that first defender, and then look at it going into an open meadow, a wide open prairie for RT to have to chase down, and apparently Sunblaze is on the same idea right there. That's an interesting 50, but Sunblaze somehow immediately reading that one, putting it right back in the danger area.
This is something they desperately needed as well. I feel like, Taki, you mentioned how speed to the ball was a defining factor for UW Stout. And I don't know if you've noticed, I'm sure you have, but it has been a disaster for them when it comes to actually attack. For RIT, that is to say, they have had a pretty disastrous attempts at making offensive plays, because more often than not, when it gets in the air, they are beating out, or they are being beaten out, excuse me, more often than not. And when I say more often than not, I feel like I've almost seen RIT lose every single challenge. When they get something that's threatening, it's always a blue defender that's to the ball first, and oh boy, that's a long one. Thankfully, Zebward is there in loads of time to get it away. I feel like with these remaining 2 minutes, that's exactly what I would be focusing on if I was RIT at this point, is be quick out to the ball or don't challenge it at all. You cannot afford to be committing resources to plays that you can't make.
That's a huge thing, is realizing when you are a quick team and also an opportunistic team, you got to make sure you hit those shots on target, and apparently they're not abiding by that advice. We should have given it earlier. That one clattering off the post, and especially as we look down at this game, starting to come down to the wire. That is going to be something they're going to look back on lament. Sunblaze just in time for a clean little pass, and Jakub and Zebward trying to make do with what remains. An interesting 50. That one almost dropped straight on in. I like that approach, but sending 2 to the ball, not getting a goal, not the end result you're hoping for.
I mean, Zebward even had a flip reset on that one, but it's still going to result in a goal against here. 80 seconds to go, and again, the same battle that we saw. They have to fight now, as in Game 2. I mean, it's a little bit stunning at this point, frankly. We know what RIT can bring to the table. We have seen them provide astounding offensive performances in the past, Taco. This is nothing like what we were expecting. I think UW Stout has been doing an incredible job in their response to RIT. They almost pick up number 5 right here. But not only has their offense been opportunistic at every turn, punishing the defense for every single mistake, but again, the speed of the midfield, the speed stopping the offense from RIT has been the defining factor. You can see it right there. You can see it here again. And the pace of play for UW Stout is putting them a massive step ahead.
And at a certain point, it's just being annoying. Brave literally just drove into the corner in the attack before this one, where they just stole the boost as soon as it spawned. Literally, it flashed for about a single frame before being taken away. And then before that, LRK is just rushing the ball when RIT looks like they're about to have a catch, just like Brave is doing right here. I wouldn't be surprised if you tuned into their comms. It's just the sound of dogs barking, because they're just hunting down a target at a certain point, and it's working to a great effectiveness. Even with this counterattack, RIT is going to get one back, but with 24 seconds remaining, I mean, this is going to be such a struggle to be able to tie this up.
That it is, but, you know, there's never a true end to the story in Rocket League when it comes to situations like this. 24 seconds for 2 goals. It seems hard, and of course it is, but oh, the kickoff! That's gonna be free all the way downfield! I don't know if Sunblaze intentionally stalled this, but now they got a real shot.
Okay, it's going to be really difficult. And then look at Sunblaze perfectly taking that. I don't even know how you calibrate that. I think they were trying to kill it, if anything, but instead, G-up's too far. Player to the corner, can't get back, and what do you know, Squid? We got a game 3 seconds after I just said this is going to be quite the workout for RIT.
This would be a massive turnaround for them as well. I mean, we've been singing the praises for UW Stout, but this is a chance for RIT to take the lead in the series right here and now. Sunblaze towards the corner. Maybe a double tap, cannot quite find it. Sebward way off the backboard, much too high. The counterattack from Axel is outside of the post. LRK cannot make the read right here. Axel to the side while Jakob keeps it up. But that one, there's no way they can get back to it, and RIT will fall here. But again, it's the mental. You gotta keep your head in the game one way or the other. And whether or not they, really tack those goals up to their skill alone or just a little bit of plain luck, they still ended up matching UW in at least 1 or 2 categories. The save count is completely even, the assist count completely even, the shot count completely even. The only thing that differs is that one goal at UW Stout that could not be matched for Rochester.
And I think this is where we're starting to see UW, as the very first thing I said after game number 1 was not a huge fan of how UW Stout is trying to just throw everyone at the ball as aggressively as possible because they're getting burnt. And then they start noticing, actually, RT's starting to take a step back almost. You had mentioned in the previous series that Stockton came out with fire, and then they're kind of saying, okay, let's sit back a little bit in game number 2. I felt like that's what RIT was doing. They're starting to slow down, and if UW Stout's going to allow all that space, they're going to take it with a lot of aggression. The problem is they're still giving away counterattack. So if they can find a nice middle ground, maybe a 60-40 of aggression to some more conservative play, these games aren't going to be so tight. So I think that's really what I'm looking for in this next game, to see if they can make that adjustment, and then RIT has to overcome a new challenge.
Yes, and I think that my concern, of course, with that is that if UW Stout gets a little bit more and more passive, that RIT will start seeing that, hey, we have more space in the midfield than we realize. I was talking about how the space on the red zone, the blue side of the field, that is to say, for RIT, we noticed that they're getting beaten out very frequently, when they have plays that they can be making. Like I said, you either need to be faster to that ball so you can beat the opposition, or you need to not send anybody for it so you can respond on the other end of the field, right? And I think if you allow that sort of space and time, they're slowly going to start improving in that neutral game, and of course, that's going to represent some problems there for UW Stout. So I completely agree. There is a wonderful median that they are currently searching for, and LRK, oh, this is a long drive downfield all on their lonesome off the back wall, and Axel is there for it. Lots of pressure being applied off for a relatively simplistic play here, although Brave, some lackluster contact, should see that one come to a relative standstill.
We'll be continuing on into the corner, and in the middle, Sunblaze really has to reach for this one. Sebward doing just enough. Jakob now into Brave. Sunblaze trying to chase, is actually just trying to descend from the skies, as looks like they actually might have lost connection to the game, so it's now down to UW Stout in the meantime to try to kind of buy some time for their teammate, as going to be trying to just defend against this rabid RIT offense, rather, as they're trying to go through, but eventually everyone needs boost. Everyone retreats back to their corner, and they go from here.
Off the backboard as well, and Jakob not quite able to close the gap, and it looks like Axel has lost connection. Which is unfortunate. We'll get the admin ruling, but for now, the game plays on per the rules. And Jakob taking the lead here. RT, at the very least, hopefully for their sake, they can pick up a little bit of a power play. Even take the opportunity, of course, competition, things unfortunate do happen, and as I said, we'll wait on the admin ruling, but they continue forward. Sunblaze not able to get anything out of that one. It will drop out to the side. Jakob way up the wall. LRK there for the challenge, and they will make the play. Still, UW is down regardless of the clearness defense. And oh, okay, all right, I didn't see that. Sebward is playing a little bit of a gentleman's agreement. This is what I love about the sportsmanship in the Rocket League scene. I don't think they're gonna let it go in, but still, you know, allowing for the 2v2 gameplay, at least in the offensive zone, until we can get Axel back. This is wonderful.
And that is nice to see, and even if they didn't, I mean, this is something that I love about high-level play as well, is that even when it's 3v2, it's still very tough to score, but when you have Sunblaze being aware, as they always seem to be, then that goal is going to go through. Fake challenge from Brave, and Sunblaze is not going to miss that mark, so very unfortunate. I did very much like that, so hats off to Sebward for allowing that to be a 2v2, but ultimately, still get scored on regardless if it's even.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that just speaks a little bit more to RIT's benefit, of course, you know. I do appreciate that. You know, when you play the gentleman's agreement, it just makes you feel that much better about being able to take the lead. So we'll see how things develop as we continue forward here. Jakob getting a little bit of control. Look towards the midfield as well. Dunked out here by Brave. It's an excellent contact. And again, we were talking about how the speed of the midfield is going to be a defining factor as we move forward with this game. Brave towards the back wall. LRK wanted that backboard play. And Taco, you and I both a fan, but it will be turned out.
And then we'll see some more interplay here. And despite this being a 3-2, I definitely think there's the content on really all the social medias where you've seen these miraculous comebacks even if we're playing down, and apparently they don't have to anymore because Axel, like a hero, coming out when they most need him, the White Knight, able to float right back into the game, almost like they never left, and now we're back to an even, at least, player count, but not necessarily scoreline, especially with Sunblaze playing the aggressor, Jakob on the open net.
I love this. Again, the lead blocker. This is a textbook play. While we have the little bit of downtime for the goal, I'd like to just give a massive shout out to RIT and Sebward for playing the Gentleman's Agreement 2v3. And again, I just love it. I just love this community so much. This is why being a part of CL for so long, you know, you just get to enjoy watching these guys for a variety of reasons. And oh my goodness, Jakob denied by the uprights. Sunblaze will be there for the follow-up. And RIT up 3-0, less than 100 seconds now, Taco. They're feeling pretty good about this one, I bet.
Yeah, but I'm sure Brave doesn't feel too good about that read. Honestly, they're in a situation where it almost feels like I have every option covered. And then it goes straight down into the crossbar, and suddenly you do not have that option covered. And you just have to watch as that ball will be thrown right into their net. Jakob, they were playing with fire right there, nearly dunked off their hood. Follow through will be able to go over them. So not much to worry about. And despite all those improvements and even the connection, I would still say RIT has looked like the better team throughout this. They've been able to keep their goal line clear for most part. Of course, as I say that, LRK able to get one back, but it's tough to say. RIT is certainly looking like they have the momentum in this game. Now it's about them playing that defense, a task that has proven to be more difficult than we might expect in the past.
I think Jakob maybe just a little bit of misfortune on that one, as they did have the right idea as far as theory goes for making that clearance, but the crossbar getting a little bit in the way, of course. He's going to put a damper on things. We'll see a bit of a return to form, potentially, for Stout. Sunblaze, that clearance there. Ooh, almost a redirect coming through as well. We'll have to play this one a little bit more manually. Sebward off the side wall. Again, the speed in the mid, something we've been talking about. The dunk is earned by Brave. Axel to save on the back line, but at this point, defense not going to win the game for UW Stout. They might have a reasonable chance at an attack here. Out of the corner towards the mid. Axel is there. Sunblaze with the denial off the backboard now. But LRK just a little bit too close for that one. And I don't blame them. That one much too high for their tastes.
Well, Axel, I like that high lob. It's testing the defense to make sure they can react in time. And not only do they react in time, they get a beautiful combinatorial play. Be able to get that all the way through and maybe even progress further. Jakob, they might have actually gotten that boost on the steal. Inevitably, the clear will come through, so now it's Brave's turn. Now combining with his teammate, even two players combined, not able to get that one to go. And the demo on the far side, RIT can breathe even further because now it's just about draining down this clock.
And it looks like Game 6 is going to be a guarantee now. Those final 10 tick away, and Sunblaze picks up a hat trick here, assisted by Sebward. There are really no surprises for you or me here, Taco. I think, of course, the flow of play may have been broken up a little bit there in the mid-game for, well, obvious reasons. But for UW Stout, I feel like there's definitely going to be a little bit of a mental reset coming into this next one. And I think we're going to see a much more even game. Though, on the points that we were discussing earlier, I feel like RIT has definitely provided a little bit more presence in that midfield. than they had before. It's exactly what the doctor ordered. Of course, it pays dividends right here. They'll be able to touch that one out here at 0 seconds. We just await the ball to drop or potentially to go in the blue net. Sunblaze picks up one for the road here. That makes 4 for them on the game, along with an assist and 3 saves. It's been an outstanding match for Sunblaze.
Yeah, and getting 4 goals. Obviously, the last one, a bit of a gimme on the open giveaway as everyone threw themselves forward for the UW team. However, that win, regardless of that last goal or not, is very one-sided. That was RIT getting back into form, and I think that's the danger that happens. Of course, we talk about the disconnect, but even before and after that, it still very much felt like that UW Stout was not actually able to deal with what RIT can do, and this is where it makes RIT one of the frustrating teams for me, because I love the way they play. RIT is actually from my hometown, so, you know, I feel like I gotta root for them a little bit, but it's so weird to see them play like this, where it feels like everything locks into place, and then the very next game, it's like they're playing on ice and the tires can't grip and suddenly they're missing these reads or they're getting bumped out of the way or they're double committing, and it just, I don't know if that's a comms issue or maybe just they're trying to keep the confidence up or maybe they just genuinely can't handle what the other teams are doing game to game, but at the very least, it's giving us a very entertaining series, Squid, as we move to game 5 with it all tied up.
Yes, sir. I mean, after that 4 at the start, which of course was still, I think, you know, fairly entertaining. I think that we're getting quite the treat here. Of course, as I said, the Game 6 guarantee is now in effect. However, the games have been back and forth, I think, as far as the one-sidedness goes. So it's been an interesting affair as that happens, but we have been able to talk about these intricate adaptations that happen between games, which, you know, sometimes we try to talk about those, and then the team just kind of unga-bunga it throughout the series, and, you know, it kind of makes me look like a fool on the stream, but sometimes that happens. We got Game 5 on the horizon here, all tied up here in this series. Of course, this is in the lower round, as we mentioned at the start. So I should say, whoever moves on the match point here will be feeling a little bit more confident, and whoever is the loser in that situation, they start to get a little bit nervy.
That's over the bar. Jakob is not there. LRK is, and they are very much lurking, waiting for that touch to go through. But again, everyone involved. Brave going for a demo, Axel to set up the pass, and from there, it's just easy pickings.
Brave going for the demo, and then Axel going for the demo. That on top of the fact that Jakob fell a little bit off the goalpost at the start of that play. He certainly was not having a good time there down the goal line.
Kick him while he's down, Squid. That's the old strategy.
It's easy to see why that one might have gone through. That was an aggressive pre-jump by Severd. I don't know if you saw that. Was going for that one way early. Gonna also get a piece of this too. But a demolition on the back end and a fortunate spawn, but then bump from Severd. Oh my goodness. Things are just going wild here on the orange half of the field. RIT not comfortable with being down 1-0 this early on. 50-50 crosses the field here. Sunblaze not able to beat out Axel. Still looking at a potential shot here, and Severd has to beat out the offense, and they'll be just enough.
So Sunblaze instead will check that one a little deeper. Jakob infield, I really like that, especially because Severd has everything to shoot at, and they opt for right down the middle. Not my choice, Squid, but that's why I'm not on the field. There was a secret strat. I'm just kidding. That was a bad shot. And that's rough from RIT because that's going to give up a golden opportunity that's well worked. Previously, when they have gotten themselves in those positions, they buried it.
Of course, when you get those meatballs, and you got to slam them home. But I feel like that pass also was fairly telegraphed, of course, with the lob into the mid being quite slow rolling. There wasn't much of a surprise there for the defenders on the goal line. There's no way from RIT out to handle that one. I thought Jakob might have been on the sideline, but rotated through the mid instead. Sunblaze, nice clearance here. Should have Severd in support. No contact! Oh boy, that's going to be a huge misplay on the UW's downside, and RIT equalize.
Talk about faith in the read. I'm thinking I'd immediately peel up, but Severd pre-flips into it and then doesn't even get phased by the fact that a defender's going up for it. They trusted that that was going to get through, and it did. Look at Severd making up for it, being opportunistic. Defense can't handle it, he surely can.
I mean, being able to punish on misplays is a sign of a great team. Although I do agree, I mean, for all intents and purposes, that looked like an easy read for LRK. I would see no reason to lack faith in that play. But hey, they benefit from it, so I guess positive reinforcement. We'll see how things develop as we move forward, though. Of course, that's not going to be game-defining in any way, shape, or form. This might just be the shot there off the crossbar, and they might be off to the races. Brave with some control just past Severd, and they'll regain their lead.
Nice goal by Brave, and speaking of taking their chances when they present themselves, that is a flawless first touch to set up the hook shot, and from there, Severd can only watch as it's just barely out of the reach.
Well played. 2:54 on the clock. Still an undetermined Game 5 It has been a nice little back and forth here for either team. Of course, the punish for RIT, I think, means there was a little bit less effort on their side. And of course, I say only a very little, because we noticed that punish on that last play from Brave was well worked, but certainly didn't take a huge amount of execution. This Axel, ooh, no shot on target there, but LRK is available for the follow-up, and Sunblaze with no read makes it 3-1.
First you don't succeed, you got to try again. Jakob doesn't get that clear, and Axel just throws it somewhere weird. Sunblaze not expecting that to be off the post, so naturally they're going to go curving into the goal instead of out, and again, that's just why UW has found so much success. If you can keep it in the mixer, if you can always make the defense have to guess whether or not that's going to go through and just dive at it hoping, then if you have a clear follow-up, oftentimes break through all three defenders, and this is what they're starting to find here. 2-goal lead open up, maybe even 3 if LRK has their way. It's going to be way too rich of an angle, so we're going to go right back into the corner.
Ooh, nice pump there as well. Brave making some unwitting contact there to the side, while LRK does have the read on it, or at least the available coverage. A shot towards the target here, and Sebward using the post as a tool. Now it's a 1v1 down the other way, but Jakob under threat of demolition has to toss that one away a little bit earlier. Now miscommunication on the RIT side, and almost a double tap here for Axel. They cannot quite find that angle though. Things are going crazy here through the midfield line multiple times in succession. I gotta say, this is not necessarily constituent of what we've been expecting from this series so far, although the counterattacks have been particularly prevalent in this game. Nice little dunk there by Brave to keep this one in the zone. Off the backboard yet again, Jakob in a tough spot, and Axel up for that one early. Maybe a little bit over-aggressive on that, and now a counterattack, Jakob just inside of the post, and that's their second counter of the game, Taco.
It's an engineering's college. You can't blame them for being analytical right there. That pass was open to Brave. Jakob saw it the entire way through. Able to knock that clean through. And even the placement is nice on an open net from across the pitch. Lower right corner. And now it's got a very interesting vibe to this game. 90 seconds remaining. This game for the series lead. And it's going to be back within 1 goal. RIT trying to make sure they get that goal. But a lot of collisions in the midfield are going to make it a more awkward task off the kickoff.
How exciting. I am looking forward to seeing what we can get from our RIT here in the near future, Sunblaze. Not sure if that's exactly the contact they were looking for. One way or the other got over to Sebward, but again, we're seeing a lot of denial here at the midfield for UW Stout. It's that control that we saw them adapt with in Game 2. Oh, Sebward, I like the aggression there. Sunblaze at least able to keep this one in the zone, and some pressure for RIT. Oh my goodness, that one almost puts it on target. LRK was there for the save. Back towards Sebward, no angle on that one, and the backboard will be cleared away. Now Axel in the 1v1 demoed for their efforts trying to play that one slow. Still finds Brave with the pass, and what a save from Sunblaze. The breach of ridiculous. LRK also denied by Sebward. Brave back to the mid towards Axel, looking for the double tap, and Sebward yet again with a high clearance. And RIT, what an offensive play, but they still need more.
I think that is crazy to see that not only do they deny all those shots, but they're going to have to keep on going. Stout is not leaving them alone, so that clear from Sunblaze will at least buy them a little bit of a reprieve. But then as I say that, here they come again. LRK up to Axel. Sebward with the beat. LRK with another hit, and this has been fantastic to bleed down this time, but RIT, maybe one more attack in him. Sunblaze, it's a high lob. Jakob not able to get to it. It's going to keep up off the corner. Sebward now up to Jakob. They got Sunblaze in the middle. They will not be found. It is going to be University of Wisconsin Stout taking it one game further, and they are now on series point in this lower bracket best of 7.
I wanted to see that pass down to Sunblaze so badly, but it's not meant to be. This was a rather unorthodox game, I think, Taco, for what we've come to expect at this point. Of course, the midfield was just as prevalent as we expected it to be, but counterattacks seemed to be the name of the game on this one, which I found to be quite shocking. I mean, perhaps it was just a bit on both teams' side to try to play a little bit more aggressive in the midfield. Even that being the case, though, we did see at least one of the goals against for UW Stout being a direct mistake of LRK not being able to make contact with a bit of an aerial. So, you know, it was just a slightly erroneous play in that regard, but of course, on the RIT side, I think there were some definite improvements they could have made, but that last little bit of defense, I think, certainly showed the fire that they can bring to the table. I mean, if they just play like that the entire series, then this would be a completely different story up to this point. But of course, now on their last legs in this tournament, this is round of 32 in lowers. I mean, this would be quite the early exit for them, in my opinion.
I think it certainly would, especially because they do have that pedigree to be able to go this far. However, UW has had a fantastic program. In fact, almost fielding multiple teams across all the University of Wisconsin campuses, or campi, if you will, to be able to field some quality teams. The issue is, they've been able to break into that upper echelon. This is their chance. They got one more game to do it. And to be honest, this is one kind of tiny note on this, though. Most times, you have some introspection. You got to look inward. What do you have to fix to play it? Usually, I see that manifesting in after game. The team doesn't ready up immediately. They want to talk it over, but all series long, I think both teams know what they need to do to execute. Everyone readying up immediately. They're fighting to get back into the game and try to prove themselves. And for IT, potentially only have 5 minutes left to do that.
Well, Taka, you see, it's really quite simple. All you have to do is score more goals than the opponent.
I just don't understand. Hold on, I have to grab my notepad.
All right, yeah, no, but yeah, it's a relatively simplistic game style, I understand. But at the end of the day, that really is all you got to do. And, oh, nice save there for Jakob. That looked like a bit of an unrequited play there. RIT just leaving that one out to dry, but they did make a save on the goal line. Although this control from UW Stout is characteristic of what we've been seeing in the last match, I can't say that I was necessarily too big a fan of that early defense.
Oh, but I like this combination play again. It's going to be Sunblaze to Jakob. He'll be cut out, but I like how they're still looking for those touches to be able to break through the defense. Right now, UW is, I would say, essentially just branding each of these touches with their trademark because they are not giving any respect. Look at that pre-jump by LRK, nearly getting on top of that one. And it's going to continue to kind of get in the heads of RIT. That's going to be a giveaway from Jakob, and UW's going to go right back into midfield.
That demo attempt there by Sunblaze, that was definitely a good play call. They had the reinforcement ready for it, but they did not go for that commit. Oh no! Oh, and the backflip here! LRK can't punish a critical mistake on both sides of the ball. And it remains even as a result. Well, blunders galore, I suppose. I think I'd rather have a critical error made than a critical error to respond. LRK looking for a double tap here. Sunblaze with the block. Well played off to the side, but again, it's more and more UW attack, and I want to see RIT on the attacking end personally. Of course, it's not just my caster bias. I just want a closer game. This will be their first real shot of the match, and Sunblaze will be easily denied by LRK.
Sunblaze keeping it alive. No double tap, but Jakob will look seemingly toward the middle, or at the very least, keeping it alive. That's a nice little interplay there. Sebward, can they cap it off with a goal? No. 2 commit and 2 were needed. Nice denial by UW. Still nothing out, though. So Sunblaze testing the backboard. Sebward crashing 58 through everyone except for the 4th defender. RIT still looking for that shot, and they just cannot find it.
Oh, Sunblaze here, upper side of the net. And that will be just enough. The mustard and the placement both there. You can see 3 players out here. Brave and Axel both on no boost in any way. And you know, Sunblaze has placed that high. And it is 1-0 over to RIT. Trying to push us all the way to Game 7. 2.5 minutes left to go.
I'm glad that RT was inevitably able to get that goal, but of course they have to defend as well. LRK cranking that one off of the defender and then into the post. Now Sebward on the ensuing counter will be stopped. How about Jakob though? Going for another air dribble, at the very least just a 50. Brave will say no. Sunblaze, another shot on the near post and gonna be denied yet again.
Wonderful read there by the defender as well. It can be easy to try and play that as if it's a shot on target. That could have been a good passing play. Sunblaze still looking at a follow-up, and that one, oh, off the post. Axel playing with fire on that one in more ways than one. They will be able to stop that one. A long clear here, and a much-needed one at that. For UW Stout. They don't have anybody on the sideline to deal with this one, though, and Jakob able to play the 50 properly. Sunblaze looking for the double tap, and they've got the angle every day of the week. 101 seconds to go for Game 7.
On the previous attack, I said RT just cannot score. Then Sunblaze was able to put one in, and now they're just one-upping themselves. A nice double tap, and you got to point out, of course, there was a miss on the backboard, but that's what a good player like Sunblaze does. They notice they're not quite set on defense. Let's just test how quality that backboard reads are going to be, and apparently they were not up to snuff. That's a 2-goal lead, and now RT has the job of protecting it. That's a giveaway, and Axel will not miss.
You would think there'd be some preparedness for this, and apparently all the preparedness on the side of UW. I mean, Sebward and Jakob, this is like perfect coverage. Like, don't quite have it, and Axel is able to put just enough power on it to drive past the defense. Well played. There was only one winning move there for Axel. They did find it. 90 seconds to go, though. There's still loads of time UW Stout to take this one, or for them to just, well, roll over and die, which I don't think they're willing to do. Sebward, though, looking for the double tap, one of their own, but I cannot quite find it past LRK. Sunblaze on the follow-up will also be turned away. And now a chance for a counterattack. Wonderfully controlled here by Brave. Looking for secondary contact. They'll find it towards the net as well. Sunblaze is forced to get this one away back into the corner. LRK away from Jakob now, but you can see a little bit of lead blockage there by Sunblaze will allow them to clear their line at least momentarily. That touch backfield is not exactly what they wanted. LRK to Brave, open net. What a dunk play here for UW Stout, and the punish is there to equalize.
I like the confidence, but at a certain point, it just turns to arrogance. Look at this from Sebward. LRK does not have any quarter to that turn on the ball from Sebward. Dunked perfectly in, and honestly, I'm just shocked that Brave was ready for that. They were just waiting in the middle for that exact touch, and they're gonna bury it. RIT, you had a lead, now it's all gone. What do you have up for us next? Apparently, not getting that first read. Brave off the backboard, but it's gonna be too much of an angle for LRK to handle.
With a slightly better angle, though, that could easily have been goal number 3 on the UW Stout side. RIT, they still have to battle us a little bit here, but UW Stout are looking so incredibly strong. Getting out of the attacking end here in the final 30 seconds is certainly not the look that you want if you're a fan of the orange team here. You might just have to deal with it, LRK. Bit of a giveaway over to Sebward. Sebward finds Jakob way upfield, and a nice touch here, but it's not going to be enough. So UW Stout clear back to the midfield. Slight touch there. Brave loads to work with now with a guaranteed third player in rotation. Jakob controls Sunblaze, looking towards the net. Again, just a little bit of a speculative shot, and I think both teams are perfectly content to play for OT here. And that is exactly where we go. RIT, 1 goal away from elimination of the NACE playoffs.
Well, they had a 3-second pause as the countdown for OT started. Hopefully they're wiping their hands because this is very close. And it might just come down to touches like that. Axel, brilliant pass, but RIT up to the task. And they're not going to get any easy goals here, UW, in OT. On we play as we see just how far this is going to stretch before RIT potentially can take this game, or UW going to close it out.
Consistent offense for UW will be the death of RIT. They don't play optimally like we saw near the end of game 5, I believe it was. Looking towards a potential game 7 here. As long as RIT can get their act together. And so far, this game has been looking fairly good, but of course, dropping that 2-goal lead in the closing moments, it's not exactly reassuring. Demolition here will open up a little bit of space. No boost steal, but also a shot on, and they're not ready for it. And UW Stout, with a huge upset over top of Rochester, will be moving on to the round of 16.
Yeah, GG's ringing out, and that is well deserved by UW. So incredibly unfortunate. RIT tried to slow play it. Axel disrupted it, and Brave, I mean, they have been popping off all day long, so it feels only natural for them to be the one to cap things off, but it took a full team effort. RIT is no slouch of a team, and clearly UW on this series, at least on this day, is going to be the better side.
You say that RIT no slouch of a team, but to drop that 2-goal lead, Taco. Oh,
yes.
All that.
I was afraid.
You said it.
Yeah.
It was Sebward on the sideline who had no reinforcement. They knew where players were, presumably, right? They might have had that one player in the mid that they didn't expect to be there, but they knew they had somebody in front of them. They knew that they might have had somebody over there in the mid, or at least in a bit of a dangerous spot. But to go for that little bit of a giveaway instead of allowing the defense, or excuse me, the offense to come at you, like, I feel like they're gonna look back at that one and think to themselves, like, why did I do that? Because,
I mean, you talk about like that like, you know, obviously the economy in terms of like managing boosts, but also I think a lot of this game at a high level, if you want to get as distracted as possible, comes down to decision making, and stuff like that is especially puzzling because when you look back, the reward for doing that is so incredibly low. Okay, you cut it past someone in the midfield, but the cost that it could be, the punishment that might ensue, that's the thing that boggles my mind. So the fact that, of course, that's not going to be the end all of that series, but that gave up the tying goal, and as you said, looking back on that, there's a lot to fix, but naturally, that's going to be the case for most of these teams. You have to patch up these mistakes because ultimately you will lose off of them more often than not. You have to play a very high level of Rocket League to be able to contest your opponents at this level, especially this far into a bracket. And fortunately, I would say I'd like to see them happen next time, but that's it for RIT. They are out of this bracket. That was a lower round of 32, and UW Stout is the only one that's going to be marching on.
Yeah. But, I mean, Taco, of course, we talked about one of the bigger prizes, of course, well, aside from the monetary prize, for NACE Starleague playoffs is the potential for the top 3 teams that aren't already in the LCQ to place into the LCQ. Well, Rochester's already in it, so there you go. At least there's a bit of consolation for them, and I guess they get at least a little bit of some VOD review to go with that. But before we do go, I want to give another shout out to one of our sponsors. This time, it's AMD, which has, of course, performance to rule your game and rule the league. Taco, you are quite the fan. We are so excited to have AMD, of course. My good friend here is more so than I am, I think, even. But to have AMD as the official graphics card sponsor of the NACE Starleague, and of course, we've been talking about it a couple of times, but we've been introducing the AMD Radeon RX 6000 series graphics cards, which feature breakthrough technology of AMD RDNA 2 architecture, engineered to deliver ultra-high performance, ultra-high resolution, visually stunning gaming for all, and of course, some tacos to your screen.
I don't know about that one, but certainly with AMD, Starleague, NACE Starleague is actually powering the next generation of gaming. So you can check them out at AMD.com to be able to get everything that you do need with those graphics cards, with those processors, and really everything else that they start to develop. Because, I mean, I always say it powers my PC, and I am a huge fan of it. And so, of course, it's always nice to be able to actually work on a production. And they're saying, hey, not only is the whole reason that you're able to game and meet all these people through esports powered by one of our processors, but we're also powering the broadcast that you're working on today and giving you good series like that RIT matchup. Unfortunately, though, it's going to end in a bit of a heartbreak there, as we saw for them. They're going to be eliminated, but at the very least, we were having some nice time here. And we're going to hope that that nice time is going to be only able to continue, because we are going to be moving on into a break to prep for our final best of 7 of the day. It is going to be Missouri S&T up against Northeastern. You do not want to miss it. We'll be right back with some more NACE Starleague Collegiate Rocket League playoff action. 2 series up, 2 series down, and now we're moving on into the final one of the night. It's Missouri S&T coming up against Northeastern. I'm still Nato Taco, that's still Squid, and we are still waiting for a full best of 7, but we've been teased. We've had close games, but at the end of the day, one team just closing it out, but at the very least, we have stakes to be able to represent. This is another lower bracket game, elimination for the loser who is facing that very fate in this next series.
Yeah, what's it that we see now is 6 best of 7s over Thursday, today, and Tuesday, and we've had 3 game 6s, has it been? So still waiting on that game 7. But I don't think we've had a 5 game series yet, which is also kind of curious. So it's either been a 4-0 or a 6 game series.
There's no in between. In
Imagine
esports.
that.
Just,
right.
You're getting the job done, or you're really going to slog it out. So I would suppose that would be the interesting task here. But at the very least, I mean, when we're looking through these games so far, at the very least, we are starting to see that with the increase of these 4-0s, sometimes that's normally those early bracket games where it's first seed playing off against a lower seed. And of course, that is somewhat to be expected. But I would say with the propagation, or rather just the straightforward prevalence of game 6s and these deeper runs, it shows the scene is getting closer and closer. I think that's the thing that I'm waiting for it to hit the general public at times. There's still the meme of like, oh, collegiate esports, it's not pro play. Here's a bunch of average players. But no, these are incredibly good teams, and it shows because a lot of these games are so incredibly close, even against these perennial powerhouse teams and then these new up-and-comers.
Well, Taco, I think it also kind of reinforces, the need for us to basically just hash it out one day and sit down for like 5 hours and figure out, it's like, all right, who do we need to keep an eye on? We literally need to make a spreadsheet with all the teams, because basically the first through the 32nd seed in this tournament could honestly all be considered to be incredibly pertinent teams, and that's even considering the fact that some CRL teams don't compete in NACE Starleague. So, I mean, it's just absolutely ridiculous. But as we look forward towards the match right in the here and now, Missouri S&T and Northeastern University, these are clearly 2 teams that we have been on board with for quite some time. Northeastern actually making some changes to their roster as of late, but they seem to be holding their course.
Yeah, and they actually come in as the higher seed, which is crazy because, as we said, Missouri S&T has been a collegiate Rocket League team for the past couple semesters, actually, coming through. They've always been in contention, or at the very least getting, I would say, pretty much under the cusp of qualifying, if then not. And they actually did come in with a new player. The last time we had actually casted them, Frostbite was the new player, and they were still trying to figure things out. They were not able to get the job done in other leagues in their playoff. However, here in NACE, seems like they're coming in motivated, and weirdly, as the, at least by seeding, underdog, coming up against Northeastern, who apparently is smooth sailing throughout their bracket leading up to this.
Well, I guess we'll see if it's smooth sailing from here on, Taco, as of course, I mean, Northeastern even coming on as the 11th seed, and of course, Missouri S&T as the 21st seed. I think that is just a little bit surprising to me, but, it's just the way that it goes sometimes, and I guess Northeastern had a little bit more luck, or I guess just, wins skill, if you will. Who would imagine that skill would be a part of competitive esports? How crazy is that? We got the game about ready to go here. MS&T gonna be over on the blue side. Northeastern representing the orange this time around. We'll see what Frazier, Yellow, and Shaka can bring to the table.
So it's really going to be all about that composure. I think we've already seen plenty of times where we're going to be a minimal amount of opportunities, so we're able to keep calm and be collected. I think that is going to go quite the long way. Speaking of, it's a symphony of misses in midfield, and actually, my eyes don't deceive me. It's Northeastern actually rocking 2 different Slurpee decals, I believe.
Oh, okay. Oh, Frostbite. Hang on, time out. I started looking away because I expected this to be a relatively textbook play on the back line. I must have missed something. So Frazier, okay, goes up for the challenge and just kind of misses. All right, good to know. Good to know. I think I'm going to tag that one up to a slight unforced error there on the Northeastern side. Frazier definitely not impressing me initially there. I think, though, overall his gameplay usually does impress me. Those Slurpee decals, are those like, those are really cool. I need to get me one of those. Holy cow.
Join the line, bud. That's what everyone is. But that, of course, Northeastern, they have those connections. Apparently getting able to go there.
7-Eleven executives.
Exactly, yeah.
Right in the pocket.
graduate of Northeastern, apparently. And apparently they're able to have access to things that we do not. Problem is, they're not accessing the MS&T half, more or less, in the beginning of this game number 1, because right now, it seems like everything is locked down tight. Even a double commit, not really going to torch him. Frazier, K-turning really into that next challenge, but unfortunately, it's only going to meet Bernie. It's going to send it right back into the corner, and with this play from Yellow, Time slapping it right back again.
Like that little play from Yellow, trying to bait in an opposing attack. It's a relatively common play that we see. Nice little dunk here by Frazier as well. And you were talking about how access to the opposing half has been relatively restricted here for Northeastern. I think that's going to hold true, at least for now. The relatively short four-ways that they've had have netted almost no results for them as far as offense is concerned. We'll be able to make some contact here. A little bit of a bump on Frostbite, but not terribly concerning, it seems, to the MS&T attackers as they'll continue to hold this one down at the midfield. Shot guy finally with some space and time being gained here. A little pass to Frazier, not quite a double tap though. Well, really kill the momentum here for NAU, if you could even say that they had it.
And at the very least, they are looking upfield, and MS&T seems to be taking their time on some of them. They gotta be careful of not taking too much time. That pass was behind, and luckily for them, no one on NAU's side able to read it quick enough. Time. Out of Yellow. It's gonna be another bouncer for Frostbite to deal with, and this higher lob certainly testing the defense, and apparently their awareness. Both people looking at each other, and apparently no one able to close that gap.
Testing the defense. You know, here's the deal, Taco. I would normally agree with you, if not for the fact that I feel like this is more like quizzing the defense, you know? I just don't see how
This is participation crediting the defense?
Kind of. It just doesn't really seem like a proper... I don't know what I'm looking for. You know, this hardly qualifies as a proper defensive test, as you didn't really see much of a challenge there from NAU. Just a simple misrotation there, one way or the other. And finally, they might have a little bit of a look at the net here. This one coming out of the corner, Frostbite. Actually, it's going to be time on this save. Frazier with a nice placement on the left side, and they'll get one. That's number one for NAU, and this one, it does look relatively good.
And hats off to Shakai, not only getting on this, but 50 through two different players. If Frostbite saved that one, then I'm sure that one is just putting down the controller and letting out a big sigh. So fortunately, we don't have to see NAU suffer through that. And definitely the six-man sigh. TM, by the way, that's my royalties, so please pay up.
No. As we move forward, though, hopefully MS&T still have some dues to be paid as far as allowing NAU to score. And speaking of, Yellow maybe a little bit out to the left there. They might have sliced that one just a little bit, but they might still end up shooting under par if they continue with the counterattacks like that. Shot guy off the ceiling, looking for Yellow in the midfield. Here it's time first, so that one Frazier needs to be speedy, and they will be. Again, this is a little bit more, but MS&T pressure, and hey, what? No. Okay, there we go. For a moment, I thought Yellow hooked that one, but like I said, shooting under par. There we go.
Honestly, I'm trying to wonder what Frostbite was trying to do here. I think, to be honest, I thought it was a pass at first, but the other hand, it might have just been Frazier going to the corner, hounding him, and he's thinking, I don't want to get dunked. Let me just put it more on the inside, and they put it way too far inside. Yellow will not be able to hit the first clear. They will be able to get that one, and now everything to play for. NAU not trying to do really waylay the pressure on. That's a nice double tap, but not going to be out. More across the goal, and it's like MS&T at least has it covered for now.
Apparently that has not necessarily been true the whole time. Seems like we haven't seen too much in the way of testing the defense on really either end, save for the first goal for NAU. That was a bit of a one-off attack. This is a nice demo from Frostbite. What a save, though. Yellow coming in for that one. They read it from a mile away. The lead blocker play, effective as it may be, is a little bit too readable. This, oh my God, Frazier! Another attack here for Frostbite, and they will turn it in. That's a hat trick to their name. And MS&T back in the lead.
Credit to Frazier. They had everything to play for, so they just jump at it, and then even from there, Shot Guy taking a too deep of a run into the goal. Don't know if they'd be able to help them out. At the end of the day, it's still going to thread the needle through, and that is going to be a rough one for NAU all the way on the comeback, but now still behind. Too many ticks of the clock remaining. This clears. Gonna burn off even more than that. Look at that challenge from Bernie, though. Now time. It's their chance to make an impact on the play.
Well, chance gone by the wayside now. Didn't really have anything left in the tank, so no surprises there, but Northeastern getting out onto the attacking end here. This does look relatively promising. The Demolition put MS&T into a bit of an awkward spot. Double commit here as well. Shakai, though, no speed on that one. We'll have to defer now to Frazier. They still have a lot of space and time to work with here. Very deep rotation on this one, though. Frostbite first up to this ball. Still looking a little bit complicated at the midfield. So S&T going to have to do their due diligence on this defensive side. Time very early up to this one. A quality clearance down to the northeastern end, but still very much up in the air as to how this one could turn out.
Shakai avoided the demo and to get the flick, but then paid with their life, so only delaying what seemed to be inevitable. Yellow. That is over Bernie. It's past Frostbite. No, they're just going to clear that one deep, and now Bernie with a counterattack, or at the very least, he's trying to waste down the clock. That was going to be an immediate giveaway and one more opportunity. The problem is NAU, they've been all chased out of their half. Yellow to the sideline. Frazier trying to turn on with it. They can certainly get a worse touch. The pass down. It's Shot Guy. It's on target. It's going to go through right at 0 seconds. What a play from Northeastern.
Call me a non-believer. I never saw this one coming. Frostbite trying for a majority coverage of the net, and it's not a bad call at all, but still Shot Guy threads the needle on the right-hand side of the net. There's a very real chance Missouri S&T will fall here in game 1 after a dominant-looking first couple of minutes. Frazier down to yellow. That one will be met. Shot Guy looking downfield, although they might have been looking a little bit too far in the future. They missed contact. Frazier was there to bail him out. Yellow even a win on the 50-50 here, and Frostbite has to play it off their own backboard. No double tap. Shot Guy towards the target. Not quite there, though. Frostbite, wonderful read off the post and away.
If you're an MS&T fan, you probably held your breath on that one. That was so incredibly close to just bouncing right on in, but at the very least, you probably still want to hold your breath at least at some parts of this overtime, because very much MS&T are not out of, or are really out of the woods yet. They still have to make sure they close this one out. Is this it? Bernie off the backboard, 2 defenders, and no touches out. That will be MS&T despite the close call, closing out game number 1.
Short OT, Yellow unable to make that read off the back wall, and a valiant effort. You gotta hand it to him, but Shot Guy and Frazier cannot make the play. Well, Taco, that was certainly a development. I think that if you talk about having some intra-game adaptations, you could not ask for better than what we just saw here. Thankfully, it's more than just a one-game series, but I think we got a pretty good first game overall.
And typically, when I say a team with a great shooting percentage is normally going to be the one that comes out on top. Really, if you're looking at NAU, they're shooting 50% from the field, which is fantastic. The problem is, on the other side, you have just relentless pressure from MS&T. 11 shots, getting 4 goals to go through. And even though efficiency is not quite there, I felt like they were really the ones being able to dictate the flow of play. So I'm not surprised by this victory. However, they certainly got that warning shot across the bow. Even if you have that lead, it is not going to be safe against this NAU offense. I really love that relentless effort.
I mean, even looking at this game, raw matchup-wise, I do believe that Missouri S&T should probably be the one standing on top of this one. So, as you mentioned, maybe a little bit more of an unsurprising result for MS&T to have the overall possession advantage. But I think that as time went on, of course, they didn't exactly have the same advantage that they did in the opening moments. And I think that's where the majority of the shots were generated. So you talk about the shot counter just being one of the biggest things for them, quantity over quality for the most part. Of course, they are capable of the latter, but I think overall, for NAU, starting to get a little bit more zone time was very important for them. A couple of counterattacks here and there. You know, maybe that second goal exactly was not earned, but that's just something that MS&T are going to have to work on, and certainly Northeastern feeling pretty confident about the final result of that game 1.
So at the end of the day, that felt like it was a bit longer than it really was, but at the end of the day, that's what overtimes really do feel like. And we will see now with a refreshed scoreline, seeing if everyone can get back into the flow that they were trying to get in game number 1, and or if that is just going to be the pattern. It's going to be all MS&T just try and really tighten the grip and maybe this time not let it go.
So I like to call the voice clamp, but I don't necessarily see that on the horizon presently. Although it does look like they're getting some reasonable possession here. Frostbite wins that boost battle, although time unable to hold it at the mid is going to force a little bit of an awkward play. Nice control here for Frazier. Bernie actually, oh my goodness, Bernie! What happened? They had no boost in the tank. I think they were even almost a little bit displaced here by Yellow, but this still looks like a relatively easy save here, Taco.
Like I'm watching a play buffer. It's where the ball's going off the ceiling and you're thinking, okay, I can go in the backboard, or maybe I should be on the ground. And actually, no, I should probably go in the backboard. And by then, you're just lost so much speed that you actually can't go back up into the velocity you need to get that save through. So regardless of what really is going to happen, I think Control Z is going to be frantically pressed, hoping that maybe somehow that can rewind the clock and that strategy is going to work. Early goal for Northeastern, and probably the most unusual circumstances we've seen yet.
I think, you know, the Konami code actually is in this game at the main menu. Perhaps if you enter that in game, you'll get unlimited goals. I don't know if that's how that works. I don't think anybody's ever tried it. Although they are getting a good look here. Bernie not going to go for the flip reset, and subsequently it's a relatively easy read there for Yellow off the backboard, even with a 150-50 here as well. Frostbite last player back. They will have a relatively easy time making that play. Double demolition now should provide some security for NAU on the back end. I'll be able to play this one forward. Still, though, some Good control out of them overall. Nice redirect here. Time's not in time, ironically. Just over 90 gone, and NAU lead by 2.
This is a nice one from Yellow, not only on the setup, but look at the finish. That is a quality touch, and I don't really blame the near post defender for creeping out. Not often does a player hit it that sweet, and unfortunately time will not be there. They are the seasoning for this team, but that was spicy from NAU.
Yeah, Yellow. Beautiful shot there. As you mentioned, the angle. Relatively low percentage. Frazier can't find that one, speaking of. But this was one of my greater fears about this game, although Yellow's still able to recur and make that play. Frostbite wasn't expecting it, and Time not expecting the demo. Maybe even another one here for Yellow. Shotgun almost able to play the 50-50 through. But NAU, they are playing a lot of high percentage plays. This one goes back over to Frazier, back towards the mid. There's the shot from Yellow. Bernie is able to make that play. What a read on the back end. A pre-jump here from Shotgun, a fake over to Frazier. The communication is on point here for Northeastern. They're looking like a very solid offensive unit right now, leading in the shot count on top of that. And Taco, again, this was my fear for MSNT. If they cannot control that possession, really, what do they have going for them?
It's tough, especially since right now it seems like they're just swatting away chances, but they're not actually able to lean forward and then be able to press forward. This is really the best opportunity we've seen, and it will be a 3-person passing play, but even then, Shot Guy slowing it down. Bernie, flick, Frazier, save, and Yellow with a clear. Well done to handle that pressure, and on we play. Still waiting for MSNT to really make their mark in this game, because right now they are just getting really murked on right now from the NAU side. They're very much the ones that are asking all the questions, and there are no answers to be had.
Lots of destruction. Finally, a double commit on the NAU side, a slight error. But even then, Time has the passing option at 0 boost and had that man-on coverage from Shot Guy Yellow. Trying to see if they can get a little bit of a repetition from the last game. It wasn't meant to be. Frazier with that dunk all the way on target. Just might have been a little bit outside the post. Time wasn't taking any chances, and Yellow is there. Relentless pressure from Northeastern, and they continue to dominate.
I didn't even mind this touch from Time. It's just really Frostbite turning, thinking that they have the ability to go in on that. Instead, it's just Northeastern's throwing it right back in a dangerous area, and that is why being on defense is important, because when you are getting those saves, it's not about immediately turning to get upfield. It's making sure you can do that without providing an open opportunity the other way.
Oh boy, this is... And here's number 4. Yellow is just going off this series in the most simple of ways, Taco. I mean, well, save for that one awesome redirect angle earlier on, it's been in the most simple of ways. Clean, punishes, mop and bucket special.
At the end of the day, that's just good positioning. I mean, we look at it saying basic, but that clear came through, and Yellow was already waiting, saying, yeah, I know, I already saw this 3 minutes ago. And so they're going to put that one in, get their hat trick, and NAU really cruising through. Their coach actually in the chat saying, it's fine, we got game 2 for sure. And honestly, that's pretty prescient of them. 4-0 with 80 seconds to go.
Yeah. I mean, like you said, you know, for Yellow, it apparently is quite a derivative game so far. They have had many a great read. Frazier, I mean, also up there in that regard. They had a couple of amazing defensive reads in the last game. We haven't really seen a high volume of that so far in this one, as they haven't really needed it, but Shot Guy did have to get pressed in the service on that one. They couldn't quite cover for Frazier being bumped out.
Oh, but that's a nice quality strike from Time, and also it does help with Bernie. Not sure if Frazier would be able to get to that. Shot Guy certainly couldn't, and that's going to be one back. I think that's mostly just for the morale. Being able to put a Band-Aid on it, but that's not going to fully be able to heal their wounds, I would say. They seem fairly mortal in this remainder of game number 2. But you never know, because as I say that, I saw the bump come through, and I suppose I should really just stop saying this might be over.
Yeah, no, I wasn't particularly convinced by that. I think Yellow actually tried to stop short to avoid getting bumped there, and then ended up realizing that they had no velocity to actually make the contact. But I mean, that does seem like, you mentioned how it seems like putting a bandage on a mortal wound and then somehow it starts healing is what we just saw there, I think. But MSNT immediately the attack again! Frostbite with a slow play, and it works out! It's 3-4!
I suppose the moment I start doubting them, that is when they truly wake up. Shot Guy, Yellow, and Frazier all waiting on the back line, and all it takes is just a simple touch like that off the back wall to completely unlock the defense. And now we truly got a game. 42 seconds, more than enough to work with, but does MST have the ice to be able to deliver it home? Time certainly thought so. They went aggressively, but will be denied.
I think the kickoff favoring them the last couple of times was certainly a good asset. Frazier with no bump there against Frostbite. It's these simple starts to the play where You know, the backliners are expecting something to happen. Of course, the call is made, something to that extent, and then it goes wrong, and it can be a collapse from there. They were able to recover on the last one, though. Frostbite out of the corner. It's going to be time towards the mid. They have to wait on Shot Guy. Bernie is there to try and counter. Still back towards their end. Running a little out of time now. RMS&T. Yellow has to give this one away over to time. Cannot make the read. Shot Guy is there. Bernie for the follow-on. That one's not even close to being near the target. The last second takes away, but it's still in the air. Just a little bit less time, and we'd be over right now. Time towards the mid, but no connection is made. And NEU will respond in game 2, however close that might have been.
What's wild about that is that Time actually had that air dribble. That was past the last defender, but Frostbite didn't know how to touch it. I don't think even the comms were there. Sometimes that does happen when you're so focused on having to get the exact touch. You don't say, oh, I got this one more. Oh, don't worry, I'm touching it again. And honestly, that might have cost them that equalizer, but regardless, the way that started was certainly all NAU, almost a full 4-goal swing from the side of MS&T. But at the end of the day, we have to say, in order to make that comeback, you have to be in the position in the first place. 4 goals given up right in the beginning is going to be an uphill battle for really even the best of teams.
We talk about having ice and how much experience and the mental game is important for teams in this kind of competition, of course, in Rocket League in particular. And Taco, I think that you would probably be agreed with me when I say that I think MS&T has enough experience in this kind of competition to have that kind of ice, and that there it was on full display for everyone to see. So now we knew it, now you know it, now you know that no lead is safe.
I mean, that play at the end started with Northeastern throwing into the corner, all 3 of them going toward the ball, just say, okay, we're going to guide this down. Oh, it bounced? It's no problem. It's 0 seconds. And then it gets carried all the way back right up to their doorstep. So they got to make sure that they secure that back line a little bit better and make sure that if they do get a lead, really lock down on the other half, because you don't need any more. You just need to make sure the lead doesn't evaporate, at least for right now. That is going to be the case here in this series. No series lead is safe. We're back to a tie game, and winner of this next one going up again as we see Yellow getting hounded in the corner, but they will be able to get that clear.
I feel like for Missouri S&T as well, we saw a little bit of a pattern, which I don't think we're used to. The nice save is made here by Shot Guy, relatively predictable. The pattern for MS&T, though, is that they seem to do very well in the span of about 1 minute or like a minute and a half and just pile on the pain, and then the remainder of the game is a bit more typical. I wonder if we'll see that again here in Game 3 as the series is now tied. Time around 1 here in Frazier. They did not have reinforcement. I think Bernie was in the proper spot, wasn't expecting it. They do take a shot here, but Shot Guy is there for a response. Frazier, nice follow-up over here into the corner as well. Beautiful clearance. Grabs the boost too. Even looking downfield, Frazier trying to do it all by themselves for the air bump, and Frazier, what an absolute beast on the defense and the offense alike.
We're talking about experience. Frazier's been in the highest level of college play for a while, and this shows why. Birdie taking far too long to get in position, and Frazier knows the moment they get set up, it's going nowhere else except for the back of the net.
They had the vision to make that play, and they had the drive to do it as well. Shot Guy, immediate demolition here off the face-off. I wonder if that was by design. We do start to see a lot more common openings when it comes to face-offs on the Rocket League side. Shot Guy, oh, almost the navigation around 2 players. Does get denied just before the goal line. I'm not sure if they even had anybody in support for that one because they weren't expecting it to work out one way or the other. So let's make this play. Frazier now in another 1v1, and Frazier does it again! The flick over top of Frostbite. 2-0 now to NEU.
And not holding it for any longer than they really have to. The first touch to be able to get around it, then a quick cradle into the 45 degree. It's beautiful into the open net. Love to see it, and this is just a midfield opening up. NEU being the first to close that gap, and they're being rewarded for it.
Frazier, not a professional player by any means, but dear Lord, you could fool me at times. They're looking hot. Bernie with the flip reset there, unable to do anything particularly damaging. Time though, the double tap, that one's off target, and now potential for a counterattack. Shot Guy does not stay up for it. They're following it downfield, and it will be saved away. Like a potential missed opportunity there for NEU, but MS&T just stopped right before the finish line on that previous attack. We'll see what they can do again here, but that one's gonna hurt just a little bit.
Especially with this one, nice little interplay like that from Shot Guy into Frazier. Now Yellow, Frazier trying to get Bernie again, but That time, that bump will not lead to a goal, but that miss might. Shot guy off of the bar. Frazier, no follow, but they'll be able to just tap it to the sideline. Frostbite with a clear, and MSNT can take a bit of a breather, nearly giving up goal number 3. This ball is going to continue to ricochet around their goal, but not quite in yet.
I don't know what the play call there was. From time they had no backup and they went to avoid the demolition from Shotgun. I think they just knew that there was no backup. That is, I mean, you got to have some cojones to make that play, though. What a read on the defensive side. Again, it's that experience shining on through. They even got a Season 2 Grand Champion tag. You know they've been playing since day 1. Hopefully it helps them out in the remainder of this Game 3, though. They need that moment of brilliance that I was talking about, those 60 seconds of absolute animosity on the attacking side. Time might just find it right here. The connection is made, but Yellow is just that little bit faster. Able to turn it away. Shot guy, suboptimal contact on that one, although it will be just enough for Yellow to get it out of the corner and reset this attack.
So now Shot guy taking their time to line it up, but finding much success with it. Time, I would say, is finding Bernie, but they're not making it easy for him. Bernie gets enough of a touch to force the goal line save. So Shot guy try number 2. Getting denied. Frazier, soft tap. Yellow, open space. Time, is this not to challenge? Are they going to get bit for this one? They will not. Nice 50 and right back out to the sideline. Oh, MSNT, even though the defense might have shored up since those 2 goals from Frazier, the offense has not. 7 shots, but none of them going in.
Seems like a crime to say that, but here we are. Missouri S&T are going to have to find a way through. Demolitions have been on the mind for a while. Of course, though, that could be the same for the Huskies. There are car parts all over DFH Stadium right now. So we sent back towards the mid. A nice little drop down here towards Frazier. Maybe a double tap potential, but very low boost along with being bumped away. He's going to shut that one down quick, though. Frazier up again here for the angle. Off the back wall. Shot guy is there. That's denied by Bernie. And now chase downfield here potentially. Frostbite. We 50'd out to the side yet again. NEU complete control for them so far in this Game 3. As you mentioned, Taco, the shot counter for MS&T continues to iterate. And yet the scoreboard remains at that goose egg. They're looking for something here. The angle down low, but Yellow again turns this one away.
Yellow showed a couple times a great presence of mind and intelligence on the ball earlier on in the attack. They could have rushed it from the side, but instead they slowed down, 50'd it, and allowed the Northeastern attack to continue. That one on defense, it's so easy and tempting just to clear it as fast as possible, but instead they wait for the ball to get even closer to the goal so they can hit the corner. And it's small touches like that that seem insignificant, but it's the reason why that collectively NEU has been able to really just play this game the way they want and not face too many penalties for it. That's going to get spiked down, and Northeastern now has taken the lead over the rivals from the West.
I'm incredibly pleased with their gameplay so far. I mean, Frazier, as a leader in this game, has been just phenomenal. You mentioned the smart play from Yellow. I think that's really the only way you can say it. And that, like I said, it's basic, simplistic Rocket League theory. And as much as I say it's basic and simplistic, that does not mean that it is easy. It means you have to play the smart game at all times. And you can see that Missouri S&T, they are also engaging in this, but it is in these key moments on the NEU backline where they are just losing by a slight margin. Of course, not to let down Shot Guy. I mean, he's been doing a fantastic job on janitorial duty and with a lot of key challenges in the midfield. It's been an overall massive team effort for Northeastern University. I feel like MS&T right now are punching just a little bit above their weight class, frankly, as far as man-to-man gameplay goes. I know that they have the strength to do it, but I feel like the current performances that we're seeing, it seems like NEU is just having a better day.
And I 100% agree with that, at least for now. But again, there has been some pendulum swings in which team has been able to come out on top. And so I think a lot of that is making sure that if you do get off to a fire start, that you actually are able to keep that. And I think several times we've seen that has not been the case. To be honest, Time had a brilliant double tap earlier on for MS&T in that last game, and it did not go through. That could have been able to spur that momentum to get back into it. But since those don't go through, then you start to think back about that game and realize, man, we might not have had a lot of opportunities, but it really just does come down to plays like that. If you set it up, sometimes you miss a double tap and say, hey, what are you going to do? At the times, that determines whether or not you win or lose those games. So everything has to be razor sharp, and it is going to be no different here as we move into game number 4. Northeastern trying to move on to series point.
And of course, Taco, I mean, even to the point that I was mentioning earlier where it might just be a better day for NEU, you mentioned how that could very easily swing in the opposite way. And confidence is a huge thing. If MS&T can get back into the series with a massive offensive presence early on in this game, or heck, even late in this game, as long as they take the win even, you know, getting that mental back on board is going to be a massive key part. It might improve their overall gameplay, and they will be able to defend here. So we'll see if the pattern continues where NEU continues to win out in the neutral, although this is a slight loss there for Shot Guy. Frostbite with a dunk here against Frazier. It's looking relatively open, but time will defer to Yellow on that one. It's a play call that I do respect to a reasonable degree. Of course, fundamentally speaking, the philosophy is sound. They will be able to get an attack out of it, although, again, a relatively easy save there for Yellow. Burning up in the air. This is not going to be so easy, but Frazier, with the backboard coverage, will be able to defend the drop down. Frostbite also turned away by Yellow.
Clear, not going to be able to pave the way from Frazier afterwards, but Yellow will be able to find him on the recursion. That touch not existent, as Frazier, I would say, did not anticipate just that amount of speed. Now it's Frostbite dealing with something awkward. Shot Guy trying to increase that awkwardness, but the counterattack is near perfection. That nearly creeped on in, showing that Northeastern, despite that offensive pressure, no one is truly safe from those long clears.
Frostbite again winning out the neutral here, and he's gonna take it all the way to the bank. We've already seen MS&T playing a little bit more patient, trying to get these reads against the opposition. And for how smart we were saying that Yellow was playing in the last game, which I still stand by, they lose out on that 50. I don't even think you call it a 50-50. That's just a raw dunk there from Frostbite. They baited in the touch, they made the play, and they scored all by their own self.
Off the kickoff, Shot Guy was looking to get the 50 of their own. No, they're going to lose out on that one. Now, time into Bernie, and I would say miscommunication, but either way, that's just not going to go anywhere near target, so time maybe can make up for it here. Frazier says no. Bernie, top shelf, no. Yellow going to deny it yet again, and to be honest, Northeastern would be very lucky that the shooting from MS&T is just a little bit off.
I would agree. I was just about to say, I think MS&T could also be grateful that NEU has been having some difficulties, but so far this game, I try to think back, and I haven't really noticed any particularly quality opportunities, only the one where Frazier had a chance down in front of the net, but with no boost. This is gonna work out though. Bernie with no save. I believe Time was trying to defer to the player on the back post, but had no reinforcement.
Feels like at times that you guard everything, thinking there's no way you'd shoot that across everybody, and apparently it just goes through all three players, because the one place they didn't think it would possibly go, but I suppose, well done to choose your spot. That's an equalizer, and seems like Northeastern right back in it despite the defensive woes. And with these demos, it's just going to open up yet again a demolition derby. Going to make Yellow's job oh so easy.
And just so happens that, of course, Bernie out for a demo at the time. I mean, you even say, of course, only one demo actually favored Northeastern. Well, that's untrue. With Bernie being out to lunch there trying to pick up the demolition, it was really all about who won that neutral game in the midfield to give one team or the other the advantage and potentially the open net. Just so happens that Northeastern got the better of the two cuts, and then they also took the ball in the middle as well. That will be their lead right back where they want it. Although there's 50-50 all the way downfield. Bernie with a little bit of boost control here over Shot Guy, looking for a pass into the mid. They will find time. It's a nice shot on target and a wonderful 1-2 to tie the game right back up.
I always love shots like this, not because they're necessarily pretty to watch, but just look at the positioning here. Bernie hits it to the back post, and time just comes out of nowhere, the blind spot. Frazier's only looking at that ball in their ball cam, and they're not going to see the player just slide right in and roll a 12-mile-an-hour ball right down the middle, and that one's got to hurt, especially since we are just at halftime and basically just back to square one on the scoreline.
So back would have been nice there for Frazier, but simultaneously you need somebody to be out there challenging that ball in the mid, and of course you have to have some zone control for in case that clearance does come out. So it's a little bit understandable for NEU to be dropping that one, as you mentioned. The positioning there, Frazier, incredibly difficult. Time actually just going to drive this one right in. This felt like a little bit more of a standard defensive play here for Northeastern. I want to take a look at some of their player cams and see if Frazier no boost. They had to call yellow on it, I believe. And that just, maybe a miscommunication, perhaps just a lack of that fundamental, I guess, instinct to go for that ball immediately. Allowed time to get a nice little control of that, take the lead.
They kept it close in the first one. They're just going to bang it away in this one. But at the end of the day, I think Time was able to capture the true essence of those redirects and air dribbles. Just keep it close or just rush the goal. Bum rush, really. Frostbite collecting this play after they started off with a ceiling touch.
Seems like they can just send the house at this point. And they can pretty much do no wrong. As you mentioned, with the ceiling touch down to Bernie off the back wall, and they recover basically instantaneously. And as I was talking about, I feel like a little bit of confidence can go a long way for their mechanics. I don't necessarily feel like they've done anything particularly out of the ordinary here, but you can see how the effectiveness has definitely been improved. They're looking to tie this series right here and now. I'm not tempted to say that they're going to fail.
Time trying to put a bow on it, going to find its way through. Frazier, slow plays will not be working this time, and Steve will retreat right back and guard out that midline. Bernie continuing to make things difficult. The encroaching offense continues to come forward from MS&T, and what a weird turnaround. As I said in the series, things can just ebb and flow, and other times it's just so chaotic as MS&T. Everything is working out. I'd say a miss, but who knows? Maybe that was just how they drew it up.
I have very little doubt in my mind that that's pretty much exactly what Frostbite wanted. And even then, here's the deal, right? You know, Frostbite, if they want to take that shot on target, nothing the defense can really do. That's a wonderful drop down to the opposite side. If they get a little bit shallow on the angle, it goes right down to Bernie. If they get a little bit deep on the angle, it goes off the backboard. And hello, Bernie is there. So it's just perfect for MS&T. And that's the kind of position you need to have, is not only are you setting yourself up for success with the initial touch, but you have the second player there who is there for the follow-up. You don't necessarily need to have that raw communication. There's just that raw understanding between the two players that allows them and enables them to perform at that level.
So that's not about calming where you're going to put it. It's just being able to put it in a position where your team can reliably react to it. That's kind of a good example right there from Shot Guy, though. The ensuing touch from Jay Frazier will not match that quality. Times, however, he'll be able to keep some possession and dance past the defender. And at this point, that's really all MS&T need to do. I will say in previous matchups, I was saying, well, I mean, might be out of this game. But now MS&T is in the lead. I would say this one has all the markings of a very wrapped up series. 20 seconds, 3 goals, and looks like MS&T was not happy about performance in the last game and made up for it in this one.
Hard to agree. I mean, I think, Shot Guy denied my time, as if. Final 10 seconds will be ticking away here, and that should just about do it. That last goal, that last potential for a goal there from Shot Guy could have changed fate. But I don't think really anything's going to work, especially now with Yellow not being able to get around that one. We will put Game 4 in the books. We're back to a tied series now. Taco, we continue our potential streak of either having a 4-0 or a Game 6 end to a series. But one thing I will note, as we get a little bit into the post-game discussion here, is that something I didn't really mention, but one of the most vital components of the gameplay, as NEU still denied by the 4th defender, along with, I believe, time on the back wall. But one of the vital components of this game, I think, for me, is the fact that MS&T were controlling the midfield to a phenomenal degree. I think we saw that particularly early on with one of the early goals. I believe it was Frostbite who was taking it off the hood of Yellow, and it was one of the points that I was making to illustrate the fact that Yellow, despite having played incredibly intelligently in the previous match, kind of found themselves at a disadvantage in that particular situation. They allowed themselves to get baited. Frostbite took it for a pretty much free goal. I feel like that was echoed time and time again through the midfield engagements. Missouri S&T more often than not was winning emphatically in the neutral game.
Yeah, and I think NEU needs to get back into being really in the seat of awareness of saying, okay, well, if we have time to set up a play, yes, obviously go for those bump plays, be able to take those flicks in center field, but now that isn't available, I think it's difficulty because it's one thing to see a chance and be able to seize upon it, but if you have to create something organically, you have to really get back to your roots. Well, that means the infield passes, that means we need to keep possession, and we can't just keep throwing the ball away, and I think that is what speaks to me. As you mentioned, they're losing out on these midfield engagements, mostly just because all their midfield engagements are them just being finally not on defense, but they're not actually focused on that next step to be able to actually progress onto offense. So I felt like they were kept a little quiet, so a nice 1-minute reset between matches I think is exactly what they need to see if they can force yet another game out, be able to take back that lead in the series, but at the very least, as you said, guaranteed a Game 6. It's just a matter of how we get there that is up for the open question.
Yeah, I think the story, of course, that I commonly drive is the story of, you need to start from home on your defense before you can get on to the attack, and Yellow getting a little bit of assistance from the post, whether they want it or not right there, immediately. But I almost feel like for NEU's defense to recover proper, they just need to get some zone time on the blue half of the field, and then we can talk time. This is a wonderful pre-jump, or at least it would have been if they had been able to find that angle. Still, though, the confidence just resonating from those players. Yellow, along with a fake from Frazier, almost getting an opportunity there. But again, MS&T is not phased. Frazier, no contact on that one. May have been a fake, maybe not. One way or the other. Northeastern looking for some control, and they could desperately use it early on here in Game 5.
And some nice movements forward from NEU, but then all of them are back, allowing this breakout to inevitably occur. Frostbite not working with it the best way. How about time to pay with their life? So Bernie taken over off the sidewall. Frostbite, immediate challenge, and I love the bravery there because it will throw things out of flux temporarily, but if I say that, looks like NEU is going to take their chance, so no methodical build-up here, just people smacking as hard as possible and seeing what sticks.
think there's that last play. I did like the theory there for NEU, but they were just a little bit too far afield. They allowed MSNT to close the gap. I'm not sure about this play call here from Time and Frostbite. It's going to put them on the back foot. They do gain some control, and it threw NEU out of whack for just a second. It does end up paying dividends here. They do find the clearance. Get a little bit of control, not a whole lot though, to allow Bernie to take over. Shot guy now, just tossing this one downfield. We're waiting to see who makes that critical mistake on the contact. It looks like Time was the victim of that, and NEU will move in accordingly. They'll for control, right around Frostbite. Shot guy, again, there's the play, but they're just a little bit too far out. MSNT was able to make that cutoff. Those were the critical components I was talking about in the post game on the last one. They need to be just a little bit quicker to win that in the midfield, because otherwise MSNT is going to start to walk all over them.
Ooh, look at the challenge from Time. It looked like they were rotating out, but instead it had just begun. Bernie then trying to sauce one up for Frostbite. They're stationary waiting, and they will not find it. Time don't realize they knew how open that was. Frostbite certainly did. Nice follow through, and MSNT's relentless pressure going to continue in this game to get them a lead.
Clear miscommunication there from NEU as well. Or I say miscommunication, but perhaps there's just a game sense steal. You can see Frazier clearing that one out into the mid shot guy, trying to force that one up high off the backboard. Okay, all well and good up to that point. But Yellow was nowhere to be found. I mean, if you're going to make that play, you absolutely have to have that player backing you up. So as fundamentally sound as that is, you can see how NEU had a little bit of a breakdown to allow goal number 1 there. Hopefully for their sake it doesn't happen again. I like this passing play. 1, 2, 3, 1 back to Bernie. And that is a beautiful goal number 2.
Oh my goodness, Bernie, the tap down and then the immediate layoff. It just freezes everyone. But even if that wasn't enough, Purdy is still up a field. There's so much misdirection. There's so much change of pace in that is why passing plays in comms are so important. It's not just a flashy way to get a goal. It's a brilliant way to break through a defense that otherwise can be fairly staunch. So MSNT continuing on their nice run. We'll just see how far they can get on that journey before Northeastern has an answer.
An exemplary performance in improvisation as well. Oh my goodness, what is this? Yellow completely missing one off the backboard. Shot guy had nothing they could do with this one. I said there might have been a little bit of miscommunication earlier, but this is a clear error on NEU's part.
That's why I like to keep clears as an aspect of your game. Of course, you want to keep possession, but if you see two players somewhat jogging back into defense, no one able to be in that position, just throw it deep, see what happens. And oftentimes, it's stuff like that. When two players both have I would say a good claim to the ball, sometimes they will hesitate, and that's your opening to go through. Good job, MSNT, showing that experience, being able to pick apart the defense from really every which way so far.
And there's absolutely no uncertainty on the MSNT side either. You saw that cutoff from Frostbite in the offensive zone. It looked like it was going to be a reasonable shot chance for Jay Frazier. I ended up being turned away like nobody's business. And that is the clear difference, I think, right now. The obvious margin between MSNT and NEU right now. There is almost no hesitation. When a player is a touch on the ball, it is instantly communicated and understood by their teammates on the MSNT side. NEU does not have such a luxury. This one's just going to trail right on in from Time. And Northeastern, you might have to trash Game 5 at this point and look forward to your elimination match.
I mean, we had seen some crazy comebacks earlier, but those all did fail. So ultimately, you need to make sure that you are avoiding this in this first situation, because I think this is very much the MSNT that if I'm Northeastern coming into this game, I was going to fear would start to emerge. I think in the early stages, we saw some back and forth and figuring out the chess match of Rocket League, but now they just can't be stopped, Squid.
It doesn't seem like it. But again, I feel like there's this fundamental breakdown, again, that we're seeing from Northeastern. And that MSNT, I think they have made steady improvement throughout the series. Don't get me wrong on that point. I think that they're definitely bringing their pedigree out in full force. But Northeastern, they're on the decline. They're snowballing all the way downhill. I mean, every single time that we saw them making some sort of impactful attack early on in the series, it seemed like, you know, they were beating out MSNT on the attacking half. There's some good rotations at the back end. They trusted each other. They were able to make the fundamental plays where they needed them, and they weren't overcommitting for anything. It feels like we're starting to see a little bit of all of these things happen on their side, and Missouri S&T has been punishing them hard.
And ultimately, that is what Northeastern, I think, would ideally, you don't want to steal play calls. Typically, you can't always replicate a team's play style, but NEU to make sure that they're rotating tight enough that they're not necessarily dealing with every play perfectly, but they need to be able to do something with when they do get chances. Like this shot guy, they're chipping it up, but there's no real follow there. They're just kind of filling in a gap and rotating out. The issue is that if they don't have support up with them, it's not going to amount to much. Maybe one more goal can galvanize some morale boost into the next game, but even that one is going to ricochet off the post.
I think a catalyst would be excellent here for Northeastern. Although, Shockeye, no contact there. Taco, I was talking about how Missouri S&T are definitely performing up to the standard that we expect out of them, completely of their own volition. But I feel like, again, I mentioned how for Missouri S&T earlier on in the series, confidence was going to be the key for them to obtain this form. I stand by that wholeheartedly at this point. I think that you would agree that they have just dramatically increased in their capacity to play the game at a fundamental level. And then on the other side, NEU has been in massive decline. And I feel it's just been this shift in confidence from one side to the other. We're seeing so much more hesitation on the Northeastern side, and we're seeing a heck of a lot less hesitation on the MS&T side. It was something I mentioned earlier. It was that improvisational passing play we saw between Bernie, Frostbite time, and back to Bernie. You can see these things tangibly. And I think that if NEU can get back to having almost a zero hesitation margin, just going at balls. When you see you have a play, go for the play, because that's what your teammates are going to expect. It's what allows you to play at a high velocity, and that's what you need to counterplay MS&T.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mentioned earlier in other series, especially that RIT and the University of Wisconsin matchup, that the players were all readying up immediately because they wanted to get into the match. They don't care. They just know what has to happen. Okay, we just made it outplayed. We are getting mistakes. I think we're fine. This one, we are seeing NEU take all their time. They want to make sure they talk this all out because they understand not only did you lose a game, which is acceptable, it's that it really was completely out of hand. 14 shots to 6 was the margin that last game, and most of them going into your own net. So if you're going to be able to focus up here, you need to make sure that you're closing things down. You can't allow space to MS&T, and I think, honestly, University of Wisconsin did it the best. Make sure you're in their face, and as long as you can balance out that aggression with a stable back line, I think it's going to throw any team through a loop, because if there's one team you don't want to give space to, apparently it's this MS&T squad. They're 5 minutes away from moving on.
Like I was saying, if I'm the coach for Northeastern right now, which I'm not, but if I were, the one thing I would be saying to my team is, you guys have got this. I know you can win this. We already have taken some games off these guys. They just need to regain their confidence and be quick to the ball. And things will change in their favor. I can almost smell a change in the winds there. So they're able to force time off that ball. Frostbite quick out to this one, and Frazier already with a bit of a move upfield, forcing Bernie off of that one. Yellow for the follow-up shot, guy in the mid, and a perfectly executed play there for NEU. Shot guy just didn't have the boost to play that close commit. They might have to play back on a defense here in a bit of an odd spot. That one out in front, time for the shot, and there's number one. But again, I feel strongly for NEU off this opening moment.
That's the thing, though, is that I'm looking at Frazier come out of the backfield. Meanwhile, the entire time, we see Shot Guy still trying to contest in the midfield. We don't need anyone there. Make sure we're getting back. And I think that stuff like that from NAU is the ability to want to move forward and to be in the face. That is the balance out that you have to have. I feel like that's your lizard brain saying you got to attack, you got to thrive, you got to get all these touches. But at the end of the day, you need that rational side to come through and temper those passions, because ultimately you're going to be giving away a lot of open nets if not. So NAU now realizing that, hopefully, moving on to offense with their first real touch. But even then, time able to open things up, and maybe even more. It was open, but it seems like Yellow has it covered for now.
Oh, that one just off the side. Good coverage there by Yellow initially, but they need somebody back, and nobody is there. I mean, Frazier, even looking at those rotation, it almost feels like he didn't even turn on the ball cam, because there was so much time where you can look back at this and see that Tana is an open net, but just kept going on for the corner boost. Clear, again, clearly some sort of miscommunication fundamentally happening here for NEU.
I do got to say, though, Frostbite, that is a gigantic galaxy brain level play by them. Rotating out, they don't have any touch on it, but they know that touch has to go through them. So what do? They jump once, then backflip, make their hitbox as tall as possible, and well, we know the rest. Time just has an easy pickup to go through, and that's Northeastern rushing a touch again. Maybe an offense can get something, but again, MS&T, they've settled into a groove, and they do not want to be knocked out.
Again, we need some sort of catalyzing play here for NEU. I feel like the hesitation has been dropped to an extent. They have been making some relatively smart engagements, but again, sacrificing 2 goals here early on is the last thing that I want to see. Frazier looking to try and be the team leader here, forcing Bernie out with that one. This could be a waterfall shot. I cannot close the gap just in time. As Frostbite will be there first. It was a close call. Frazier still with options here. We're going to send this one just a little bit strange for time to play that one away. Shankai will defer over to Yellow on this one. Have to give up this midfield control, but at least the boost is maintained for them. And again, there are some good, solid looks here for Northeastern. So they're certainly stemming the tide. Another good connection here. But MSNT are not going to let it go so easily.
You can see Frazier is starting to get impatient, or at the very least, they are somewhat giddy to get up onto offense. You see them pre-jumping a couple of these reads, and MSNT are able to beat them out to it. It's not necessarily a bad look from them, but it just shows the speed is just so deadly from MSNT. They're not letting any touch sit or linger in their half. They're getting right on top of it, and they can take all the time they want in the midfield, because at that point, the attack is over NAU. They just focus on their own business. So we remain 2 minutes left to play in this game. It's up to NAU to really carve out their real chance, and I would say chance more generally, but they haven't even registered a shot yet, Squid.
They haven't. Oh, my 50-50 from Frazier as well. That's so heartbreaking. Frostbite towards the mid. Yellow will be back just in time. Frazier trying to take control, does get bumped away. Time though, and Bernie, it's like miscommunication. Now Shakai, potential for a 1v1, gets the flick around Frostbite. Pressure being applied. Oh, almost the angle from Frazier, but not quite there. And NAU again getting so close to making these plays through, but they cannot quite hit Pater. They need to continue on this path. They need to not let their mental get in the way right now. They've got just a little bit of time remaining. They can make use of it, and they can win this.
Ooh, I like that continuation from Frazier over Shakai. He's going to send that well, I would say, away from Yellow for now. Nice boost steal, but when they get a 50, no. Jay Frazier, no contact. It's a sitter. It's Bernie trying to put the dagger in. And it will not go. And meanwhile, Yellow had a chance, but they will have to watch on from the sidelines, or more accurately, the graveyard. Good recovery from MSNT. Everything clicking for them, and they only got 60 seconds to burn.
I am so hopeful for NAU at this point. Frazier looking for a double tap there, does not quite find Yellow. Has to make a clearance. They make no contact on that. Oh boy. My mind is just flying a million miles an hour right now. I can only assume that it's the same for the players on the orange side. Shakai, no touch. Yellow, oh, a nice demolition here. This could turn into a power play, but Frostbite, oh, no touch, and Frazier with the punish. 41 to go, and Northeastern 1 goal away from time.
And this is the type of play that you really need to go on. And at the end of the day, it could have been stopped, but Frostbite going to miss, and nearly so did Frazier off the post. This time, fourth defender helping him out, and now everything to play for. NAU, you got to balance out the rapid aggression to break down the defense, not letting up another third goal to truly seal this series. 30 to go.
We need to see them play the smart game. They cannot afford to overcommit onto offense too early on here. Those final moments, sure. Oh, what a pass! Frazier, right around Frostbite! You've got to be kidding me! 2-2, what a play, what a comeback for Northeastern!
All it takes is one setup. They've scored in 0 seconds before, and now they have plenty to spare. Maybe even to take it before regulation ends. Everything going on, and we said Frazier, they looked impatient. They had popped off before, and this is the right time. Captain clutch, more or less, and now it's on MSNT to try and answer back.
Oh boy. Oh boy. I hope I'm not getting a little bit too loud for my neighbors here, because I'm certainly not going to get any less hype than I am now. Final 10 seconds rapidly approaching, and they begin to count down here. Time towards the mid, denied by Yellow. Downfield, relatively simple play here for Bernie, but this is still playable for Northeastern or MSNT. Will touch down into overtime, Taco. Looking at the potential for Game 7. We looked at the galvanizing effort here for NAU. It's Bernie, flip reset, that one's over the bar. Yellow recovery, not there, and Frostbite will end the run for Northeastern here. And now, I could not ask for a better executed play. The flick from Bernie and the follow-up for Frostbite, but it still hurts my heart.
Sometimes a well-executed kickoff can be all you need. And not the traditional kickoff goal into it. It's a bit fancier than that, as you see that ball set up flawlessly for that is going to be Bernie. And honestly, the flip reset completely froze the defense. Frostbite still had to finish that off, and honestly, they've done it before. They're going to continue doing it. MSNT, we said the more experienced team, and I think that did show through. They're on to the next round.
It did show through as being the more experienced team, but I think, you know, again, for Northeastern, I gotta give props. You gotta give props to them in just about every way possible. I mean, they came out with fire. They managed to match MSNT, of course, as we have been singing praises about them the entire time through. And I think that Northeastern is kind of showing that they are indeed a CRL quality team. Of course, winning out the World Championship way back in Season 1, completely new roster now, and they have been rebuilding ever since that moment, trying to get back into the CRL scene. And I think they made a wonderful statement here. I mean, this is still only round of 32 on the lower side, and they're out of the tournament now. But I mean, Taco, you cannot deny the quality performance they put up here against one of the better teams in the West.
Yeah, and that's the thing that really impresses me is that, again, it's NEU getting so close, but like I said, in the earlier series where North Texas had 3 straight games where it was all 1 goal against Stockton, the better teams normally are able to close them out just because they've been there before. They know they have the ice, they know they have the quality, and they know they've been to the mountaintop. So if they can get in that situation, they expect to succeed. And I will say NEU, certainly no reason to hang your heads in that series. You had some rough goals, but ultimately that is an effort I think you can be proud of.
Yeah, I think for the coaching staff, definitely some teachable moments about that in, the way of, how to keep your wits about you, even when you move into, of course, the territory of Missouri S&T starting to build ahead of steam, and how to, get back into the series after you go down in such a huge Game 5 situation and you just get, well, frankly, annihilated in Game 5, how they were able to return to form against all odds, seemingly. So I very much hope to see more out of Northeastern as we move forward with, well, I guess just in general, as we move forward in general. Not even with NACE Starleague, of course, their run ends here in the lower round, but like I said, I could not be more impressed with the gameplay that we saw here today. But Taco, another Game 6 series. So only 4-0s or 4-2s. Not exactly sure how we managed to do that, but I guess we did, so...
I mean, clearly we're just saving all of that for the even deeper runs in the playoffs because we got more stuff coming up Saturday, obviously. So, like, we're looking at those. We're probably saying, oh, well, we can't use up all the Game 7s now. That'd just be frivolous. Like, why would we do that? So, of course, you're saving it all up, and we're just going to have a marathon day on those. It's the only thing that makes sense, Squid. There's no other reason why it would work out that way, especially because at that point, I mean, if you see any more 4-0s, then I don't even know how I'll react to that.
Yeah, well, I mean, looking towards the upper final, which, if I'm using my cephalopod power brain, I'm pretty sure that's going to be Northwood and Stockton. We saw Stockton take it relatively solidly earlier on, and I have no reason to believe, without even checking the bracket, I'm fairly certain that Northwood made it through. I believe they played off against Shenandoah earlier on, and of course, that one, Taco, was a 4-0. Despite what we heard from Jonathan, of course, with some relative confidence from Tuesday's stream, I don't believe anything good happened out of that. But we do, I believe, we're going to try and pull in time for a little bit of a talk here on their thoughts moving forward for MS&T. I don't think we have that quite ready just yet, though. So, Taco, let's talk about Missouri S&T, of course. They are going to be in the LCQ. They fell just short, a couple of rounds short, in fact. I mean, 2 series wins would have gotten them into CRL Worlds not so long ago.
Yeah, and then that's the thing that you really have to keep in mind about MS&T is that, of course, even if they look a little bit shaky here, they are a team that did get into that Collegiate Rocket League league play, and of course, they are still a quality team despite how they are finishing, but of course, that journey is not done yet, and of course, this stream is not done yet because we do have time available to be able to talk to joining us here on the game, and obviously,
yes, sir.
So well, oh my goodness, you had a whole watch party
guys.
in your room. How you doing, everybody?
Oh, yeah.
We want to hear. We want to hear from the crowd. Oh my goodness, that's awesome. I don't even know what to ask. I almost feel like I want to watch. So were these guys behind you the whole time while you were playing?
Nah. I was, we got to focus up for this match, but they were just out chilling. I told them to come celebrate our victory with me.
Okay. Well, I mean, I guess congratulations, and I wish you a good celebration after this. But first, a couple of questions. And I think first off for me,
Yep.
We talked about the changes during the course of that match. I mean, Game 5, you guys look phenomenal. I feel like it was a tangible improvement over what we saw in the early games in the series. Was that just gaining your confidence? That was kind of the story I was driving, but I want to get it from you personally. Was that just you guys gaining your confidence in your own gameplay and being able to make some ridiculous connections, or what happened there?
I think honestly we were just kind of warming up. We had spring break and pads break, so we were a little out of practice. So I think that series, best of 7, it just took us a while to get going. And once we found it, it was pretty easy. So yeah.
You say it was easy once you found your footing, but of course I have to then talk about the very next game in which you were able to seal it, but you had a lead. It got evaporated fairly quickly. What are the comms like when you guys know that you have to then go into that extra time and forge on to that overtime?
Comms. We really just don't try to change anything. we usually struggle with like when we get scored on, like our comms kind of like dip or our mental's down. So we just try to like just treat it like a 0-0 every time. That definitely helps us in those tight games.
I mean, even on the note of course, having some tight games, I mean, NEU, they have looked phenomenal, but obviously out of the tournament now, you guys are going to be moving on to the round of 16. Of course, you have some tough competition still in the upper bracket and moving forward in the lower bracket. I want to get your thoughts on that because obviously you guys have been phenomenal. And of course, with the LCQ also coming up, you guys qualified for that. Give me your thoughts on how confident you are moving into the next stage of this tournament, moving into the LCQ, and any other potential facets of the collegiate scene. How are you feeling?
Gotcha. We're feeling good. I think NACE, you know, we were looking at the bracket, and I think it's definitely, like, top 4 is definitely a reasonable for us to finish. We got last game's qualifier. We got like a whole month to grind for that. So I think once we keep our hours up, we'll be a team, you know, forced to reckon with on that. We'll have level next too, so we're just gonna be playing a whole bunch. So we're definitely gonna keep our hours up and keep grinding.
Certainly. I'm just trying to think of one more thing to say, but I really can't just take my eyes off the fact that you have a whole entourage at the ready to celebrate a victory within the room. So, yeah. To be honest, great to be able to see that. And I think I don't really have anything else to ask of you other than just congratulate for a well-done job. And I would say, outside of probably the people in that room, are there any shout-outs you want to give before we let you go?
Well, I would say everyone in this room, bunch of Ultimate Frisbee guys. We got a tournament this weekend for that. So we're all here grinding.
Wait,
my girlfri's here.
You mean to tell me that you're doing stuff other than Rocket League?
I do stuff other than Rocket League, yeah.
you know, Tom, I thought we could be friends or something, but I don't know anymore. I'm not sure.
Carball is life,
yeah,
but unfortunately,
S&T's got to be
life.
busy.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Time, for letting us talk to you, see all those lovely faces, and best luck with your, obviously, tournament coming up with Ultimate Frisbee and also future games in the NACE Starleague.
Yes, thank you. Nice, thanks, guys.
That's lovely. I love it. I 100% love it when there was like people in the room just to like tackle you and like pump you up. That's got to be such a nice feeling, especially pulling that out with a dub the way they did.
I feel like I remember there was an OSU interview some time ago when it was back in the days of Vortex J-Bob and Kings, or Vortex 3s and Kings. Oh boy, they had the whole thing going on too. I'm just waiting for the day. Like, where are all my friends? That's the real question. When I finish on a broadcast, why don't my friends like flood into the room and cheer me on? Taco?
I could use that for a caster. Yeah, just everyone comes in afterward and be like, "You killed it! Let's go! Yes! Just chest bumping you, like dumping. I mean, dumping Gatorade would be bad because my PC's here. But other than that, like every other facet of celebration, I do envy that. But of course, that's the glory of college. You're all crammed together in one place and might as well celebrate each other's achievement, especially because you're at MS&T, one of the, let's say, a more flagpole type of franchises, but just systems in general for Collegiate Rocket League.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's been an excellent night for Rocket League, Taco. I think I can say with some certainty that you and I both had a relatively good time. And of course, we're incredibly thankful that we've been able to run the show tonight, and incredibly thankful for the last sponsor we're going to be shouting out for tonight, which is Corsair, a leading developer and manufacturer of high-performance gear and technology for gamers, content creators, and PC enthusiasts. From award-winning PC components and peripherals to premium streaming equipment and smart ambient lighting, Corsair delivers a full ecosystem of products that work together to enable everyone from casual gamers to committed professionals to perform at their very best. So we want to thank Corsair for their support of the NACE Starleague. It allows us to do what we do. And Taco, I have very much been enjoying what we're doing.
Absolutely, and unfortunately, there will be more to come. We have plenty of actually NACE Collegiate, Rocket League, Overwatch, CSGO, Call of Duty, all these different playoff things. So obviously, you want to follow all the NACE Starleague channels. This is technically a B stream, A stream over on CSL Esports GG. But other than that, Squid, we personally are out for tonight for the stream, and also we'll be back on Saturday for the next round of some sure to be exciting Collegiate Rocket League playoffs.
And we will. So we want to thank all of you guys for being here with us today. And of course, if you want to continue with the Rocket League bracket, you will want to be here on Saturday. Some high quality matches to be sure, and we will definitely be seeing you there. Goodbye to everybody.